Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. Wake up! My daughter needs you. A man's anxious call came from the void. Chang opened his eyes in a daze, looked around blankly, and suddenly sat up with a start. Chang found that this room was very unfamiliar and very shabby. The wall paint was peeling like a mud wall, and the floor was directly cement. There was not even a piece of the cheapest floor tile. The only few tattered furniture in the room was also the style of the last century. The window glass was even nailed to the wooden window frame with small nails. When a gust of wind blew, it made a clanging sound. Looking at myself again, the purple corduroy pants that were worn out, the two-strip vest that was washed yellow, and the two square red characters Huaxia were printed on it, and on my feet were a pair of very old artificial leather sandals that Chang had only seen in old photos. Which guy with a disabled aesthetic sense changed me into such a rustic outfit? Wait, this hand is not mine. Rushing to the floor-length mirror in the living room, Chang was stunned when he saw the square face in the mirror, which was obviously that of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in the mirror was tall and strong, with a straight back, forehead wrinkles like a knife and an axe, a slightly dark face, short hair and stubble like steel needles, and a fierce look. He looked like a tough guy. The joints of his hands were swollen and full of calluses. The whole person stood there, looking like a valiant warrior. He was an 18-year-old boy in his prime. I dare not say that he was extremely handsome, but at least he was at the level of the class flower. The guy in the mirror was at least 30 years old and was definitely not him. A chill rose from his coccyx and rushed straight to his forehead. Chang's face suddenly turned pale. Could I have traveled through time? An angry child's voice suddenly sounded. Chang, I've been calling you for a long time. Did you hear me? If you don't come, I'll be really angry. Chang's fist suddenly froze in the air, and the excited expression on his face instantly solidified. A moment later, Chang carefully pushed open the door of the bathroom, and saw a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll sitting on the toilet. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, with pink pants hanging on her ankles. The porcelain doll was staring at Chang with angry eyes. What are you looking at? Hurry up and wipe my legs are numb from sitting. Chang's eyes almost popped out. What? You? Calling me? Wipe your... The porcelain doll looked at Chang with unbelievable eyes. The scene was very quiet for a while. Soon, Chang felt uncomfortable with the porcelain doll's angry and condemning eyes, and raised his hand quietly, covering the nose with his hands. What did this brat eat? Durian? It stinks. The porcelain doll screamed. Chang, you were the one who asked for my custody, and now you ask who I am? And you actually covered your nose? You never covered your nose when you wiped my before. Chang, don't you want me anymore? Chang's brain suddenly buzzed, and he held the wall, pinched his nose, and widened his eyes. What did you say? I am your dad? The porcelain doll said angrily. What else? Who of us do you think looks like your dad? Well, if you say so, then I must be more like. Chang sat on the ground, his expression instantly collapsed. I just finished the college entrance examination last night, and had a farewell drink with my brothers. I plan to beat up the brat in the next class who is more handsome than me tomorrow, so that his mother won't recognize him. Then he confessed his love to the girl in the white dress and long hair that his buddy had a crush on. He had already ordered 99 roses, but when he woke up today, he was shocked. Oh my God, give me back my goddess in the white dress. While he was crying, a roll of toilet paper was suddenly thrown into his arms. Chang picked it up subconsciously, tore off a piece and wiped his tears and snot, and then he heard the porcelain doll say faintly, Chang, wipe my quickly, otherwise it will be hard to wipe after it dries, and we don't have any wet wipes at home. What the hell, it will be hard to wipe after it dries. Chang's expression collapsed again. I haven't even held a girl's hand yet, and now I have to wipe a little girl's? Where can I find reason with this? He cursed in his heart again, but he couldn't resist the condemning look of the porcelain doll after all. Chang had to tear off a piece of toilet paper and walked over reluctantly, covering his nose. However, Chang still underestimated his ability to bear it. When the porcelain doll bent down and pouted skillfully, Chang only subconsciously glanced at the toilet and immediately couldn't help vomiting on the spot. Dad, it's really not something that just anyone can be. No wonder the old people always like to use the phrase a handful of and a handful of to describe raising a child. It's really hard to describe. An hour later, Chang finally integrated the memory fragments of the original owner of this body and roughly figured out his current identity. It's no longer 2019, but Saturday, April 26, 2003. The original owner of this body is also called Chang. 30 years old. Married. A young boy. Has a daughter, 7 years old. Yes, that's the porcelain doll, named Lu Xiyu. That's right, the daughter takes her mother's surname because Chang and Luanan were in a fake marriage. The story is very simple. 7 years ago, Chang was still a bodyguard of the Lu family. Luanan, the princess of the Lu family who had just entered college, suddenly became pregnant and insisted on giving birth to the child. The Lu family is considered a wealthy family in Wuzhou, and they also have to maintain their reputation. How could they tolerate Luanan giving birth to an illegitimate daughter? In the end, Master Lu personally stepped in and tricked Chang, who was highly skilled in martial arts and simple-minded, into a fake marriage with Luanan, and signed a prenuptial property agreement. At that time, it was agreed that they would divorce after 3 years, and the Lu family would give Chang 1 million yuan in one lump sum. However, after Luanan gave birth to Lu Xiyu, she went directly to England. The divorce was not successful, and the 1 million yuan was not settled. Chang was still working as a private bodyguard and took care of the child in his spare time. The Lu family did not pay Chang a salary. It took 7 years, and Lu Xiyu was about to go to elementary school. A week ago, the Lu family suddenly drove Chang out of the house, saying that Lu Xiyu would be back soon, and they would get a divorce as soon as she came back. Chang had been looking forward to it for a long time, so he moved out quickly. You have to know that he was only 19 years old 7 years ago, and now he is 26 years old. He got married for nothing and still has no money. Who wouldn't be crazy if this happened to him? Because he only had 1,000 yuan saved 7 years ago, Chang could only rent a house in a remote suburb. The key is that Lu Xiyu also came out with Chang. This made Chang, who had integrated the memories of the original owner, smell a hint of conspiracy. For the sake of family face, the Lu family had to give Lu Xiyu a legal identity, but no one in the Lu family liked this illegitimate daughter. Also for the sake of family face, the Lu family would never let Lu Xiyu go with Chang, otherwise how would others view the Lu family? A label of harshness and ruthlessness is inevitable. Besides, Lu Xiyu and Chang have no blood relationship, and it is impossible to award Lu Xiyu to Chang in a lawsuit. Chang, who had been baptized by countless ethical dramas in later generations, immediately saw the problem. He concluded that the original owner, who was a fool, was most likely deceived by the Lu family, but Chang could not guess what the Lu family's purpose was. Moreover, Chang was too lazy to get involved in the original owner's mess. He just wanted to divorce smoothly and then leave with 1 million. With 16 years of foresight, wealth and beauty were at his fingertips, and he could definitely live a comfortable life in the second half of his life. Even if it is 2019, Chang is only 42 years old, and he can still pursue the goddess in white skirt from the next class who he had a crush on in his previous life as an uncle. Maybe uncles are more fragrant. Woof, I'm hungry. The porcelain doll was sitting on the bed in a duck-like posture, holding his beloved Snow White doll, watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, and suddenly turned his head and said, "You didn't behave well today, so you have to treat me to KFC, so I will forgive you." Chang was immediately happy. A meal at KFC only cost a few dollars. He had just promised the original owner that he would take good care of the porcelain doll. Of course, he couldn't go back on his word now, and he wouldn't embarrass a child. Seeing that Chang agreed so readily, the porcelain doll suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. "Yeah. Great. Chang, when did you become so generous? Have you made a fortune? Ha? Am I stingy? Wait, this is not 2019, this is 2003. Chang suddenly remembered that this is an era when the average salary of an ordinary person is less than 4 figures. In this era, a meal at KFC costs 100 yuan, which is indeed not a small amount, and ordinary working-class families really can't afford it. So it was not easy for Chang to have a deposit of 1,000 yuan. You know, the Lu family could not pay him a salary in the past 7 years, and the salary level was even lower 7 years ago. Chang suddenly remembered that the housing prices in Wuzhou seemed to have taken off since 2003. Even if he did nothing, he could easily become a billionaire in 10 years by buying 10 houses in the city center with 1 million yuan. This is the advantage of the reborn. Seeing Chang in a daze, Lu Xiyu pouted and said aggrievely, "Actually, I don't really want to eat KFC. Let's eat noodles. Noodles are actually quite delicious." Chang came back to his senses, and then felt quite guilty. The porcelain doll is indeed very sensible, and the child without a father or a mother is indeed pitiful. Even if it is not for the promise to the original owner, he must protect such a sensible and good child. So Chang immediately lifted Lu Shiyu up high in his memory. This is the porcelain doll's favorite way of intimacy. Sure enough, the porcelain doll immediately gave a happy giggle. Little princess, I'll treat you to KFC, will you forgive me? Chang said with a smile. In her memory, this was the porcelain doll's favorite name, just like she loved Snow White. Probably every girl has a Snow White in her heart. The dream of the master. But it will cost a lot of money. Lu Shiyu bit her finger. It was obvious that she wanted to go, but she knew that Chang didn't have much money, so she was particularly entangled. Money is something that adults should consider. Just tell me now whether you want to go or not. The porcelain doll looked at Chang, her big eyes curved into two beautiful crescents, and she shouted happily, "Wait a minute." The porcelain doll jumped off the bed, pulled out a pink dress from the big closet without a door, put it on quickly, and then pulled out a shoebox from the bottom of the closet, solemnly took out a pair of very old red leather shoes, wiped off the dust with cotton cloth, then sat on a chair and put on the shoes carefully. Chang's eyes were suddenly a little wet. Such a young child, such skilled movements. It seems that the porcelain doll's life with the original owner is more embarrassing than he imagined. Wang Wang, I want a pair of ponytails today. The porcelain doll shouted loudly. Okay. Chang responded completely subconsciously, rubbed his eyes, and found that the porcelain doll was already standing in front of the dressing mirror, holding a small comb in her hand, and stretching her neck to wait. Chang suddenly remembered that he had never even held a girl's hand, so how could he tie a pigtail? However, what confused Chang was that while his brain was still hesitating, his rough hands with swollen joints and calluses had already taken the comb very naturally, and then flexibly rolled up the porcelain doll's long hair, skillfully combed it first, and massaged the porcelain doll's scalp with his rough fingertips. Seeing the porcelain doll in the mirror squinting its eyes and showing an expression of enjoyment, Chang felt it was extremely absurd. Tai Hanhan, look at what you have done all these years. A pair of hands that should have gone to the UFC, but wiped the butts of little brats and tied pigtails. You are wasting God's gift, okay? While he was still shouting in anger, Chang had already precisely divided the long hair into two. He grabbed it with his left hand and made a ponytail. Then he pushed the ponytail up a few centimeters and fixed it with a hair tie. Then he did the same with the right ponytail. Looking down at his work with a confused look on his face, Chang suddenly realized that Chang realized why he had to push the ponytail forward a little. Because if he didn't push it, the ponytail would naturally lean down, and it would obviously not look good if it hung down like this. But now, after pushing it forward a little, the two ponytails are upturned, not only upright and beautiful, but also with every jump of the porcelain doll, the two ponytails have a feeling of jumping left and right, which is very lively and cute. Then Chang looked at his hands and fell into deep thought. Well, if I let my body's instinctive muscle memory do it when I wipe the porcelain dolls next time, I shouldn't vomit again, right? Wait, why would I consider this question? Am I crazy? Wang Wang, it's such a waste of money, why don't we cook at home and treat me to KFC when you have money? The porcelain doll looked very happy, but hesitated before leaving. Chang felt distressed immediately. This little kid is too sensible. It's just 100 yuan, what a big deal. Eat without worry, we won't be short of money soon. Chang promised solemnly. Wang Wang, the most profitable ways are written in the criminal law, the porcelain doll said seriously with a serious face. If you do something stupid and get locked up, I can only go back to my grandpa. Don't worry, I will definitely not do anything illegal. Chang promised quickly. Arriving at KFC, the porcelain doll was picked up by Chang, waving his food excitedly, and shouted, first, a family bucket, popcorn chicken, large, sundae, blueberry flavor, egg tart, yellow peach flavor. Chang looked down at the porcelain doll's blushing face, and saw that he was drooling while skillfully announcing the names of the dishes. Suddenly, he felt that the original owner was really not easy. With such a small amount of money in hand, he had to deal with various rigid expenses, and he can only save money on food and clothes. In just 1 week, the porcelain doll was so greedy. What a fool! You are the 13th generation descendant of Family Fist, you have great skills, what can you do to make money? Gurgle. As if to echo Chang's speculation, his stomach began to sing a chorus, followed by the porcelain doll's belly, which also started a duet, and the two people, one big and one small, smiled at each other. The porcelain doll with big eyes and a small belly ordered a table full of food, but in fact she was full before she even ate a quarter of it. Then she held her chin with both hands and watched Chang eat very attentively. Wang Wang, is it delicious? Yeah, it's okay. Wang Wang, you spend a lot of money, have you thought about how to make money? Do I need to think about it? Don't underestimate me, there are so many ways to make money. Wow. Wang Wang, you are great. Tell me quickly. Does street performance count? I am the 13th generation successor of Family Fist, how about a chest-breaking stone? Wang Wang, have you forgotten that you were chased away by the city gang the day before yesterday? If I hadn't rushed up to complain, you would have been arrested long ago. Lu family. Chang immediately burst out with a swear word. No wonder the big fool has such good kung fu, but his life is so poor. It turns out that it is because of the suppression of the Lu family. Even street performances were chased away by the city gang. No wonder the original owner's life was so difficult. He was stupid to begin with, and now he is even more helpless. If he continues like this, he will eventually run out of money. If he doesn't do anything illegal, he can only surrender to the Lu family. What Chang hates most is the frustration of being unable to use his strength, just like the eldest child who was bullied, and the third child who was by the soft fingers. It's uncomfortable. However, the person who made the mistake was not the original owner, the idiot. Why should he live in shame? Why does he live like a dog that has lost its home? Lu family, don't give me a break, otherwise I will bankrupt you. Idiot, just wait and see me help you get revenge. A French fry was suddenly stuffed into Chang's mouth, and he came to his senses. He found that it was the porcelain doll that stood up to feed him. Thank you. Wang Wang, you have learned bad things. You never said bad words before. Chang. Facing a little girl with innocent eyes, Chang really couldn't swear, and his face turned red. The porcelain doll continued with a serious face. Wang Wang, I heard you swearing at home. It's okay for you to swear, but can you please not use bad words? You are already a mature adult. You have to learn to control yourself and set a good example for us kids. Chang was confused. How can you swear but not use bad words? Can you teach me what to do? Suddenly, there was a grunting sound from the next table. It turned out that two young girls were covering their mouths to hold back their laughter. They must have been holding back their laughter for a while, otherwise their faces wouldn't be so red. Uncle, is this your daughter? So cute. Oh, it's really like a porcelain doll. The two girls came over and started chatting, but it was the first time that Chang was called uncle by his psychological peers, and he felt a little upset. Who are you looking down on? 12 hours ago, I was your peer. Woof woof, I'm done eating, I want to go home. The porcelain doll suddenly stood up and left with an unhappy look on her face. Chang sighed. He really didn't want to leave such a beautiful girl. Come on, let's add WeChat and keep in touch in the future. I'm still a young boy. What? You don't know what WeChat is? Oh, right, WeChat will not be released until 11 years later. Then add QQ, and then Chang took out a broken screen old phone from his trouser pocket, and was immediately confused. So embarrassing. But Chang managed his expression very well. He took out the broken screen old phone from his trouser pocket, and he could still say seriously, please tell me your QQ number. The two young girls immediately covered their mouths again, and finally managed to hold back their laughter. One of them pointed at the old-fashioned phone and said, Uncle, you can't use QQ with this phone. Chang's face didn't even turn red, and he said calmly, I know, so I have to write down your numbers, otherwise who would carry paper and pen with them when they go out? The two young girls were stunned. Yes, if you say so, it makes sense. So one of the girls whispered her QQ number, and the other girl turned her head away and said nothing. Chang didn't force it. He smiled and said to the girl who gave the QQ number, I'm a little busy recently. I'll add you when I'm free, and then I'll send you photos of my daughter's life. The girl's eyes lit up immediately and she nodded with a smile. With this reason, she doesn't have to worry about not getting her friend's request approved. Yay! I'm really a smart guy. After Chang left, the girl who didn't give her QQ number said, Shanshan, you don't want to meet that old gangster again, do you? The girl who gave her QQ number widened her eyes immediately. Old gangster? Rong, why did you say that about that uncle? Although that uncle looks a little fierce, he doesn't seem to be a bad person. Rong pouted and said, a barking dog doesn't bite. Shanshan. After patting Rong in annoyance, Shanshan spat, don't always judge people by their appearance. People with beautiful looks are not necessarily kind-hearted, and people with fierce looks are not necessarily bad-hearted. Rong sneered and said, look, he's already old, and he still wears. His clothes are tattered, he must have lived a lazy life when he was young, now he is old and has no skills and no prospects, what else can he be but an old gangster? Also, that little doesn't look like him at all, don't you think it's weird? Shanshan was stunned, then she looked sympathetically with red eyes, that uncle is so pitiful, he is still cheated at such an old age. Rong, do you think I should tell him? Rong. Shocked face. Oh my god. What are you thinking about? What I mean is that this old gangster does not deserve sympathy. He is just an old rogue who cheats people for money and that little lowly may not be his daughter, so you should stay away from him. My friend, your thinking is ridiculous. When Chang came out of KFC, he saw the porcelain doll standing at the door with her hands on her hips, staring at him angrily with her big eyes. When she saw him coming over, she deliberately made a fierce and ferocious look. Well, she is very cute. Even the porcelain doll herself didn't know that she had attracted a lot of young girls and wives in the nearby square. Chang squatted in front of her with a smile, shook the plastic bag in his hand, and said, "I'll pack it for you." The porcelain doll glared at him and said, "Chang, don't change the subject. Do you want to find a stepmother for me because she is beautiful?" "What a stepmother? You're just flirting with a girl, and you haven't even flirted with her yet, and you want someone to be your stepmother? You're dreaming." However, she didn't even say woof woof, but directly called Chang by his name. It seemed that she was really angry. Chang was not the stupid man with very low EQ like the original owner, so Chang began to play the victim in a very tactful way. "Little princess, I'm too poor to marry a wife anyway, so won't you allow me to think about it?" The porcelain doll was stunned, then thought about it seriously, and then said hesitantly, "Yeah, you're so poor, who else will be with you except me? Okay, then you are allowed to think about it, but you are only allowed to think about it." Chang was somewhat touched. "Little princess, is this why you chose to follow me? To accompany me?" The two of them, one big and one small, walked back home. Of course, walking was Chang's job, while Porcelain Doll was held in Chang's arms and was in charge of directing things. However, as soon as he got downstairs, Chang saw a lot of debris scattered on both sides of the unit door, and many of them looked familiar. Chang immediately had a very bad premonition, his face changed, and he quickened his pace to rush up to the 5th floor, just as the old landlady came out of the room and was about to lock the door. Chang couldn't help but swear again, and immediately rushed up. The old landlady was shocked to see Chang coming back so early. She quickly opened her arms to block the door and screamed, "Someone, robbing! Get out of the way!" Chang's face was dark, and he clenched his fists, wishing he could punch the annoying old lady. "This is my house, why should I get out of the way?" The old landlady screamed, "You dare to touch me?" Chang was stunned. "I really can't fight. There is no surveillance in the corridor. The old lady can easily extort a large sum of money from him by just lying on the ground. On the contrary, he can't explain it clearly. Why did you throw our things?" Chang said with suppressed anger. "I don't want to rent it to you. Is it illegal?" The old landlady said indifferently. "You can't throw our things even if you don't want to rent it." The anger was about to be suppressed. "It wasn't me who threw it." Chang was immediately amused. "My and Porcelain Doll's things were thrown downstairs. You still have the nerve to say it wasn't you who threw it?" The landlord said calmly, "I asked the moving company to move downstairs. The rest is none of my business." "Okay. I won't argue with you. You have to return our deposit and rent to us." His anger was about to burst through his head. "Who told you not to be here when we moved? The deposit and rent were all used to pay for the moving expenses. I spent them all. Anyway, I don't have any money. If you have the guts, just try to touch me." Anyway, they had already torn their faces apart. The landlord glared at Chang without any scruples. Chang had no choice now. He couldn't beat the old lady with all his kung fu. If he did, he would really be blackmailed. Chang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. It was too bullying. "You guys are teaming up to force me into a dead end." For a moment, Chang was also very angry. I'll go all out and kill your whole family. And kill all the Lu family members. My life will be worth more than 10 of your lives." The landlady suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right. When she saw Chang's fierce eyes, she, who was full of confidence just now, immediately became a little weak. At this time, the porcelain doll suddenly said, "Grandma, can you return my New Year's money to me? I hid it in Peppa Pig's piggy bank." The landlady forced a smile and said, "I didn't see it, you go downstairs to look for it." The porcelain doll said in an anxious tone, "Chang, call the police. There is Grandma in the piggy bank. Grandma, you have to testify for us about the check for 100,000 yuan in New Year's money that my grandpa gave me." The landlady's expression froze instantly. 100,000? She didn't get that much in kickbacks. It should be less. When the landlady left, the deposit and rent were all in Chang's pocket, and she didn't even deduct money for the week she lived there. However, Chang's face became darker. Chang was not stupid. He had seen the situation very clearly. The landlady was so shrewd and shameless. The only reason she was willing to spit out the fat meat in her mouth was that she knew the identity of the porcelain doll very well, the little princess of the Lu family, an identity she couldn't afford to offend. So the guy who instructed the original owner to rent a house here had no good intentions at all. Chang and the porcelain doll were actually under the surveillance of the Lu family. Fortunately, the other party chose the means of expulsion and didn't use more disgusting and despicable tricks. Now Chang is prepared and won't be easily fooled in the future. Chang was just plotted against once, but he couldn't suppress his anger. It's conceivable how much suffering and grievances the original owner, Tai Hanhan, had suffered in his 7 years as a son-in-law. Or how pure and kind Tai Hanhan was. How could he resist the rage despite his tyrannical powerlessness? Chang sneered. He was not as pure and kind as Tai Hanhan. When he settled down, he would definitely take time to have a good chat with the landlord and the person who instructed him to rent a house here about life and ideals. Chang went downstairs holding the porcelain doll. Their luggage was very simple, and there was nothing to make money. They just packed it up. At this moment, a BMW drove into the community and stopped far away. A tall and slender woman got out of the car. She wore big sunglasses and covered her nose with a handkerchief, looking like she disliked this place. The other woman was big and strong, with a cold expression on her generous face. She looked like a female bodyguard. As soon as she saw Chang, the woman in sunglasses angrily accused him. How could you let your child live in such a dirty and poor environment? Chang was confused. Who are you, sister? The woman in sunglasses took off her sunglasses, and Chang suddenly felt that the whole community was bright. It was really beautiful. I am Lu Ainen. You let my daughter live in such a bad place. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The woman in sunglasses said proudly. Isn't this? Is she my wife? Chang stared at her from head to toe. She looked familiar. The porcelain doll also looked curious, looking up and down. It seemed that she didn't recognize her biological mother. Chang suddenly thought that this was ridiculous. Miss Lu, you left for 7 years after giving birth to your child. May I ask if you have fulfilled your mother's obligations? I just want to ask you a question. May I ask if you have ever breastfed the little princess? Lu Ainen waved her hand. Don't change the subject. These details are not important. Please answer me directly. Why do you let my daughter live in such a dirty and messy environment? Change the subject? These are details? Not important? Chang was so angry that he laughed. There is such a weird woman. Are you worthy of being a mother? When your father asked me to fake marry you, it was agreed that we would divorce in 3 years and give me 1 million. Come on, give me the money. Chang was also angry and stretched out a hand directly to Lu Ainen. You actually asked me for money? Are you considered a man? Lu Ainen sneered. You asked for 1 million right away. Who do you think you are? Do you have a contract? Chang's expression froze immediately. He remembered that the original owner was fooled into signing a prenuptial property agreement, but the 1 million promised by Mr. Lu was not written in the contract. It was a purely verbal agreement. It was really a trap. Chang almost went crazy. That's 1 million. You want to deny it? Dream on. The original owner's idiot had endured for 7 years, and he inherited this humiliating mess when he traveled through time. The 2 successors, now this woman actually turned against him and refused to pay? This has completely disrupted all his plans for the future. How can this be tolerated? This matter can never be let go like this. Chang was so angry that he was about to curse. If you don't give me the money, I will spread the news that our marriage was fake, and Lu Shiyu is the born by you and some unknown man. Doesn't your Lu family want to save face? I will tear your face to pieces. Let your Lu family become the laughingstock of the whole Wuzhou. See if you dare to default on your debt. However, before he could make the threat, Chang suddenly felt the porcelain doll shrink back, and the whole person shrank into his neck, with its little head facing backwards, and its hands tightly grasping the clothes on his back. It didn't dare to look at the strong and arrogant Lu Ainen opposite, and its little body trembled. Chang was stunned at first, and then he realized in an instant that the porcelain doll actually knew everything and understood everything, and the child was more sensitive to changes in the atmosphere because the child was too precocious. Living in a hostile environment like the Lu family, even her grandmother would scold her as they to her face. It is conceivable how much grievance and fear this little child has accumulated in her heart. In order to survive, she had to be careful to smile to everyone, even if the other party was just a servant of the Lu family. Wearing a mask since childhood and dealing with malicious adults, how could she not be precocious? Only in front of Chang, Lu Shiyu was like a real child, taking off the mask, daring to cheer and scream, daring to joke, daring to lose her temper. But in fact, the more she sticks to him, the more it means that the porcelain doll lacks a sense of security. Chang suddenly felt distressed, and suddenly understood why the porcelain doll followed the original owner after the original owner left the Liu family. No matter what, even if the place they lived in was shabby, even if they could only eat noodles and pickles every day, and the best pair of shoes was even very old and wrinkled red leather shoes. I'm afraid that even if she followed the original owner to flee to the ends of the earth, the porcelain doll would not have any hesitation, because she was more afraid of being abandoned. Therefore, Chang could not use this method to threaten the Liu family. He must protect the porcelain doll. Not only because of Chang's promise to the original owner, but also because Chang himself really felt sorry for this sensible and pitiful child. He would rather give up the 1 million to protect his little princess. After a while, Chang suddenly figured it out. Since the other party was determined to be shameless, he could only suffer a loss. It seemed that the 1 million would really be evaded by this shameless woman. Hi! It's really too high. Now I understand how big a hole your Liu family dug for me 7 years ago. Chang raised his thumb. Speaking of shamelessness, your Liu family is this. I surrender. Chang, you have no right to say bad things about the Liu family. If you were not greedy for money, you would not have ended up like this. So don't put on a victim's face, you don't deserve it. Lu Weinan sneered and said, a poor loser like you, with no education and no background, simple-minded and strong limbs, look in the mirror yourself. Do you deserve 1 million? You are not even qualified to have a fake marriage with me. You make me feel sick. Give me the child, and never show up in front of me again. Lu Weinan made a gesture, and the square-faced female bodyguard immediately stepped forward to the child from Chang's arms. Get out! Chang put one hand around the porcelain doll's waist and slapped the square-faced female bodyguard's hand away with the other hand. The square-faced female bodyguard nimbly dodged Chang's hand and grabbed it with his backhand. Chang's wrist with one hand, and the other hand insidiously tried to steal Chang's waist. But Chang changed his moves faster, withdrawing his hand and avoiding the opponent's backhand. At the same time, he turned his palm into a knife and swung it at the square-faced female bodyguard's sneak attack. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the square-faced female bodyguard did not panic at all. She calmly changed her moves and tried to lock Chang's pulsegate with both hands. However, Chang's palm knife suddenly accelerated, leaving a string of afterimages, and passed by the square-faced female bodyguard's arm. Ah! The square-faced female bodyguard cried out in pain, took 2 steps back, and stood in front of Lu Weinan. The arm that was hit by Chang's palm knife drooped limply, and the other hand barely blocked in front of her chest as a defensive gesture. The two fought for only a short breath, just a few seconds, but she already understood that she was no match for Chang at all. As long as Chang wanted, he could cripple her with one hand. Lu Weinan looked at Chang in surprise. She didn't expect Chang's martial arts to be so powerful. Her bodyguard was a retired female special forces soldier. Although she was not good at close combat, she could not get close to 3 or 2 strong men. Unexpectedly, Chang defeated her with just one hand while holding the child. But Chang himself was more surprised. He was confused because he did nothing at all. His body moved on its own. It was not until the fight that he realized what he had done. Go away, don't force me to kill you. Chang reacted immediately. While stroking the trembling back of the porcelain doll, he said to Lu Weinan, I don't want the 1 million. The child belongs to me. Don't bother us again in the future. Succsessfull is my child. Why do you take my child away? Lu Weinan suddenly exploded. No! Succsessfull is my child. Chang corrected without hesitation. Nonsense! She and you have no blood relationship at all. Even a judge has to respect the child's own choice. The little princess is already 6 years old. She has the right to choose who to live with. Your Liu family doesn't treat her as a human being at all. Lu Weinan, if you still have a little bit of humanity, you should not send the child back to the Liu family. That will completely ruin such a sensible and good child. Besides, it is impossible for you to take care of the child yourself, otherwise you would not have disappeared for 7 years. May I ask where you have been having fun in these 7 years? Have you ever thought about video chatting with the little princess? If you don't introduce yourself, neither of us will know you. Lu Weinan was speechless, and 2 lines of tears rolled down his cheeks. After a moment of silence, Lu Weinan said, I will give you the money. I never thought of defaulting on the debt. I just think that you, a greedy villain, don't deserve 1 million, nor do you deserve to have a fake marriage with me. It's not that I don't want to come back to see Succsessfull, but when I think of her, I will think of the mistakes I made back then. I can't face her. Maybe I shouldn't have insisted on giving birth to her. I may not be a good mother. Hearing this, Chang was a little stunned. He didn't expect Lu Weinan to have her own difficulties. However, What difficulties do you have, and what does it have to do with me and my little princess? The porcelain doll still didn't say a word, nor did it look back, but its little body trembled even more violently, and it hugged Chang even tighter. Chang hurriedly stroked the porcelain doll's back and whispered, "I don't want money. No matter how many millions, they are not as important as my little princess. Get out of here immediately and don't show up in front of us again." Lu Anan looked at the porcelain doll with red eyes. Her eyes were a little reluctant, a little guilty, and a little disgusted and struggling. She wanted to say something, but finally closed her mouth, put on sunglasses, and said, "See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You guys, be careful recently." "What's the point of being careful? Just don't come out and disgust people." Chang chuckled and chased him away with a cold face. The square-faced female bodyguard hung one arm, stared at Chang as if facing a great enemy, walked backwards all the way, then got into the car and left quickly. Chang hugged the porcelain doll and comforted it for a long time. He said all the good words and made countless promises, and finally let the porcelain doll loosen her clenched hands. The two people, one big and one small, faced each other, and the porcelain doll widened her eyes. "Will she really not come again?" Chang smiled and said, "No, I beat her away, you saw it too." "Don't you really want the 1 million? It's a lot of money. No amount of money is more important than you. Then how can you find a stepmother for me if you have no money? Then find someone who doesn't want my money and treats you well. How about that? What if there is no such stupid stepmother?" Are you cursing me? We won't be poor all our lives. It won't be long before we become rich. I swear. Then let's go home and eat noodles." A smile finally broke out on the tear-stained face of the porcelain doll. "Eat KFC if you want. Don't be afraid that I can't support you. Leave the money-making matter to the adults. In fact, I'm very good at making money." Chang also grinned and laughed, but his ferocious face made him laugh even more ferociously. However, he was not worried about scaring the porcelain doll, because in the eyes of the porcelain doll, he was an angel, regardless of his appearance. "Wang Wang, you were so nice. Then do you want to call me Daddy?" "No. I will call you Wang Wang. When you have your own children in the future, they will call you Daddy, but Wang Wang belongs to me alone." This little brat. Chang finally couldn't hold back his tears. Half an hour later, Chang and Lu Shiyu took a taxi to the workers' new village. With such an old-fashioned name, one can tell that it is an old community. In fact, all 6 apartment buildings in this community are close to the maximum design service life of 50 years. Because there is no property management, the whole community is dilapidated and dirty, garbage and dog feces can be seen everywhere, and there are even residents on the first floor who have illegally built chickens. Strange smells and noises are always floating in the air. From the moment Lu Shiyu got off the car, she looked around curiously. She didn't ask Chang to hold her, nor did she cover her nose and complain like Lu Anan. She just pulled the corner of Chang's clothes and followed quietly. In fact, Chang didn't intend to explain. He couldn't explain. Could he say that 3 years later in 2006, this place would be demolished together with the urban village next to the street? The original owner, Tai Hanhan, was a foreigner. He didn't know the city of Wuzhou, but Chang was a native of Wuzhou. He traveled through time in 2019 and was naturally very clear about the city's development history and time nodes. So when he had the opportunity to choose his own place to settle down, he thought of this place first. Chang didn't know what the city planned, but considering the advance amount of information, Chang decided to earn money to buy a house within 2 months and complete the settlement for the sake of insurance. Why 2 months? Because in 2 months, the porcelain doll will go to elementary school, and the original owner, Tai Hanhan, was a foreigner. He had to settle in Wuzhou as soon as possible to transfer the porcelain doll's household registration. Otherwise, continuing to hang in the Lu family would obviously cause trouble. It has never been easy to transfer household registration across provinces. Either take an exam or rely on relatives, or buy a house locally. Most people only have these 3 ways. Buying a house to settle down is the cleanest and fastest. According to the regulations of Wuzhou City, as long as you own a self-occupied residence with a construction area of more than 60 square meters, you can settle in Wuzhou. Now is the best time window, because in a few years, Wuzhou's household registration control will be tightened, and the qualifications for buying houses will be limited. Everything that Chang has now, the road was chosen by the original owner, and the shoes were also chosen by the original owner. Chang is just a buyer. But since he has traveled through time and the plate has been taken over, then as a realist, Chang doesn't want to complain about anything. He can only look forward and take the future path well. Choose the right shoes for the future. So Chang will never miss this opportunity to get rich through demolition. Chang casually found an agent in the village in the city, explained his requirements, and without bargaining, he signed a contract and settled down in half an hour. Workers' New Village, Building 3, Unit 2, Room 501. The room has 3 bedrooms and 1 corridor, 2 bedrooms face the sun, and the building area is 618 square meters, just above the line. The rent is 80 yuan, paid quarterly, and the deposit is 100 yuan. Water and electricity are provided by yourself. Lu Shiyu frowned and walked around the room. The floor was black, sticky, and smelly. The walls and ceiling were as black as the bottom of a pot. Not to mention simple furniture, there was not even a light bulb in the whole house. A rat even crawled out of the squat toilet in the bathroom. It stood there and looked at Lu Shiyu curiously. The air seemed to freeze. After a few seconds, Lu Shiyu burst into a deafening scream and ran out. Chang was so scared that he thought something had happened. He rushed over and saw a rat hurriedly crawling into the squat toilet. Well, the devil's voice is piercing my ears. I guess this rat won't dare to come again. The sound of the door opening came from the opposite door. A pretty woman holding a rolling pin stood at the door, looking around vigilantly and curiously. When she saw clearly that Chang's bald head was facing the vicious Chang, holding Lu Shiyu who looked like a porcelain doll, and the porcelain doll was still crying and trying to escape. The pretty woman's eyes became sharp in an instant, and she pounced on him fiercely like a mother wolf protecting her cubs. Asshole! Let go of that loli. 10 minutes later. Little loli, is that bald head Chang really your father? The pretty woman stared at Chang, who had a bump on his head, vigilantly, while protecting Lu Shiyu behind her, and asked in a low voice. Yes. Lu Shiyu said with a crying voice. But you two don't look alike at all. Little loli, don't be afraid, your sister will protect you, and that bald head Chang won't dare to bully you again. The pretty woman had a fierce expression on her face and waved the rolling pin in her hand. Chang could only say, well, as long as a person is good-looking, even the most ferocious expression will appear very cute and adorable, and will not have the necessary deterrent effect. Instead, it will stimulate a man's aggression. Lu Shiyu looked at the pretty woman with a fool's eyes, rolled her eyes, and said with a pout, Auntie, Wang Wang can beat 10 of you with one hand. He didn't fight back because my Wang Wang is kind. Also, which eye of yours saw that he is bald? My Wang Wang's hair is fine. I don't know about the future, but he's not bald now anyway. Pretty woman. Chang. What do you mean I don't know about the future? I won't be bald in the future. Chang said unhappily. Woof woof, even if you are bald I won't dislike you, moi. Lu Shiyu said, blowing a kiss to Chang, which immediately made the pretty lady laugh. Well, now that she saw the two bickering and interacting with each other with her own eyes, the pretty lady was really sure that Chang was not a human trafficker, and apologized to Chang a little embarrassedly. Chang also accepted the other party's apology with a smile. He was so happy that someone loved Lu Shiyu, how could he be angry? Besides, the other party was so beautiful, and beautiful women always had privileges. As for Lu Shiyu, Chang rolled his eyes. It's up to you. He wouldn't be angry with a little brat. Women have no resistance to beautiful and cute things. After a short while, the pretty woman surrounded Lu Shiyu, her eyes full of stars, just like a little fangirl. Little loli, why were you crying just now? The pretty lady asked worriedly. You were scared by a mouse. You don't know how big that mouse is. Lu Shiyu's emotions suddenly became excited, and her two chubby little hands gestured frantically towards the boundaries on both sides, trying to describe how unimaginably huge the mouse was. It turned out to be a mouse. The pretty lady was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and said, What about your mother? Lu Shiyu calmed down instantly and said lightly, Auntie, I don't think you are the kind of vulgar woman who loves gossip, so I will make an exception to answer this question for you this time. They are divorced. The pretty woman suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This way of praising people really didn't make people happy. Well, after all, she was not the kind of vulgar woman who loved gossip, but this made her suddenly feel that she had understood everything. The little was so beautiful and cute, obviously inherited from her mother, so her mother was a great beauty. Then the beautiful mother despised the poor and loved the rich, despised the ugly and loved the handsome, and cruelly cheated on her husband, even abandoning her daughter, and ran away with the adulterer, so the poor father took his daughter to survive hard. Anyway, the little was so cute, it wasn't a disadvantage if it wasn't her own child, right? Instantly imagining a lot of plots, the pretty woman looked at Chang with gentle sympathy. Such a cute little, she was willing to abandon it. The beautiful mother must be a bad person. Since the beautiful mother is a bad person, the ugly father must be a good person. Well, it was decided happily. If Chang knew what the pretty woman imagined, he would probably strangle this woman to death. I understand. Brother, it's not easy for you. But, look at it in a positive way, everything will be fine, and I will help you. The pretty woman said seriously. You know nothing. Chang muttered in his heart, thinking that your words made people uncomfortable. And what was that look you gave me? I'm actually just a scapegoat. It's over. Chang was dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that outsiders thought he was a poor scapegoat, but in fact, he was really a poor scapegoat. It's just that he traveled through time and took over the original owner's stupid plate, but can he explain it to others? The more he explained, the worse it got. Chang burst into tears. No need to say, I understand. I understand everything. We are all the same, wanderers in this world. Okay, now that things are clear, I feel relieved. The pretty woman stood on tiptoe and patted Chang's shoulder with emotion. Feeling the firm and tight muscles in her palms, the pretty woman pinched them subconsciously a few times, then her face suddenly turned red, her breathing became a little rapid, and she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Chang's face darkened. Things have been cleared? What the hell have you figured out? Why are you still blushing? Chang looked confused and said he didn't understand. To express my apology, I will treat you to lunch at noon. Little lowly, what do you want to eat? How about Pizza Hut? The pretty woman gently pinched Lu Shiyu's chubby face. It can be seen that she likes Lu Shiyu very much. Okay. Lu Shiyu had just pushed the pretty woman's hand away with a look of disgust, but when she heard that she was going to treat her to Pizza Hut, she immediately grabbed her palm and smacked it, pressed it on her face, and rubbed it twice with a flattering look. Oh, what a cute little sister loves you so much. The pretty woman's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, and she wanted to rub the little directly into her body. Chang's mouth twitched. This quirky little guy is acting cute now, but I wonder if he will ignore people after he is full? Suddenly, he wanted to see the sequel. But Chang would not agree to eat at Pizza Hut because it was too expensive. It was 2003, and if I remembered correctly, there were only 2 Pizza Huts in Wuzhou, which were more expensive than KFC. How could you ask a neighbor to treat you to such an expensive meal when you first met him? Moreover, how to return the favor? So the 3 of them were at the pretty woman's home. It was only at this time that Chang knew her name was Xiao Meiyu. It's true that Xiao Meiyu's cooking skills are amazing. Chang and Lu Shiyu almost ate their tongues. After eating, Xiao Meiyu took the little hand and suddenly said, Mister, I want to be Shurshu's godmother. Do you think it's okay? Chang could see that Xiao Meiyu liked Lu Shiyu from the bottom of her heart, so he said, I respect Shurshu's own opinion. If she has no problem, then I have no problem. But Lu Shiyu was very alert. Auntie, you don't want to be my stepmother, do you? Xiao Meiyu seemed to have thought of something. Her expression was a little sad, and she whispered, Auntie will never marry again in this life. The atmosphere suddenly became a little sad. Lu Shiyu stood up, held Xiao Meiyu's face, and called her godmother crisply. Xiao Meiyu immediately smiled, and tears flowed out without knowing when. Chang watched silently, and could see that this beautiful woman was a person with a story, but he did not ask further questions. Everyone has the right to keep their own little secrets. Because many times, that little secret represents a scar. There is no reason to let others open their own scars. Chang himself did not want to do that, but Xiao Meiyu still briefly explained her situation. Her hometown is Yongchang. Her ancestors were all fishermen. She married to Wuzhou at the age of 20. She divorced the year before last. She was embarrassed to go back to her hometown, so she set up a breakfast stall next to the bus station in the urban village, doing some small business to support herself. This made Chang very embarrassed. Anyone who knows about the breakfast business knows that getting up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning is considered late. When you are a little older, you really work hard every day. So Xiao Meiyu earns money to make a living. Her house is also rented, and her life is not easy. Chang thought about it and said that he would go to help Xiao Meiyu every morning in the future. He doesn't know how to make breakfast, but he still has a lot of strength. Besides, he was full of energy anyway. After a busy morning, he could still look for opportunities to make money, so it wouldn't have much impact. Xiao Meiyu was overjoyed and immediately got up to clean up a room facing the sun. The house Chang had just rented hadn't been occupied for more than half a year, so it had to be thoroughly cleaned and couldn't be moved in the short term. So that meant that in the short term, Chang would have to live together with a beautiful woman. Chang's eyes widened. Meiyu's graceful back, especially when the beautiful woman was kneeling on the bed to tidy up the mattress, that curve, that fullness, was simply amazing. Chang swallowed subconsciously, and hurriedly looked at Lu Shiyu who was busy following Xiao Meiyu. He felt that the porcelain doll didn't notice his eyes, and Chang was relieved. The pants are so tight. Chang used the excuse of buying building materials and furniture and ran away. What Chang didn't know was that women are actually very sensitive to the attention of the opposite SIs, but they usually don't show it on the spot. So when Xiao Meiyu noticed Chang had left from the corner of her eye, she also breathed a sigh of relief, and her mind unconsciously thought of Chang's solid and tight muscles again, and then she felt her legs a little weak. Chang found a motorcycle taxi in the village in the city and paid the driver a little more money. He didn't even need a delivery tricycle. He bought a flat shovel, a roller, latex paint, etc. from the building materials market, plus a second-hand toilet and a second-hand liquefied gas stove, and took them home directly. After putting the things in the room, Chang saw that there was no movement from the opposite door, so he quietly went out to find a public phone and made a few calls according to his memory. It was an empty number. Chang felt a little melancholy and a little fortunate. In the future, he should be 2 years old now. There is a telephone at home and in the village of his hometown, but it seems that with the time travel, the existence of him and his family has been erased. I am afraid that he can only live as a fool in the future. So be it. In fact, it is not bad. After all, he is only 26 years old now, and he has 16 more years of prophecy. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he got home. Chang didn't rest. He connected the water pipe and started working directly. There were tiles on the floor. He sprinkled detergent and washed the floor 3 times in half an hour. It was considered clean. Then Chang used sandpaper to polish the wall. This was the most time-consuming job, but martial artists were not short of strength and patience. Chang worked for 2 hours and finished it. Of course, he was not a professional after all, so his work was rough, but it didn't matter. Chang felt a sense of accomplishment. Even if there were some flaws, he couldn't see them, and he didn't plan to live here forever. While leaning against the window to rest and breathe, Chang accidentally saw a person standing under the tree downstairs. The two looked at each other through the gaps in the leaves. The person lowered his head and turned to walk out. Chang's heart tightened immediately, and he turned over and jumped from the 5th floor. As soon as he turned over from the window, his feet were empty. Chang immediately reacted. This is the 5th floor. Feeling that his body was in a ruthless free fall, Chang's hair stood on end and his mind went blank. At the critical moment, the body bypassed Chang again and reacted automatically. In the rapid fall, the toes lightly touched the sunny corner outside the balcony on the 3rd floor, and the long legs bent like a compressed spring. At the same time, Chang felt his waist and abdomen exert force, and his whole body turned in the air, rotating 90 degrees clockwise in mid-air, facing the balcony. The potential energy of the rapid fall was quickly buffered. The man with glasses who was smoking secretly on the balcony on the 3rd floor without his wife's knowledge came face to face with Chang without any preparation. Both of them were confused and their minds were blank. Then, in the next second, Chang felt his waist and abdomen exert force again, rotating 90 degrees counterclockwise, and at the same time, his long legs exerted force, and his slightly squatting figure suddenly opened like a spring. Suddenly, he flew out like a big bird and pounced on the tracking man from the air. The wind in the air filled his nostrils, making him feel a little suffocated, and the ground of the community under his feet was an unprecedented bird's-eye view. Chang was both terrified and excited, but he didn't dare to have any extra thoughts, for fear that he would fall to his death if he was not careful. The tracking man had a keen 6th sense, and seemed to feel the danger approaching. He turned his head subconsciously and immediately saw Chang whistling from the air. His calm expression just now was immediately shocked, and he didn't care to hide it anymore. He exerted force on his feet and ran away madly, and escaped from Chang's attack range in an instant. Chang had nowhere to borrow force in the air. After landing, he squatted down easily and handsomely, and his long legs bent like a spring, quickly buffering the potential energy of falling again. Chang couldn't help but swear. Even though his feet were firmly on the ground, he was still a little frightened when he thought about how he had just jumped from the 5th floor. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. Then Chang suddenly realized that the control of his body had been switched to his hands again. This was the second time that his body had automatically passed Chang and performed some shocking actions. The first time was when he easily defeated Lu Weinan's female bodyguard with one hand, and the second time is now, and that's on the 5th floor. Chang looked down at his long legs, and then casually flexed and stretched his 10 fingers, flexible and free, bending and stretching as he pleased, feeling like a dream, but extremely excited. Was that mysterious state just now the benefit of time travel? Chang looked up again, and the stalker had already run 30 meters away, to the gate of the community, and then looked back, seeing Chang still standing there. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the scene of Chang turning over and jumping down from the 5th floor and flying towards him in midair really scared him. He had never seen such a murderer in his life. The two just stared at each other from a distance, and no one moved. At this time, the bespectacled man smoking on the balcony on the third floor finally came back to his senses from his daze and shouted, "It!" Soon, the wife, who had just woken up from a nap and was wearing pajamas, heard the news and came over. Seeing the man with glasses holding a cigarette in his hand, her eyebrows immediately stood up. Without saying a word, she rushed over, twisted the man's ear, and skillfully rotated it 90 degrees on the spot. The man with glasses begged for mercy. "Wife, spare me, I just saw someone jumping down from the upstairs." The woman in pajamas glanced downstairs and sneered, "Is it the person standing in the yard?" The man with glasses endured the severe pain, nodded slightly, and said pitifully, "Yes." The woman in pajamas didn't waste any words and continued to rotate her hand 90 degrees. The man with glasses immediately cried, "Wife, I really saw him jumping down from the upstairs, and I even made a look at him." The pajamas girl sneered and shouted fiercely downstairs, "Big brother downstairs, come up and have a cup of tea." Chang's heart moved, and he deliberately turned his head to look at the pajamas girl and smiled. Okay. The strong body, ferocious face, and a bright smile exuded a very unique infectious power of male hormones. The pajamas girl blushed immediately, and subconsciously clamped her arms, and pulled the glasses man's ears over. The poor glasses man howled again. He didn't dare to hide, he didn't dare to kneel, and he didn't dare to resist. He seemed to feel the whole world full of malice in an instant. Pajamas the woman let go of her hand with some guilt, but when she looked at the hunk downstairs who looked like a walking hormone, and then looked at her own skinny man with glasses, the more she looked, the more she felt wretched, and suddenly she felt annoyed that she hated him for not being able to make it. "Can't you be more manly?" The woman in pajamas cursed in a low voice. "Don't you know whether I am a man or not?" The man with glasses wiped his tears and said aggrievely. He was slapped in the face immediately. "What kind of man is 30 seconds? Get out!" Chang turned his head and found that the stalker who was standing at the gate of the community and staring at him just now took the opportunity to run away. Chang was not only not panicked, but grinned. Just now, he deliberately turned his head to talk to the woman in pajamas in order to give the stalker a chance. Because if he chased him forcefully, the other party would be very vigilant, and there were many people on the street, so it was better to let him go first and then follow him secretly. While no one was paying attention, Chang rushed towards the wall. While his mind was empty, he controlled his emotions to keep stable, and consciously thought about that mysterious state. In an instant, Chang felt that the control of his body was automatically switched, and the master was online. With a leap, he easily climbed over the more than 2-meter-high wall and walked out of the alley. His eyes swept the streets on both sides like a hawk. A few seconds later, Chang's eyes locked on the target from the rolling crowd. Chang once again observed everything from the perspective of a bystander, but from a first-person perspective. It felt amazing. Chang had no idea how he could accurately find the stalker among hundreds of strangers, because when his eyes locked on the target, the stalker in his field of vision actually only showed the back of his head. It was simply amazing. Shocking. Excited. The key point was that this was the first time that Chang took the initiative to give up control of his body and entered this mysterious state. If he can master this seamless switching method, the Liu family and other villains will not be able to threaten him no matter how powerful they are, and his ability to survive in this world will have a qualitative leap. Because the other self is really extremely powerful. Reborn, predicting the future 16 years. Of course it's not enough. Chang also wants a strong force. Because only children make choices, adults choose to have everything. Chang tried to restrain his excitement and kept telling himself, "Calm down. Calm down. You are a stone without any emotion." Then Chang opened his eyes wide with excitement and watched himself moving quickly through the crowd from the first-person perspective. Although after locking onto the back of the stalker's head, I immediately retracted my sight, bent my waist and lowered my head slightly, and blended into the crowd with my tall figure, and I could no longer see the stalker's figure in my eyes, but Chang had a feeling that I was always firmly locking onto the other party in some way that he could not understand. In fact, just after Chang retracted his sight, the next second, the stalker, who was about 20 meters away, turned his head and glanced at the crowd behind him. He did not find anything unusual, so he continued to lower his head and blend into the crowd, but he quickened his pace. Outside of Chang's field of vision, the stalker turned into the village in the city and suddenly started running wildly. So Chang found that I suddenly sped up, turned into an alley in the village in the city, and then started running wildly. Chang immediately realized that the stalker must have a very sharp intuition, and ran away immediately when he felt something was wrong. Because when Chang jumped down from the 5th floor and flew over from the air, the stalker had his back to him, but suddenly turned his head and looked directly into the air. Chang remembered very clearly that he looked at the smoking man with glasses on the 3rd floor at that time, but the man with glasses was stunned and didn't make any sound at all, and there was no special movement around. So if we go back, it means that the stalker has an extremely sharp intuition. It is said that many veterans on the battlefield have similar intuitions about danger. Chang was just a bystander anyway, and he didn't need to control his body, so he had the leisure to compare and review the details he saw one by one, trying to find the secret of himself having such a strong force value. So Chang immediately discovered that although he was running wildly, he could hardly hear his footsteps when running, and he seemed to be running on tiptoe. A few minutes later, a scissor intersection appeared in front of him, and the two alleys merged into one. Chang suddenly felt that he had held his breath, his steps became lighter, and there seemed to be some subtle changes in his whole being. He suddenly felt as if he was isolated from the whole world. There was no way to describe the subtle changes, but Chang realized that something big was going to happen. Sure enough, there were hurried footsteps coming from the front, and the stalker ran from another alley next door. And he didn't even turn his head to look at this alley. Chang immediately forced himself to calm down, fearing that his emotional fluctuations would ruin his tracking results. Chang's heart was really in turmoil. He guessed correctly, he really had a method he didn't know about, locking and tracking from a distance. And the key is, Chang analyzed that this stalker was a guy with an extremely sharp intuition about danger, but this time he didn't seem to have any feelings, and didn't even waste time looking at the alley next door. Obviously, the other party thought it was unnecessary. So, Chang immediately realized that he actually had the ability to hide his breath. In other words, when Chang felt that he seemed to be isolated from the whole world just now, it was his way of hiding his breath. "I'm so awesome." If he wasn't worried about failing, Chang would have wanted to yell a few times immediately to vent his excitement. Then Chang saw that he suddenly quickened his pace, falling behind by one level just right, and sticking to the back of the man who was following him. Until this moment, the man who was following him in front of him had not noticed anything at all, and was still running ahead. Chang saw he stretched out a hand, and grabbed the neck of the man who was following him like lightning, and gently pinched his carotid artery with his fingers. In an instant, a kind of fluctuation that Chang could not see or understand with his naked eyes, but could feel, suddenly came out from his fingers and sank into the neck of the man who was following him. The next second, the man who was following him didn't even groan, and his whole body instantly collapsed, and he was held in his hand like a chicken. Chang almost couldn't help but want to yell again, but he immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly restrained himself, but it was still a little too late. His emotions fluctuated violently in an instant, and the control of his body instantly switched back to Chang's hands. At the same time, Chang immediately felt the weight in his hand. He could lift the heavy object with ease just now, but now he couldn't lift it at all. He threw the stalker to the ground, and he also fell headfirst onto the stalker. Chang was speechless. Why was this body a top master in the hands of another self, but a weakling in his hands? It was too hurtful to his self-esteem. Chang immediately raised his head and the mind was empty, the body was relaxed. In an instant, the mode was switched, and the master came online. Chang saw himself holding the stalker in one hand, running into the depths of the alley, throwing the stalker on the ground like throwing away garbage, quickly checking the surrounding environment, and then poking the stalker with his fingers somewhere on his body. The stalker groaned and woke up. Before he opened his eyes, he raised his hand and punched Chang in the face. Chang was shocked, but his body had reacted faster. He held the stalker's chin with one hand and accurately grasped the stalker's right wrist with the other hand, shaking it lightly. The kind of fluctuation that Chang couldn't see with his naked eyes suddenly came out from his fingers. The stalker's entire right arm was like noodles, hanging down limply, and the whole person was shaking wildly as if he had been electrocuted. But because his chin was forcibly held by Chang, he could only make a muffled groan from his nostrils, which made Chang feel very painful. However, Chang, in master mode, was as cold as a machine and was not moved at all. This time, the stalker did not dare to resist. He had fully realized that he was a chicken on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. There was no possibility of escape at all. Moreover, Chang broke one of his arms with one move, and the degree of cruelty was beyond his imagination. Who said that this man was honest and simple? This man was simply a human-shaped beast. Now his hope of survival only existed in theory. The stalker trembled with pain, and tried to endure the pain, and said tentatively, "I will tell you everything, just give me a quick death." Chang felt that himself was nodding silently, and suddenly felt a chill on his spine. After happily reporting 2 addresses, the stalker said with pain, "The first address is where I received the mission, and the second address is where I am now. I don't know who the sponsor is. The mission that Lao Mao gave me is to monitor your every move with that little girl, but if that little girl is alone, take that little girl away. Lao Mao is the intermediary, I took the mission from him." Crack! Chang, who was in master mode, didn't give the other party a chance to continue speaking. He twisted the stalker's neck bone expressionlessly, and the man died without even a groan. Someone's dead. Chang was terrified and could no longer control his emotions. He began to fluctuate violently. The master mode was instantly offline, and the control of his body was forcibly returned to Chang's hands by some force. Ugh! Chang leaned against the wall and retched for a while. He didn't dare to look at the stalker. He was both afraid and relieved. Chang really didn't expect that the other self would be so cruel, and he killed people without blinking an eye. The key is that the other self hidden in this body is very likely the original owner's Tai Hanhen. Recalling the simple and kind Tai Hanhen in his memory, the silly Wang Wang in the mouth of the porcelain doll, Chang felt a chill on his spine and his hair stood on end. Is this a wolf in sheep's clothing? And Chang had another guess in his heart, perhaps this cruel and humanoid beast is the real Tai Hanhen? In fact, according to normal logic, even if a person has multiple personalities, each personality has different professional knowledge, but the body is the common carrier of all personalities, so the basic ability of this body is certain, and it only reflects the different ways of doing things of different personalities. However, Chang's situation was completely different. In the same body, when he controlled another one, he was a top master. He defeated Luanen's female bodyguard with one hand, jumped from the 5th floor without any injury, and lifted an adult with one hand as easily as lifting a chicken. But when it switched to Chang, he was completely a rookie. He needed 2 hands to lift the stalker, and it was not easy at all. It was very strenuous. This situation was very strange and completely beyond Chang's understanding. Fortunately, it was fortunate that the priority of controlling this body was always firmly in Chang's hands. It was as if there was a mysterious force helping him. Even though the original owner of the humanoid beast had powerful power, as long as Chang wanted, he could not get control of the body and was suppressed. Chang couldn't imagine how such a humanoid beast could run to the Lu family in Wuzhou and become an inconspicuous private bodyguard? And he was bullied for so many years without fighting back. Unbelievable. There must be some reason he doesn't know about, and this will have to be verified slowly in the future. Wait, is it because the original owner's humanoid beast was suppressed by this mysterious power, so it behaves so innocent, kind and easy to bully? So, what is the meaning of my traveling through time and space? Could it be to suppress the humanoid beast? Chang covered his head, feeling even worse. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have guessed the truth of the time travel incident. But who made him travel through time and space? Chang's mind was even more confused. He couldn't even figure out whose body this body belonged to now. It definitely couldn't be Chang's, because it was obvious that Chang didn't have the most core memory of this body and the truly terrifying power. Or the fusion was not thorough. Chang secretly made up his mind that he would never let the humanoid beast go online again unless it was absolutely necessary. Because this is a humanoid beast, not an iron fool. Of course, if there is a chance, the humanoid beast must be completely fused, otherwise the risk of losing control will always exist. After all, Chang's current advantage is unknown for how long it can last, 1 year or 10 years? Or 30 years? No one knows. At this time, a voice came from a distance, and someone was approaching. Chang didn't dare to delay any longer, so he got up and ran. In fact, it is the best way to let the humanoid beast deal with the mess. Since this guy is so skilled in killing people, he must have experience in dealing with corpses. However, Chang is afraid that the humanoid beast will kill the passers-by to silence them. What should he do? If he does not stop it, Chang will not bear it. The passers-by are innocent. If he stops it, it will be equivalent to exposing himself to the passers-by. Who can guarantee that the passers-by will not call the police? So he should leave quickly. Anyway, it is 2003 now. There are almost no surveillance cameras in the streets and alleys. If there are, they are of extremely low-definition mosaic quality. As long as you pay a little attention, you will not be able to find Chang. Chang walked on the road as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, he felt that he was very careless. He vomited when he saw the dead body just now, but soon he could think and analyze calmly. He did not have any symptoms of discomfort at all. Chang even wondered if he was affected by the humanoid beast now. This thought was doomed to get no answer. Chang was very sensible and did not let himself fall into meaningless entanglement. He took a taxi and quickly arrived at the Dafa supermarket near the train station, but he did not see the corresponding information on the lost and found blackboard. Obviously there was no task today. Chang was very disappointed. The news of that guy's death would definitely be announced tomorrow at the latest. If there was no task today, there would be no task in the future. Getting the task was secondary. The key was that there was no chance to catch the online. Without stopping, Chang went to disguise the place to stay. This time there were no setbacks. Chang found the key and entered the room smoothly. But it was obvious that with the vision and knowledge of an 18-year-old boy like Chang, it was impossible for him to find any valuable clues. He also had no knowledge structure and experience accumulation in this area. Unless he let the humanoid beast in his subconscious go online again. After searching for a while, he really didn't find any clues. Chang punched the wall in anger. Then his fist hurt so much. Fight. Chang gritted his teeth, forced himself to empty his mind, relax his body, and imagine that mysterious state again. In an instant, he switched modes and the master came online. As soon as the beast came online, Chang immediately felt that he had changed. He first found plastic gloves and put them on. Then, with a very professional method, he searched the bottom of the bed, drawers, kitchen ceiling, toilet tank, and other places. Finally, he dug out a transparent sealed plastic bag in the flour bag. In the bag was a pistol, a magazine, a passport, a roll of small US dollars, and a small key. When Chang saw the pistol and passport, he was stunned. What's going on? Is he so powerful? Such a person is tailing me? Boss, what virtue do I have? Chang felt that the person who came to follow him must not know that he was a murderer in the world, otherwise he would not come to deliver food. But it does not mean that the person who issued the task does not know. The insider recruited an irrelevant and uninformed person to test whether this human-shaped beast has awakened. This is what a person with means should do. Chang thought about it and thought of this. But Chang had no way to confirm it, so he could only wait and see. Frustrated, the humanoid beast wiped out the traces of its entry, and then Chang regained control of his body, and poured the pistol, passport and other things into an opaque black garbage bag. At this moment, a memory card fell out of the passport. Chang was immediately cheered up. He didn't dare to use the computer of the tracking man, for fear of leaving a boot record. He decided to go to the electronics city to buy a card reader, and then wait until the evening to find a black internet cafe to check. The clue might be in this memory card. He returned to the workers' new village with mixed feelings. As soon as he went up to the 4th floor, Chang heard a man's greasy and obscene laughter faintly from above. I don't believe you haven't done it for more than 2 years. Don't you want to? We are husband and wife for a day and 100 days of grace. Xiaoyer, you might as well do it to me instead of other men, right? From what he heard, the one making a scene upstairs was Xiao Meiyu's ex-husband? Chang was walking upstairs when he stopped. He was not in a hurry to go upstairs, so he stood on the 4th floor and listened quietly. The two people upstairs kept their voices very low, and it was obvious that neither of them wanted to make a big deal out of it. This was a bit intriguing. However, Chang had good hearing, and he heard every word of the conversation between the two. The two of them struggled for a while, and the ex-husband said some dirty words. After a few minutes, Xiao Meiyu finally got angry and raised her voice and shouted, Fang Youfu, are you going to get out or not? If not, don't blame me for being rude. The ex-husband Fang Youfu said with a grin, Oh, are you angry already? Xiaoyer, you are still so hot-tempered. This is not good. Women are harmful to their health when they are angry. Put down the kitchen knife. Xiao Meiyu shouted angrily, Are you going to get out or not? Fang Youfu's voice also got louder. Don't think that you can look down on others just because Niu Laosan is protecting you, Xiao Meiyu. I'm not afraid to tell you that Niu Laosan is in big trouble. He will definitely not get out this time. It will take at least 10 years. Xiao Meiyu seemed to be silent. Was she stunned? Or was she scared? Instead, Fang Youfu's voice sounded a little complacent. Xiaoyer, as long as you agree to follow me, I, old Fang, can still protect this land. Fang Youfu laughed. Take your dirty hands away. Xiao Meiyu shouted. Put down the kitchen knife first. Fang Youfu shouted, and then there were footsteps hurriedly retreating from the room to the corridor. Then, the door creaked, and then popped, as if Xiao Meiyu wanted to close the door, but was blocked by Fang Youfu, and the door did not close. Chang did not say a word, kept his composure, and continued to listen from the 4th floor. Fang Youfu also got angry and cursed, Xiao Meiyu, you stinky, you would rather give others a bargain than me. Does that rude man Niu Laosan know how to be gentle with women? It's not like I haven't slept with you before. Why are you pretending to be pure? You are a divorced woman, not a virgin. Xiao Meiyu immediately retorted in a louder voice, I never have affairs with men and women casually. A scum like you, go back to where you came from. If you dare to harass me again, I will die with you. Fang Youfu sneered, everyone can brag? I don't believe that you haven't had with Niu Laosan. Xiao Meiyu. You screamed angrily. I, Xiao Meiyu, swear that if I had with Niu Lao-san, I would be hit by a car when I go out, and I would be electrocuted when I turn on the lights. Fang Youfu, do you dare to swear that you cheated on me during your marriage? After hearing Xiao Meiyu's oath, Chang's frown finally relaxed. He had heard what he wanted to hear and could help Xiao Meiyu to get rid of the flies. Fang Youfu didn't care at all that Xiao Meiyu was almost angry to death, and said with a smile, I, Fang, swear that if I cheated on you during your marriage, I would die a miserable death. Ha, isn't it just a swear? Who still believes in this these days? At this time, Lu Shiyu's voice suddenly rang out, Godmother, call my dad to beat up this bad guy. Chang just ran around the corner of the rest platform and saw Fang Youfu looking at Lu Shiyu with shining eyes. Such a pretty girl. Fang Youfu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Xiao Meiyu, how dare you hide your daughter from me, my dear girl, come home with your daddy. Get lost. Xiao Meiyu was so angry that this scumbag didn't even let go of a 6-year-old girl. He deserved to die. Fang Youfu pointed at his neck and laughed, come on, chop here, do you dare? Killing someone means paying with your life. Before he could say a word, Fang Youfu felt his neck tighten, as if a big iron clamp had clamped his neck, making him almost unable to breathe. Turning his head with difficulty, Fang Youfu saw a tall and strong man with a ferocious face, grinning at him. Fang Youfu was immediately startled, and he desperately twisted Chang's fingers with both hands. Dad! Beat the bad guy! Beat the bad guy's face into a pig's head! Lu Shiyu was just scared by the scumbag, and now seeing Chang coming, she shouted with joy. Xiao Meiyu also relaxed, and her hand loosened, causing the kitchen knife to fall to the ground with a clang. Since the little princess wanted to be slapped, Chang didn't say anything. He pinched Fang Youfu's neck with one hand and swung his other hand to hit him. Chang in this life was a real warrior, a big man of nearly 19 meters, with 2 hands as big as palm leaf fans. Even if he didn't have the ferocity and cruelty of a humanoid beast, he could easily deal with Fang Youfu with his strength alone. Fang Youfu's neck was pinched, and his face turned red. He desperately pried Chang's fingers with one hand, and tried his best to block Chang from hitting him in the face with the other hand. Are you kidding me? Such a big hand, and he swung it in a circle to hit him. This is going to. Was he hit, and didn't he get a concussion? Fang Youfu was a strong man, otherwise a woman like Xiao Meiyu who worked hard all year round would not be able to beat him. But in Chang's hands, even if the humanoid beast was not online, Chang was enough to deal with him. The slap in the face was blocked, and Chang still swung his arm for the second time, but changed his tactics halfway, from slapping to punching the stomach, and punched Fang Youfu's stomach accurately, instantly destroying Fang Youfu's fighting power. Ouch! Fang Youfu's face suddenly turned purple, and he wanted to vomit desperately, and his whole body was a little weak. This time Chang swung his arm again, and finally without any hindrance, facing Fang Youfu's desperate eyes, he slapped Fang Youfu's left face firmly. Pa! Fang Youfu's left face suddenly bulged up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pa! The second slap came again. Then the third slap. Fang Youfu's head was buzzing, and he felt dizzy. He collapsed to the ground, without any strength left. Chang pointed at Fang Youfu and said to Xiao Meiyu calmly, go get a basin of water. Xiao Meiyu was stunned, and ran to the bathroom and got a large basin of water. Without Chang's instruction, she poured the whole basin of water on Fang Youfu's face. Fang Youfu suddenly woke up, and then felt a numb pain on his left face. Chang said lightly, Xiao Meiyu, do you know where he lives? Xiao Meiyu nodded and gave an address. Chang patted Fang Youfu's bulging face and said, starting from tonight, I will go back to your house every night to sit and chat. Don't worry, I won't do anything but talk to you about life and ideals. If you are not at home, I will go to your company during the day and go to your house at night to talk to your wife and children. Fang Youfu looked at Chang's grim smile and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. He stammered and swore, brother, I swear, I will never harass Xiaoyuer again. Xiao Meiyu's mind suddenly relaxed and she leaned against the wall, feeling a little limp. However, Chang didn't care. What oath? Who still believes this these days? Fang Youfu's face turned green. Wasn't this what he said to Xiao Meiyu just now? Xiao Meiyu, of course, also heard it, and immediately couldn't help but puff and laughed out loud. It felt so good to have Chang around. She never thought she could still laugh. Fang Youfu was best at bullying women like Xiao Meiyu, but he never thinks there is anything wrong with it. In the food chain of nature, isn't it all about bullying the weak and fearing the strong? It's good enough for a weasel to steal chickens, why should it be so strong to fight against tigers and wolves? So when Chang pinched his neck, Fang Youfu didn't dare to get angry at all, and said with a smile, brother, I was wrong, I apologize to you, I really won't dare to do it in the future. Hey! Brother, what are you going to do? Brother! As he spoke, Fang Youfu's voice changed, and he began to be extremely frightened. because Chang suddenly began to tear his clothes. Xiao Meiyu spat lightly and quickly covered Lu Shiyu's eyes. Lu Shiyu twisted her body a few times, trying to struggle out of Xiao Meiyu's hands. She was so curious, just listening to the bad guy screaming hoarsely. She seemed to know how her Wangwang helped her vent her anger. Unfortunately, Xiao Meiyu didn't let her see. After struggling for a while, Xiao Meiyu's hands firmly covered her eyes. Lu Shiyu still couldn't see, so she turned around and ran away angrily, going back to her bed to talk to her beloved Snow White doll. In the corridor, even though Fang Youfu fought back desperately, he was finally stripped naked by Chang, leaving only a pair of on his body. Fang Youfu could only curl up in the corner of the corridor, covering his shameful parts with his hands in shame, staring at Chang in horror, fearing that he would suddenly have some strange ideas and continue to do something further. Fortunately, Chang didn't seem to be interested in him. He tore his clothes, admired him leisurely for a while, and then suffocated Fang Youfu's face with his big feet. Fang Youfu didn't even dare to hide, and looked at Chang tremblingly. Xiao Meiyu suddenly felt very relieved, and she put her hands on her waist, wishing she could rush up and kick her ex-husband in the face. Chang chuckled and said, "Go away. It's finally over." Fang Youfu got up and ran as soon as he heard that he could walk. However, just after he took 2 steps, his hair was grabbed from behind and he was forcibly pulled back from the forward position to the backward position. Fang Youfu hissed and gasped, almost thinking that his hair was going to be pulled bald by Chang. "Go away," Chang said again with a smile. "Brother, can I go away now?" Fang Youfu had a shoe print on his face. He looked at Chang with tears in his eyes. He looked so pitiful. There was no trace of the majesty he had when he bullied Xiao Meiyu and Lu Shiyu just now. "Well, get out," Chang still said with a smile. Fang Youfu was a little frightened and didn't dare to leave, for fear that Chang would grab his hair again and pull him back. His scalp hurts. Suddenly thinking of something, Fang Youfu understood what Chang meant, and tentatively rolled sideways in the corridor. Sure enough, Chang watched with a smile and didn't step forward to stop him. Now Fang Youfu finally understood that Chang really wanted him to get out. Fang Youfu gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and rolled down the stairs. Gulp, plop, hiss hiss hiss, oh my god. The door on the 4th floor was opened a crack, and several heads stuck out from top, middle and bottom, and exclamations came one after another. Soon the exclamations spread to the 1st and 2nd floors and the community. Even people who knew Fang Youfu before didn't recognize that this fruit man with shoe prints on his face and rolling on the ground was Fang Youfu. They never thought of it. Xiao Meiyu and Chang stood side by side on the balcony, watching Fang Youfu rolling more than 10 times in the community before stopping. Chang said with emotion, "Xiao your ex-husband is really self-disciplined. This is the first time I see someone who was so cruel to himself. You said I didn't supervise him, but he really rolled all the way out. How can such a person not accomplish great things?" Xiao Meiyu pinched Chang's waist with a smile and spat in a low voice. "Do you think I can't see that he couldn't stop rolling? Is he dizzy?" However, Xiao Meiyu immediately realized that her subconscious action was a bit out of line. Today is only the first day they have known each other. And Xiao Meiyu herself felt that the tone of her words just now was too intimate. She shouldn't be so intimate with someone she has only known for a few hours. It seems that she is too unreserved. Xiao Meiyu lowered her head, blushed, and carefully retracted her hand. However, Chang did not notice this detail, and smiled. "In recent days, I have been going to his house every night to sit. Don't worry, I won't send myself to jail. I just went to help him deepen his memory of today. I guess he won't dare to bother you again for the rest of his life, and he will avoid you when he sees you in the future." Xiao Meiyu was stunned, her eyes suddenly became moist, and she whispered, "Thank you. But it's still not necessary. He probably won't dare to come again, and his family is also innocent." Chang waved his hand and said with a smile, "Why are you being polite? You are the godmother of my little princess. By the way, I will trouble you tonight. I will try to come back early." Xiao Meiyu opened her mouth and wanted to say something. She felt that Fang Youfu was a bad guy, but his wife and children were innocent. But looking at Chang, she didn't say anything after all. After all, he was venting her anger. Even if she thought he had gone too far, she was embarrassed to say anything, otherwise wouldn't he be an ungrateful person? Moreover, Chang's little request was just a piece of cake, so Xiao Meiyu naturally couldn't say anything to refuse. What she didn't know was that Chang was just finding an impeccable reason for going to the Black Internet Cafe at night. The new home formed by Fang Youfu and his current wife was in a community on the other side of the urban village, and there were several Black Internet cafes in the urban village, so it was so convenient. God was creating convenience for Chang. Taking advantage of the free time before dinner, Chang and Xiao Meiyu held 2 rollers, roughly painted the house, and then waited for it to dry. In fact, according to Xiao Meiyu's idea, she paid for a few decorators to scrape the wall with putty twice, and then paint the wall, which would be much better. But Chang knew that this place would be demolished in less than 3 years, so there was no need to waste more money, so he didn't scrape the putty and directly painted the wall. Xiao Meiyu had some complaints about Chang's decision, thinking that she was a little unsteady in her work. But after all, it was a rented house, and the little princess was about to go to elementary school. Chang was not well off, so it was normal to save some money. But Xiao Meiyu still felt a little unhappy, but she would not tell anyone, and she would help Chang work seriously. After dinner, the three of them got together to watch cartoons with the little princess, and soon, the little princess began to feel sleepy. After all, she had been tossing all day, and a 6-year-old girl didn't have so much energy. Looking at the little princess sleeping soundly in Xiao Meiyu's arms, Chang couldn't help but sigh. This is the first time she didn't fall asleep in my arms. It seems that my little princess likes you very much. Chang had just traveled through time, and the self he was talking about was, of course, the silly guy who accompanied Lu Shiyu in her memory. But Xiao Meiyu didn't know this. She loved the little princess even more, and said what she had not said before, "Can you not go?" Ha! Chang's eyes condensed. He didn't expect Xiao Meiyu to be so soft-hearted. Chang asked curiously, "Don't go. What does that mean?" Xiao Meiyu bit her lip and whispered, "It's not interesting." Seeing Chang's ferocious face and his eyes staring at her, Xiao Meiyu suddenly felt a little flustered and lowered her head and dared not say a word. Chang didn't have the time to guess a woman's thoughts. Since Xiao Meiyu said it was boring, he would take it as Xiao Meiyu really was boring. Seeing Chang go out, Xiao Meiyu stood on the balcony and silently looked at the community under the night. The community at 8 o'clock in the evening was really lively, with people walking their dogs, boxing, and ordering milk. Every place in the entire workers' new village was filled with the breath of life. Xiao Meiyu used to like such down-to-earth scenes the most, but now she feels that she is a little out of tune with all of this. Xiao Meiyu really never had this feeling before, even after her divorce, when she was in a foreign land and had no place to live, which was the bleakest time in her life. She never had this feeling of being separated from the society around her. It must be because of Chang. Xiao Meiyu suddenly felt a little regretful. She felt that she shouldn't have talked to Chang and his daughter, let alone introduced them into her life. Xiao Meiyu knew that if she said such words, she would definitely be scolded. She felt that she was a bit ungrateful for thinking this way. However, she really didn't want Fang Youfu's family to be implicated and suffer because of his mistake, and she didn't want to be stared at by the neighbors with strange eyes. Even for Fang Youfu, Xiao Meiyu felt that such punishment was enough and there was no need to do more. Chang stripped him of his clothes and asked him to roll down the stairs. Xiao Meiyu felt that it was a bit too much. But Xiao Meiyu didn't dare to say it, because Chang was venting her anger. Xiao Meiyu didn't even go to high school, and she didn't have much knowledge or experience. She certainly didn't know the 3 words values, but her current thoughts have already reflected the meaning of these 3 words. Everyone has different values. For example, Xiao Meiyu insisted that people should be kind. Even if they are bullied, they can't do illegal things, can't vent their anger on innocent people, and can't fight back without limit. However, Chang's values are completely different from hers. Xiao Meiyu didn't know how to explain the term 3 different values, but she had already realized this spontaneously. That little bit of affection gradually began to disappear. Chang didn't notice all this at all. When he passed through the village and the city, he asked for directions and roughly knew the locations of several internet cafes, and then went to Fang Youfu's house. Bang, 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 the sound of banging doors rang out one after another, and Chang's rough voice could be heard clearly even downstairs. "Fang Youfu, open the door, I'm here to chat with you." "Fang Youfu, open the door quickly, don't dawdle, I brought some snacks." The neighbor opposite opened the door and hid behind the security door to look at Chang. Chang looked back at the neighbor opposite, and the ferocious face and sinister eyes made the neighbor opposite, who was originally trying to meddle in other people's business, immediately tighten his gluteus maximus and shut his mouth. Chang seemed to be talking to himself and said loudly, "It's impossible that no one is here at this hour. Lao Fang must be at home. I've been knocking on the door for a long time, but no one opened the door. Could it be that Lao Fang's family had an accident? Did he get gas poisoning while cooking?" As he said this, Chang sniffed his nose, as if he was really smelling something. The neighbor next door was a little amused. "He didn't open the door for you, so you said that he got gas poisoning? Don't curse him like that." But seeing Chang's figure like a door god, he was ready to kick the door. The neighbor next door wisely shut his mouth and didn't say a word. He simply closed the door. "Sorry to bother you." Bang! Chang tentatively kicked the door panel, and the security door immediately dented a lot, which scared Chang. "Oh my! The quality of this security door is not good. Forget it, I'd better not kick the door. If the door is broken, the police will come to the door, and he will have to pay for it. It's too bad. It would be better to slap Fan Youfu twice on the way. If no one saw him, he could deny it. Besides, the police generally would not handle such trivial matters. Chang shouted to the air, "Lao Feng, is anyone home? If not, I will wait 3 or 4 hours and come back. I will come at that time every day from now on. Lao Feng, I like chatting with you the most. I feel uncomfortable if I don't chat with you for a day." The people who had been watching this place silently nearby suddenly felt a chill. In another 3 or 4 hours, it would be 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Knocking on the door at that time? And chatting. And coming every day. This is a rolling neat. If I can't kill you, I will annoy you to death. An old woman on the fitness equipment downstairs said with a snicker, "Look, Lao Feng has offended someone again. This time he came to our house in a more aggressive way. There are people watching the excitement." Another middle-aged woman also laughed quietly, "I saw it." The young man was tall and strong, with a face full of flesh. It was obvious that he was not easy to mess with. Did Lao Feng drink too much? How dare he mess with such a person? At this time, another unfamiliar woman came over and said, "Don't tell me that he was drunk and touched some young wife again." The family members came to our house, right? The eyes of several women suddenly lit up, and they chatted about gossip in a very familiar manner, and even forgot to watch their favorite ethical TV series. Such private discussions were everywhere. Before Chang even met the people in the room, he had already successfully established his character of a tough guy. When Chang heard these whispers, he also laughed secretly. He made such a big noise on purpose. With such a character, coupled with his fierce face and strong physique, who would dare to mess with him in the future? At least half of all the troubles should be reduced. There is no way. It is not an easy thing for a grown man to raise this little girl to make a living alone. Chang will not be content with poverty. He will desperately find ways to make money. Of course, he can't protect Lu Xiyu every day, and he has no time and energy to deal with all kinds of scoundrels and neighborhood disputes. Therefore, the quickest and most effective way is to establish a persona that is not easy to mess with, and then find a few suitable chickens and kill them to show the monkeys. Even if this persona is established, there will be less trouble. This Fang Youfu is the first chicken that came to the door. If Chang doesn't kill this chicken well, he will be ashamed of his identity as a time traveler. In the room, Chening, who was pregnant, stared at Fang Youfu fiercely and cursed in a low voice, "When you cause trouble, don't you distinguish between the objects? Who is easy to mess with and who is not easy to mess with? Are you blind?" Fang Youfu shrank his neck and didn't dare to say a word. When he was with his ex-wife Xiao Meiyu, Fang Youfu said whatever he said, and he ate the honest and kind Xiao Meiyu to death. Life is completely different now. Chening has him under her thumb and he dares not even. However, it is not because Fang Youfu feels guilty because of the dishonorable means he used to get Chening, but because Chening has a brother who is not easy to mess with. Fang Youfu was severely punished several times before he became obedient to Chening. "Honey, I really didn't provoke him. He took the initiative to bully me." Fang Youfu said in a low voice with a sad face, "You also saw his body size through the cat's eye just now. He is stronger than your brother. It's easy to provoke him. I must be blind to dare to provoke him." "That's right. You don't look stupid," Chening said thoughtfully. Fang Youfu's face darkened, but he couldn't afford to provoke this wife. He had been beaten up by his brother-in-law. But thinking about Chang again, Fang Youfu suddenly remembered that he was stripped by Chang and only had a small left. He rolled down from the 5th floor alive, and then fled home in embarrassment under the eyes of hundreds of people. Thinking of this, Fang Youfu shuddered immediately. He couldn't afford to provoke both of them. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have bothered Xiao Meiyu today. That black-faced strong man must be the new lover of that little. When Fang Youfu thought of Chang, the black-faced burly man, pressing on Xiao Meiyu's snow-white and watery body, his heart ached so much that his whole body was about to break apart. After all, he was Xiao Meiyu's ex-husband, and he knew best how beautiful Xiao Meiyu's body was, otherwise he wouldn't have pestered his ex-wife from time to time, and he still couldn't forget her. Especially after marrying Chening. Fang Youfu quietly raised his head and glanced at Chening, looking at this ordinary-looking fat woman, and his heart ached even more. There was Niu Laosan in front and the black-faced man behind. Xiao Meiyu, you were by two stinky men, why can't you give me a break too? I'm your ex-husband." At this time, Chening also noticed that her husband had a look of grief on his face. She thought that he was worried about her pregnancy, and she was somewhat touched and comforted him. "Don't worry, husband. Xiao Tai will be here soon. When he comes, we will deal with that guy outside." When Fang Youfu heard that his brother-in-law Chen Tai was coming, his face suddenly looked much better, and he started to make plans in his mind. He must make both sides fight until they are, and it would be best if both of them are stabbed to death. If both of them are put in jail, no one will take care of me anymore, ha. Shening didn't know that her husband had already started to plot against her own brother, and she was still comforting him kindly. Suddenly, she thought of something, and immediately grabbed Fang Youfu's ear and turned him 90 degrees on the spot. Mr. Fang, you are not going to go to that guy who buys breakfast again. I heard that Niu Laosan can't come out this time. Are you taking this opportunity to do something bad again? Fang Youfu was in so much pain that tears were about to come out, but he didn't dare to shout loudly, for fear that Chang, who was banging on the door, would hear the noise and start kicking the door again. My aunt, I really didn't. You are about to give birth, how dare I? Fang Youfu said with a sad face. Does that mean that if I wasn't about to give birth, you would dare to do it? Shening raised her eyebrows and questioned. Oh, really not. Fang Youfu was about to cry in pain, that Xiao Meiyu has been married for several years and still hasn't given me a boy or a girl. My mother is so eager to have a grandson that she is crazy. If you didn't mention it, I really didn't think of her. Dear, I only have you in my heart now. Corny and cheesy love words were immediately spat out from Fang Youfu's mouth. Although Chunning knew that the man's words were not reliable, she still squinted her eyes happily. She secretly made up her mind that she would have a good talk with her brother about this matter later. Xiao Meiyu's breakfast stall must be overturned tomorrow, and she must be kicked out. She must not be allowed to stay in Wuzhou, lest her husband always think about that beautiful woman. Thinking about it, Chunning herself was a little indignant. These stinky men always like to think about those fair and beautiful women. Don't they know that inner beauty is also beautiful? Inner beauty is more important than physical beauty. Men are superficial lower half animals. Bah! Thinking of her brother Chen Tai, and the way he looked at Xiao Meiyu, Chunning became more and more angry. No, this time, Xiao Meiyu, that little, must be kicked out. At this time, chaotic footsteps sounded from the corridor below. Before anyone arrived, a slightly hoarse voice came first. Which dares to stand at my sister's door? Before he finished speaking, a short and strong bald young man appeared at the corner of the rest platform and met Chang's eyes. In an instant, the bald young man felt as if he was being stared at by a vicious tiger. The hairs on his body stood up in an instant. He swallowed the rest of the words and drooped his eyes evasively. He lowered his head and dared not look Chang in the eye again. Rarely ferocious face, tall and strong physique, cruel and vicious eyes. No matter where such a person is, everyone who sees him will know that he is not easy to mess with. But Chen Tai is not a rookie who has just started out. He has been in the underworld, stabbed people, and been in a cell. The so-called big scenes can't scare him at all. Now he has money and people. Even if he meets some big brothers in the underworld, they will give Chen Tai some face. But Chang just glanced at him, and Chen Tai lowered his head and avoided him, not daring to look at him again. Chen Tai was frightened, not knowing who Chang was. But he didn't know that it was actually Chang who briefly switched the mode and let the humanoid beast go online for a second. In other words, it was not Chang who scared Chen Tai, but the original owner of the humanoid beast. If Chen Tai dared to raise his head and look at Chang again, he would not have such a fearful psychological pressure, because the humanoid beast was only online for a second before being kicked offline by Chang. Chang noticed Chen Tai's performance and was immediately overjoyed. He felt very accomplished that the first micro-operation was successful. However, the next second, several younger brothers who followed Chen Tai rushed up from behind, cursing. Where did this come from? How dare he mess up at the doorstep of our big sister? Are you tired of living? Kill him. Get out of the way. Let me go first. Seeing three younger brothers with dyed yellow hair and fat faces rushing to the stairs, ready to fight him, Chang didn't think twice and immediately switched modes to become a master online. Once the humanoid beast attacks, it is no joke. It takes a big step forward and instantly steps 2 meters away. In the blink of an eye, it moves to the entrance of the corridor. Before the people on the opposite side can react, the humanoid beast has already kicked the leader in the chest. Bang! The man spurted out a mouthful of blood like a fountain, spraying into the air from his mouth, and at the same time, the whole person flew backwards. The two younger brothers behind him were like being hit by an invisible sledgehammer, and their faces were full of pain. The three people instantly rolled down the stairs like bowling balls. After the humanoid beast attacked, Chang immediately switched back. He was afraid that the two idiots would not know how to control their strength and kill another person. He had just crossed over in public and had not lived a good life for a day. He did not want to be a wanted fugitive. But after one kick, the two people behind him also flew backwards. Chang himself felt that it was fake and laughed immediately. Are you two stuntmen? I haven't paid you yet. This acting is so exciting. Even Shang thought it was fake, so Chentai thought it was even more fake. Chentai came with his younger brothers to support his sister and vent his anger. Of course, he also wanted to give his restless brother-in-law a beating. But he patted his chest and boasted on the way here, and he performed a fake fall as soon as he came on the court. Such an exaggerated performance. Is he looking down on him as the boss? Not wanting to help the boss, it's fine, but he actually slapped his own boss in the face? For a moment, Chentai even suspected that he had always been too easy to talk to, so that his younger brothers didn't take him as the boss seriously. As for the first younger brother, who was kicked by Chang and vomited blood, Chentai could understand it. After all, Chang was a guy who was not easy to mess with at first glance, and he took a step over 2 meters, ran to him in the blink of an eye, and then kicked him with a foot, not even giving him time to react. Chentai knew that if he came, he would only vomit blood, and anyone else would be in vain. But the two behind, you two have constipated expressions on your faces. What are you doing? You two need to use suppositories after being touched by the brother in front of you? For a moment, Chentai's old face turned red, and he was as embarrassed as a monkey's. He shouted angrily, "Why did you two fall down? Are you trying to hit the bull from behind the mountain? Get up!" The two younger brothers stood still. In fact, they were really injured by the hidden power of the humanoid beast. Although the humanoid beast did not use its full strength, it also made their blood boiling, their whole bodies sore and weak, and their ears buzzing. They didn't hear what their boss was yelling at all. So Chentai was even more embarrassed. You two actually pretended to be dead in front of me? You think your brain is easy to fool, right? But what was even more embarrassing was that Fang Youfu and Chening, who had been hiding in the room pretending to be dead for half an hour, just opened the door and were ready to be proud. The couple stood at the door in amazement, not knowing what to say. Fang Youfu gave Chening a look. "Wife, why don't we close the door first? That boy is so awesome. You are so pregnant. We are here to protect pregnant women." Chening gave a disdainful look in return, then turned to look at her brother with concern. "Can you still hold on? If not, let's just give in. It's not shameful. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him." Chentai and his sister have such a good understanding. He understood his sister's hint. He is not the kind of person who would rather save face than live in misery. But can he just give in now? After such a long hesitation, Chentai hated Fang Youfu to death. I will kill you later." Just at this time, Chang showed a fake smile at the right time. "Hey, La Fang, you are at home. I have been calling you for a long time, my mouth is dry. Do you have any drinks at home? I want to drink Jianlibo." The neighbor next door heard Chang's tone of being a rolling meat, and immediately recognized that Chang was difficult to deal with, and quietly pulled the gap in the door a little smaller. Fang Youfu was stared at by Chang's malicious eyes, and his legs suddenly became weak. He nodded silently like a quail, and didn't dare to say a word of no. At the critical moment, it was still the woman who showed strength. Chening blocked the door with her big belly, with a tragic face. "If you dare to break into my house, you have to step over the body of a pregnant woman." As she said that, Chening also deliberately puffed out her big belly, meaning that I am a pregnant woman, you should think carefully and don't mess around. Fang Youfu flinched, but Chentai's eyes turned red. He didn't hesitate, and rushed forward with a roar. However, the next second, Chang pressed his face with one hand, and he knelt on the ground. It was so straightforward. It wasn't that Chentai wanted to kneel, but he felt as if a mountain was pressing on his face. He couldn't bear it even if he died, and he knelt down without control. Shame. Fear. In an instant, Chentai forgave his subordinates who he thought were faking a fall. "I wronged you. This is really unbearable." The scene was very quiet for a while, and the dozen neighbors who were secretly watching from the opposite door and upstairs were all dumbfounded. This black-faced strong man was so powerful that Chentai didn't even dare to hit him when he stretched out his hand, and he knelt down directly. If Chentai knew that everyone and even his sister had the same idea, he would definitely spit out blood. It's easy for you to say it. Come on, stretch out your face and try to resist it, and see if you can kneel down. Chang turned his head to look at Chening, still deliberately holding on to that fake smile. "You really won't let me go into the house to drink some water? If you don't have Jianlibo, boiled water will do." Chening was tougher than Chang imagined. She held the doorframe tightly with one hand and gritted her teeth and insisted. "I said, brother, if you want to come in, you have to step over the bodies of our mother and mother." The neighbors who were secretly watching in the corridor secretly complained, "You didn't say the word brother just now. If you have the guts, go on and call me a." Plop. Fang Youfu next to him knelt down directly. "Brother, I am a woman and I don't know anything. Come in, I have Wulianya under my bed." Chen Ying was immediately moved. Chang was confused. What kind of brain circuit does this woman have? She didn't understand why she cared about you. Fong Youfu burst into tears. Can you say less? If you want to die, don't get me into trouble. Chang was not interested in talking to them anymore. Even if he had established his character as a tough guy, this woman didn't seem to be very smart. So let's stop here. Don't accidentally kill two people. So Chang skipped Chen Ying's words and said, Lao Fong, I won't drink Wu Yangye anymore. I'll leave first. I'll come again tomorrow night. You buy Jian Libo and wait for me. Chen Tai finally interrupted, Brother, can I ask how my brother-in-law offended you? I'll make him kowtow to you to apologize. The goal had been achieved, and Chang was happy to get off the hook, so he continued, Lao Fong didn't offend me, he just harassed my neighbor, and I couldn't stand it. Ha! For a moment, Chen Ying and Chen Tai, brother and sister, and even the neighbors who were secretly watching in the corridor, pricked up their ears. Chen Ying suddenly thought of something and said, Brother, is your neighbor across the street called Xiao Meiyu? Chang pretended to be surprised and said, Do you know her? Wow! Xiao Meiyu. The case is solved now. A group of people who were secretly watching the scene suddenly shouted with satisfaction. They were all old neighbors. Everyone knew that Fong Youfu was a second married man. His ex-wife was called Xiao Meiyu, who sold breakfast at the entrance of the workers' new village. Many people had eaten there. The pork dumplings and seafood steamed buns tasted very good. If you went too late, you couldn't buy them. So Xiao Meiyu was also a famous breakfast beauty in the neighborhood. Chen Ying's face suddenly turned black. She stared at Fong Youfu with gritted teeth and said, Don't worry, brother. I will resign for my husband tonight. In the future, if he dares to step out of the house without my permission, his legs will be broken. Old Chen's daughter is so cruel. A group of neighbors who were watching the scene shouted excitedly. Chang suddenly began to doubt his life. Brother, I'm here to establish my character. Why do I feel like I'm performing for you? Feeling unhappy, Chang turned around and said to the neighbors who were peeking from upstairs, You have to pay to watch the show, 10 yuan per person. If you don't pay, I will smash your windows and beat your kids every day. The faces of the group of people suddenly turned black. Chang stood at the entrance of the corridor, ready to collect the money. The neighbors who were secretly watching from above all dispersed at once, and soon there was a bang-bang sound of doors closing upstairs. Well, the law does not punish the masses. Chang sneered, and did not chase after him to collect the money, because there was no need. Although he was not an evil person without humanity, he was definitely not a good person. Originally, his personality had been established. Now a group of unruly people wanted to ruin his plans for the next few years. How could it be possible? Not to mention using morality to kidnap him, even if a knife was placed on his neck. Well, if the knife could really be placed on his neck, then Chang would decisively back off. But as long as the knife was not placed on his neck, then Chang would dare to do it to the end. If he said he would smash your glass, he would smash your glass. If he said he would beat your child, he would beat your child. You don't think I can't do it, do you? Ha, you have to have confidence in me. I can beat your child until you have full confidence in me. Chen Tai looked at Chang cautiously. Chang smiled and said nothing. He turned around and was about to leave. Chen Tai hurriedly called Chang, Brother, my sister said that she will resign to my brother-in-law tonight and will not let him go out in the future. Chang asked curiously, Are you sure your sister said that she will not let him go out in the future? Chen Tai scratched his head and felt that it didn't make any difference. There was no need to pick on the words. Fong Youfu burst into tears. Brother-in-law, this is not picking on the words, this is a big problem. What your sister said is that I can't step out of the house without her permission. It's not that I can't step out of the house. Brother-in-law, you are happy to remove the precondition, and the nature of the matter has changed. Without waiting for Chen Tai to speak, Chen Ying slapped Fong Youfu on the back of his head. Shut up. Today's trouble is all caused by you. You have no right to speak. Otherwise, we will divorce and you get out of here. Fong Youfu knelt down decisively. He had to kneel down. This house was his wife's premarital property. If they divorced, he would not get a penny and would be beaten to death by his brother-in-law. It was a huge loss. And he would have to pay child support after the child was born. If it really came to that, Fong Youfu knew that these two sisters would definitely beat him to death, unless he left his hometown and never returned to Wuzhou. So Fong Youfu was quite cowardly. Anyway, just get through this hurdle first, and talk about the future later. I don't believe you can tie a tiger to watch me? After all, even a tiger can take a nap sometimes. Chang laughed. Wow, you are quite knowledgeable. I asked, but you guys don't have the final say on whether I come or not. Before he could finish his words, Chang turned around and left, leaving the three people with a lot of questions and worries. Chen breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chang, the plague god, had finally left. She immediately felt a little pain in her stomach. She was too nervous just now. Even if she was in good health, she was pregnant after all. Sister, I'll take you to the hospital. Chen Tai immediately got up and rushed over. No, I'm not that delicate. Help me sit in the house for a while. I'll take it easy. If I can't, I'll go to the hospital. Chen Ying said weakly, holding her stomach. Chen Tai carefully supported his sister and helped her into the house. On the contrary, Fang Youfu, the husband, stood aside, watching idly, without any intention of helping. Instead, he glanced at the three people lying in the corridor, thinking, Chen Tai, you have come to this day. I always thought you were awesome, rich, powerful, connected, and able to fight. When I see you, I'm like a mouse seeing a cat. Now I see, you are nothing special. If there is a tougher character, you will immediately kneel down. On this side, Chen Tai waited for his sister to sit down, brought warm water, and took the medicine. After he was done, he turned around and saw that this unreliable brother-in-law was still standing at the door with his face facing outward in a daze. I told you not to be dazed. Chen Tai went up and kicked Fang Youfu's. Fang Youfu was immersed in his fantasy and was kicked without any defense. He immediately fell to the ground like a dog eating. He wiped the blood from his mouth angrily. He turned around and saw his brother-in-law looking at him with a sneer. He immediately felt guilty. Teasy, why are you kicking me? I'm your brother-in-law. My sister is pregnant with your child. Why are you standing there like nothing happened? I'm telling you, if anything happens to my sister, I'll kill your whole family. Fang Youfu had a frightened expression on his face and lowered his head. But he didn't feel scared at all. This was the first time that Fang Youfu had no fear when facing Chen Tai, as if his mind suddenly became clear. He suddenly felt that the brother-in-law in front of him was just a paper tiger. This only dared to bully him. How could he dare to yell at that black-faced guy? He couldn't kill him. At this moment, the sound of glass breaking suddenly came from upstairs. Crash! Crash! And it wasn't just one or two pieces of glass breaking, but continuous, which lasted for a while, accompanied by the screams of women and children. Fang Youfu and Chen Tai looked at each other, and everyone knew that this was definitely done by Chang. The guy really kept his word, saying that he would never leave the glass smashing overnight. Will he really come to beat the kids tomorrow? The families upstairs suddenly began to panic. This is the most annoying thing about the rolling meat. You called the police, Chang admitted it, and the police arrested him, but his crime was not serious. The glass in the whole house was broken. No matter how the damage was assessed, it would not meet the criminal standard. At most, he would be detained for a few days, but the hatred would be formed. After a few days, when the person came out, that would be the time for you to face crazy revenge. Smashing the glass is a small matter. Does it count if I put a sack on you and beat you at night? Does it count if I beat your child on the way to school? Does it count if I squeezed some 502 into your door lock for no reason? Does it count if I let the tires out of your car every day? There are so many small tricks that can disgust you to death, and even drive you to collapse, but if you really want to assess the damage, they are all very minor and do not meet the criminal standard. The key is that it is difficult for you to catch the handle, and the other party will not admit it if you can't catch it. After all, the police station is not owned by your family. Even if you call the police every day, the police uncle can't you in and out every day. At most, he can only help you mediate. This is also a very helpless place in reality. The law and the police are not omnipotent. This is why Chang has to set up a tough persona for himself, because even if he is a gangster, he definitely doesn't want to easily provoke such a person, so that he and the little princess can have a relatively safe and peaceful living environment. So this patch must be applied, the glass must be smashed, and the money must be collected. What era is it? What is the purpose of everyone coming out to mix? Making money is the most important thing. So after more than a dozen pieces of glass were smashed, several families upstairs ran to Chen Ying's house with sad faces. They had to leave a few $10 bills no matter what, because they really realized the seriousness of the problem, so they spent money to avoid disaster. Chen Ying resolutely refused to accept it, saying that when Chang comes next time, you will hand it over to him in person. We will not interfere in this matter, and each family will settle their own accounts. Several families upstairs burst into tears immediately. It was tomorrow night after all. What if this idiot really blocked my way and beat my child tomorrow morning? If Chang was at the scene, he would definitely laugh 3 times. This patch was worth it. That night, Chen Ying's family was in a mess. Chen Tai settled his sister and was busy sending his 3 younger brothers to the hospital. Fortunately, they were not seriously injured. Chang switched the mode quickly and did not give the humanoid beast a chance to kill. Therefore, no one noticed that Fang Youfu was actually the person involved. He huddled in a corner, thinking. Slowly, a plan took shape in his mind. The night was like the sea, and the black internet cafe was bustling with people. A dozen young people were shouting and playing games in front of the computers. Chang observed the machine, then paid the money and used the computer in a low-key manner in the corner. The boss glanced at Chang, but didn't say anything. Nowadays, internet cafes are also places where all kinds of people gather. There are people from all over the country in the urban villages. It's no big deal if a person with a fierce face is not a big deal. Anyway, just pay the money. Put the SD card into the card reader and connect it to the host. After a while, Chang finally saw the contents of the memory card. It turned out to be 2 sets of photos. The first set of photos was a silver-haired, ruddy-faced old man. From his face, he looked a bit imposing. Chang couldn't see anything else. There were only 2 photos, one of them just coming out of the car, and the other of them sitting in the tea house. It was obvious that they were taken secretly, and the distance was quite far. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's because the photographer's skills are not good or the camera is not good. Anyway, the picture is a little blurry. In addition, the resolution of the computer screen is too low, so Chang can only see a rough outline. The second group of photos is a handsome young man. There are as many as 10 photos. Some of them are dressed in suits and entering and leaving the office building, some are drinking with beautiful women in nightclubs, and there is even a photo of him doing something in a car at night. Some of the photos were obviously taken close up, and the clarity is quite high. Chang slid the mouse and enlarged the photo, and still felt that this guy was very handsome. If he hadn't traveled through time, he would actually be a handsome guy at the level of a school idol. Unfortunately, he traveled through time and now he has become a fierce-looking warrior. It is estimated that there is no hope of picking up girls from now on. After all, women have always been visual animals, and the handsome guy knows this best. But now it is useless to complain about the world. It is better to live in the present and be yourself. Shaking his head, Chang used his energy to do the right thing. There were only 12 photos in an 8GB memory card, and there was no explanation. Chang didn't know who these 2 people were. But since they were in the hands of the stalker, they were most likely his targets. Chang didn't have any channels or resources, and he couldn't let the humanoid beast handle this kind of thing. It would be too easy to get out of control, so he simply ignored it. Anyway, he knew the appearance of the old and the young, and he would recognize them if he had the chance to meet them in the future. After leaving the internet cafe, he broke the memory card into pieces, threw them away in several places, and walked around twice before returning home. Holding Xiao Meiyu opened the door with the key she gave him, and Chang discovered that Xiao Meiyu's room was not locked. No matter what, Chang would not feel at ease without seeing Lu Shiyu in person, so after a slight hesitation, Chang pushed the door open lightly. The bright moonlight covered the bed, and 2 beauties, one big and one small, were asleep. Xiao Meiyu hugged Lu Shiyu sideways, holding a magazine in her hand, and she didn't know what it was. Lu Shiyu nestled in Xiao Meiyu's arms, with her head resting on Lu Shiyu's arm, one chubby little leg resting on Xiao Meiyu's waist, one hand holding her favorite Snow-White doll, and the other hand reaching into Xiao Meiyu's arms. Chang quickly retracted his gaze, not daring to look anymore. He closed the door quietly and went out, took a shower with cold water, and then returned to his room, where he found a stack of well-sorted clothes on the bedside table, from inside to outside. Chang's heart suddenly warmed up. In another life, his mother also took care of him so attentively. In fact, after Chang's physical development, he was very reluctant to get close to his mother, especially when she continued to help him wash his pants. But it was useless. He felt embarrassed and resisted, but it was useless because his mother didn't treat him as a grown man at all. In her eyes, Chang would always be a child who would never grow up. Coming back to his senses, Chang smiled self-deprecatingly. It was just a few pieces of clothes, but he actually associated a woman who was about the same age as himself with his mother. It was really weird. There is no going back, don't think about it anymore. After secretly admonishing himself, Chang changed his pants and lay down to sleep. He didn't know how long he slept, but there was a slight movement in the living room, which made Chang wake up alertly. He found that Xiao Meiyu was preparing for the stall in the living room outside. Still a little sleepy, rubbing his sore eyes, Chang looked at the cheap electronic watch on his wrist and found that it was only 3 o'clock in the morning. He had only slept for less than 5 hours, and Xiao Meiyu had only slept for 6 or 7 hours at most. They had to start working so early. It's really hard to work early. Chang sighed and got up to help. I woke you up. Xiao Meiyu whispered apologetically. No, I woke up by myself. Let me help you. Chang smiled slightly. Xiao Meiyu secretly glanced at Sanlu, and then without being pretentious, she told Chang what he should do. It's almost May, and the weather is getting hotter. You can't knead the dough too early, otherwise it will be messy, so you can only do it now. Fortunately, Chang has a lot of strength. Under Xiao Meiyu's guidance, he can soon do it like the two worked together and prepared the ingredients in less than an hour, which would have taken Xiao Meiyu nearly 2 hours to prepare alone. Then they moved downstairs, which Chang did easily. They worked slowly until 5 o'clock, and all the work was done. The first batch of dumplings and siu-mai began to be steamed. Xiao Meiyu wiped the sweat from her forehead and said gratefully, "Thank you so much. I would have been busy until 6 o'clock by myself." Chang smiled and said, "You're welcome. If you hadn't taken me in, we would have been sleeping on the street last night." Xiao Meiyu smiled and suddenly said, "What are your plans for the future?" Chang said without thinking, "Make money, make a lot of money." Xiao Meiyu nodded in agreement and said approvingly, "I thought I needed to persuade you, but I didn't expect you to think it through so quickly." That's right. In life, you can't do anything without money. Have you thought about how to make money? I have a few directions, but I need to think carefully about which one to do and how to do it. Chang said very realistically. Are you interested in making breakfast too? Xiao Meiyu said softly, "Actually, what I do makes quite a bit of money. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Just don't set up a stall nearby." Chang was deeply shocked. Xiao Meiyu's kindness really exceeded his expectations. Most people would not do this. After all, they had only known each other for less than 24 hours. Xiao Meiyu said in a reproachful tone, "Why are you looking at me? Do you want to say something?" Before Chang could say anything, a voice came from the side. "What are you thinking about? Madam Boss, are you? Is Spring here?" Chang turned his head and saw two young men who looked like college students, with dark circles under their eyes and messy greasy hair. A young man wearing glasses smiled and said to Chang, "It turns out that she sure has someone she likes. Oh my god, if this news gets out, brother, a lot of people will come to duel with you." Xiao Meiyu spat, "Two little brats, you don't learn your lesson. Are you going to the internet cafe to book a night again?" Chang didn't feel that the other party had any ill intentions. Seeing that Xiao Meiyu was very familiar with the two of them, he relaxed and smiled and said, "If you want to talk about fighting, I'm not afraid. I'm not bragging. 10 or 8 people can't get close to me at all." Chang's soul is actually only 18 years old. It's just a daily routine for him to brag and show off with his good friends. He just says it without thinking. At this time, the man with glasses looked behind Chang and suddenly smiled, "Brother, your love rival is here." Chang heard this and turned his head to see 3 tall and strong young men coming out of the village in the city across the street, running towards him aggressively. Seeing Chang turn around and look over, the leader pointed at Chang and cursed him arrogantly. Chang didn't hear clearly because he was far away and the guy was speaking in dialect, but he could sense the malice of the 3 men. For a moment, Chang frowned. Chang was not afraid of fighting. In this life, he was 186 meters tall. His body alone was enough to scare people. Most people would never dare to use force with him. If they really encountered a low probability event, at most they would release the humanoid beast and guarantee to kill them one by one. But the problem was that he really didn't want to provoke anyone, and this time the other party took the initiative to provoke him. The last Fang Youfu was beaten up by Chang because he entangled with Xiao Meiyu, and by the way, he was used as a chicken to set up his character and killed for the monkey to see. This one came because of Xiao Meiyu again. It's true that beauty is a disaster. It seems that as long as you stay with a beautiful woman, you will never have to worry about the lack of prostitutes coming to your door. Suddenly, there was an extra hand on my arm. This hand was white, but strong and powerful, and the palm was full of rough calluses. It was Xiao Meiyu's hand. "I'm sorry, you came for me. Don't be impulsive, let me do it." Xiao Meiyu pulled Chang's arm and said softly, "It's unreasonable to let a woman take the lead. Stay calm." Chang patted Xiao Meiyu's hand, then stepped forward and blocked Xiao Meiyu behind him. "This matter was caused by me. Don't be impulsive, let me handle it. You have helped me a lot, and I don't want to cause you trouble." Xiao Meiyu came around from the side, with a pleading expression on her face, trying desperately to push Chang back. But the difference in size and weight between the two was too big. As long as Chang didn't want to retreat, Xiao Meiyu couldn't push him even if she used all her strength. But the problem was that Xiao Meiyu didn't care about this and just pushed and pushed stubbornly. Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and spread his hands. "No, Xiao Meiyu, you don't think they will leave if you say a few words casually, do you?" Xiao Meiyu still stubbornly pushed Chang. "Don't be impulsive, let me handle it, okay?" "Absolutely. There is simply no way to communicate." Sighing helplessly, Chang decided to give in and see how Xiao Meiyu handles it first, and then talk about it when she hits a wall. The two college-looking people in the back have already sat at the small table and started to eat breakfast. The two of them followed the 2 baskets of pork dumplings and 2 baskets of seafood steamed buns in front, are all the best-selling items of breakfast shisher. The two of them ate and watched with great interest, and took photos with their mobile phones. Chang was speechless. Sure enough, there are spectators everywhere. Fortunately, Weibo was not launched until 2009, Weixin was not launched until 2011, and Douyin was not launched until 2016. If it were 2019, when Chang traveled through time, Chang felt that he might have been on the fat circle in Douyin when he beat Fang Youfu last night, and he might even be on the hot search or something. Nowadays, with broken mobile phones and poor pixels, you can only take dregs. Chang curled his lips, greeted the guests, and watched Xiao Meiyu's performance leisurely. Well, 3 angry young men rushed over. Xiao Meiyu opened her arms and stepped forward, trying to explain and stop them. Then she was pushed aside by someone and almost fell down. Game over. The woman rushed forward with full confidence, but it was finished in just 1 second. What do you want? A woman. Ha ha. Chang shook his head, thinking that it was his turn to perform, but unexpectedly Xiao Meiyu rushed forward again with full tenacity, grabbed the arm of the young man in the lead, and shouted, "Jingpeng, don't mess around. Listen to me." The young man waved his arms angrily, trying to shake Xiao Meiyu off, and roared with a ferocious expression, "Get out of my way. This dared to seduce my woman, I must beat him to death today." It was past 5 in the morning, and several early risers had come to have breakfast. Seeing this, they all widened their eyes. They never expected that there would be melons to eat so early in the morning. Chang also widened his eyes. From the tone of it, Xiao Meiyu and this man named Zhengpeng are a couple? I didn't expect that Xiao Meiyu, who looks so passionate and pure, actually has such a chaotic lifestyle behind the scenes. But on second thought, Chang felt relieved. After all, Xiao Meiyu had been divorced for 2 years and was single, so it was true that she could not be said to have a chaotic lifestyle. She could be with whoever she wanted, and no one had the right to blame Xiao Meiyu. No wonder Xiao Meiyu insisted on not letting him fight. It turned out that Zhang Pang was Xiao Meiyu's boyfriend. Chang suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He also knew that Xiao Meiyu was warm and kind, and took the initiative to help and take them in, but that didn't mean he could have wild thoughts about her. I think, but as a man, when he meets a single beauty, he has some thoughts in his mind. It's normal, anyway, it's just a thought in his mind. With this thought, Chang felt that when he attacked later, he needed to remind the humanoid beast to be gentle, not to kick him like Chen Tai's little brother, kicking him to spit blood, which would be embarrassing for Xiao Meiyu. After all, he took him in. Of course, if the humanoid beast refused to listen, Chang would not care so much. Anyway, after crossing over, he made up his mind that he had to bear such a big blame, and he would never suffer a loss or be beaten. If anyone bullied him, he would go back. However, at this moment, Xiao Meiyu finally got angry, grabbed the vinegar pot on the table and threw it to the ground with a bang, splashing a piece of black, transparent and sour liquid, which scared the people around him to avoid it, for fear that this thing would splash on them and it would be difficult to wash off the smell. Xiao Meiyu pointed at Zhang Peng and screamed, "Zheng Peng, are you mentally ill? I never agreed to be your girlfriend. I talked to you nicely but you didn't listen. Do you want me to reject you in front of everyone? I didn't bother with you before when you were talking nonsense everywhere, but now I solemnly warn you, please stop spreading rumors and nonsense everywhere. And don't touch my friends again, otherwise I will never forgive you." I didn't expect it. The college student with glasses was shocked. He always thought that Zhang Peng had seduced Xiao Meiyu, but it was not the case at all. Today, the person involved exposed it on the spot. I didn't expect it either. Another college student with a messy hair said excitedly. Chang was also stunned when he heard it. He didn't expect the reversal. Things turned out to be like this. It seems that the saying that a strong woman is afraid of a clinging man is not necessarily true. At least he had thought wrong before. Xiao Meiyu is a very principled girl and she cares about other people's feelings. If she hadn't been forced into a corner this time, she probably wouldn't have exposed him in front of so many people and didn't give Zhang Peng any face. Looking at Zhang Peng again, his handsome face had turned the color of liver, and his two friends also looked unnatural, obviously knowing the inside story. After a moment, Zhang Peng suddenly turned his head and glared at Chang fiercely. "Beat him. I'll take the blame if you kill me." Chang laughed immediately. "Why didn't you say it earlier? Fighting is the last thing I'm afraid of." However, just as Chang rolled up his sleeves and prepared to switch modes, letting the humanoid beast go online for a second to knock down Zhang Peng, he suddenly heard someone shouting not far away, "How dare you? You dare to attack my master. I think you are tired of living." "Master? Everyone turned their heads in surprise, feeling that this melon this morning was not only big and sweet, but also had a reversal. It was such a surprise, it was simply a conscientious melon. Chang was also a little confused for a while, and turned his head to see that it was Chen Tai and his two younger brothers who were running over aggressively. Looking more carefully, Chen Tai had a white medical sheath on his neck, and the two younger brothers behind him were not the two that Chang had seen last night. Probably not. Chang basically had no impression of that kind of ants. Zhang Peng's face suddenly showed a trace of hesitation. Chang's physique was as strong as a bull, and his face was fierce. He was not someone to be trifled with. The three of them were still somewhat confident when they attacked together. If they asked their two friends to stop Chang's three helpers, he would not have the confidence to fight Chang one-on-one. Moreover, if they divided their forces, they would be at a disadvantage on both fronts. But if they did not divide their forces, Chang still had one more person than them. They were in a dilemma. Even Zhang Peng hesitated, and his two friends were not resolute to begin with, and now they backed off. Chang squinted at Chen Tai and said, "Who do you say is your master? Do I know you?" Chen Tai just ran over breathlessly. Upon hearing this, he slapped himself in the face and said with a smile, "I am just being rude, but I really want to be your disciple. Can you please take me in?" Chang said without thinking, "Of course not. I don't even know your name, and I don't want to know. You don't look like a decent person. Do you think I want to have anything to do with someone like you?" Chen Tai was speechless. In fact, what Chang said was the truth. He set up the persona of a tough guy just to protect himself and reduce trouble. He didn't want to have anything to do with someone like Chen Tai who was obviously a gangster. It was still 2003, and the control was relatively loose. Many gangsters active in the gray area lived a comfortable life. But after a few years, when the anti-corruption campaign began, these people were miserable. Even retired officials were arrested, not to mention these social scums. Chang traveled through time. When he was born, he had a 16-year prophecy. He was sure that his future would be bright, so from the beginning he had to draw a clear line with these dirty forces and resolutely not commit suicide, lest he become successful and famous more than 10 years later, and someone would dig up his dark history. Why bother? So Chang pointed it out in one sentence: "We are not the same kind of people, stop talking nonsense, and get out." Chen Tai covered his neck, looked around with difficulty, and finally stamped his feet in anger and said, "Boss, give me 3 baskets of pork buns and 3 baskets of seafood siumai." Xiao Meiyu saw that it seemed that he didn't want to fight anymore, so she hurried forward to greet him. Chang turned his head and said to Zhang Peng, "Do you want to fight?" Zhang Peng's face suddenly turned the color of liver again. He didn't have the courage to fight just now. Now even if Chen Tai and the other two didn't intervene, he didn't have the face to fight in front of Xiao Meiyu again. With a roll of his eyes, he sneered and said, "You, pack us 3 baskets of pork buns and 3 baskets of seafood steamed buns." Chang smiled slightly. "Boy, you called the wrong person. I'm not working here. I'm just helping the boss lady carry a stove temporarily. Do you want to fight or not? If you're a man, just say it." There was laughter all around, and the college student with glasses hid in the crowd and started to make a noise. "If you're a man, do it." Zhang Peng immediately turned his head and looked for someone. Unexpectedly, someone started it, and immediately someone else followed suit. "Yes. If you're a man, do it. Stop talking nonsense." Zhang Peng, who was the first to make a noise, didn't see anyone, but the few who made noises later didn't even think about hiding themselves, and everyone at their table was in front of Zhang Peng, so Zhang Peng saw them when he lowered his head. 5 sturdy men with vicissitudes of life, each wearing camouflage uniforms, with yellow safety helmets covered in mud thrown aside, laughing and making noises in Mandarin with an accent. They were almost yelling at each other, their saliva was about to spray on Zhang Peng's face. Zhang Peng was so angry that his nose was about to be crooked. This is too much. But Zhang Peng didn't dare to fight. Even if he dared, his two friends wouldn't dare. Are you kidding? 3 against 5, they are outnumbered to begin with, and these 5 are all muscular. If they fight, they will suffer a loss. They are not stupid. So one of the friends pulled Zhang Peng and whispered, "You are too tired after surfing the internet all night. Let's go back to the cafeteria to eat and sleep after eating." It turned out that these 3 were also college students. Chang suddenly realized that maybe they were from a sports school or majored in sports. However, seeing the cowardly look of Zhang Peng and the other 2, Chang did not regard them as a threat. Zhang Peng got a way out and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He snorted, "A bunch of idiots working hard on the construction site. I won't eat with such dirty people. Disgusting." Chang's eyes suddenly became straight. Is this guy mentally retarded? Or has he never been beaten? Sure enough, the diners on the breakfast stall exploded. At this time, most of the people eating breakfast here are workers from several factories in the nearby suburbs, plus some poor white-collar workers. After all, the rent in the urban village is the cheapest in the entire Wuzhou city, and the workers in a factory rent together, so the rent can be even lower and the safety is higher. Speaking of which, most of them are poor low-income groups. You, a college student wearing famous brands, are talking nonsense here, looking down on this and that, and trampling on everyone's dignity. In an instant, the 5 big brothers who had just started the commotion suddenly stood up with angry faces and surrounded Zhang Pang and the other 2 and beat them up. Chang was pushed aside, and then he stared in amazement as Zhang Pang and the other 2 were beaten into swollen pig heads and rolled on the ground begging for mercy. This is the end of arousing public anger. Chang didn't even need to do anything, the 3 were beaten directly. Xiao Meiyu wanted to go up to stop them, but Chang grabbed her. Be careful, the crowd is very excited now, what if you get hurt? Chan laughed. This is my stall. Xiao Meiyu was almost mad. Chang pinched his throat and yelled, why did you smash the boss's stall? Pay the money. Otherwise, call the police. In an instant, the 5 big brothers who were frantically beating Zhang Pang and the other 2 yelled, pay the money. If you don't pay the money, I will beat you to death. Zhang Pang and the other 2 burst into tears. Pay, pay, pay. Isn't it okay for me to pay? As he spoke, someone took out his wallet. Chang took advantage of the chaos to look back and quickly took out all the cash and handed it to Xiao Meiyu. Xiao Meiyu was stunned. Is this okay? After a little hesitation, Xiao Meiyu refused. What's the difference between this and robbing money? Xiao Meiyu would not take such money. Chang didn't have moral cleanliness. He stuffed a wad of cash into his pocket without any psychological pressure. He didn't forget to wipe the wallet a few times, and then threw it into the crowd. Xiao Meiyu gave Chang a disdainful look, with an expression that said, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Then she turned her head away angrily, deciding not to talk to such a person anymore. Chang didn't care either. He said hello to Xiao Meiyu, took 2 baskets of pork dumplings and 2 baskets of seafood siumai, and then went home. Xiao Meiyu couldn't hide her disappointment when she saw Chan leaving. In fact, she was very sympathetic to Chang. She felt that it was really not easy for him to be cheated and dumped at such an old age, and he had a daughter. But Xiao Meiyu couldn't accept this kind of money. What's the difference between this and stealing and robbing? This is definitely not a matter of taking advantage of others. The nature is different. There are too many people who take advantage of others. Almost everyone in life does this. For example, they use the water and electricity of the unit and use the public bus to do private things. Xiao Meiyu also takes advantage of others. When buying vegetables, she relies on the large amount of her purchases to ask the seller to give her some money or postpone the payment. She thinks this is a minor flaw, not a big problem. And Chang's behavior is the nature of stealing and robbing. It was also from this moment that Xiao Meiyu decided to draw a clear line between herself and Chang. On the other side, Chen Tai and the other 2 were pushed aside by the rioting crowd without making any move, so the 3 of them noticed Chang, who was walking away in a swagger. Chen Tai scratched his head and said to himself, why do I think that Master doesn't look like Zayodian Shisher's lover? A younger brother pondered and said, beat her because she loves her and scold her because she loves her? Another younger brother said, the closer they are, the more they dislike her? Chen Tai slapped his thigh in sympathy, this is my sister. No, I mean, my sister is like this too. She usually dislikes me to death and doesn't like anything about me. But if anything happens to me, she is the first one to rush up to protect me. Well, it seems that Zayodian Shisher has a deep relationship with Master. The 2 younger brothers didn't care about what Chen Tai said. Many people know that the Chen siblings actually lost their parents very early. Chening worked hard to raise her brother. An elder sister is like a mother. In fact, the only time Chen Tai went to jail was because he crippled the person who bullied his sister. Chang had no idea and didn't care about the speculations behind him. When he returned to Xiao Meiyu's house, the porcelain doll was still sleeping soundly with its legs spread out. There was a smile on its chubby little face, as if it had a wonderful dream. When Chang saw the porcelain doll like this, he was filled with joy. His mood suddenly improved. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Since he had already come here and had to bear the blame, Chang accepted his fate. He thought that it was important to make a name for himself and live a good life. He also took good care of and educated such a sensible child. After putting his breakfast in a bowl to keep it warm, Chang changed into camouflage clothes and ran to his house across the street to continue painting the walls. Chang skipped the process of scraping putty because he had never used a tile trowel and was too lazy to waste time on it. He just used a roller to paint the walls. He would only live there for 1 or 2 years at most. It would be demolished in less than 3 years, so there was no need to be too meticulous. However, Chang still bought a pack of putty powder, which he used to repair the glass. Plastic steel windows had become popular in 2003, but many residents still used putty to fix the glass on their windows, and some even used small iron nails to fix them. When Chang first came here, the old landlord's house used small iron nails to fix the glass, which was very retro. Following the last time, after finishing the first coat of wall paint, Chang suddenly realized that he had bought too little wall paint, not enough for the second coat. Fortunately, he had to wait 2 days for the wall paint to dry before painting the second coat, so he could wait 2 days before buying materials. After finishing the work, he counted the money. It must be said that Zhang Peng was really rich. He had 12 blue 100 yuan bills and nearly 200 yuan in other denominations. The total amount was 14,000, which was the average salary of an ordinary urban worker for 2 months. Chang thought about it and kept the 100 yuan bill. He put the rest in a plastic bag and hid it in the pits on the outer wall. The building was half a century old and was very dilapidated inside and outside. There were pits of various sizes everywhere on the outer wall. A small plastic bag of money didn't have much weight, so he just sealed the holes with putty and was done. Just after finishing, Chang heard a voice screaming from next door. "Where are you?" Chang ran over immediately. "Come here, the little princess is awake?" Chang came to the bed with a smile. When the porcelain doll saw Chang's dark face, she was obviously relieved, and then she said loudly, "Girls are sleeping, you are not allowed to peek." Chang. Seeing Chang's confused expression, the porcelain doll suddenly giggled happily. Chang realized that the porcelain doll was joking with him. "This naughty child, if I don't teach you a lesson, you probably don't know how dangerous the world is." So Chang pounced on the porcelain doll and began to tickle it. The porcelain doll burst into laughter when she saw the baby's tickle. She waved her hands and feet wildly to block it. After a while, she was sweating profusely. Then, she lay on the bed with her legs spread out. Chang couldn't help laughing. "Oh my god, is she too tired? She looked like she was about to be beaten. So cute. I want to kiss her." Chang immediately pounced on her and kissed her hard on the face. The porcelain doll skillfully put on her pajamas and wiped her face. She didn't care about exposing her white belly. She glared at Chang and shouted, "Stinky." She looked at Chang provocatively with a look that said, "Try to kiss me again." "Oh my god. You dare to provoke me again? I can't stand it." So Chang pounced on her again and kissed her hard. The porcelain doll didn't resist. She was still lying on her back. Whenever Chang kissed her, she would giggle. After kissing her contentedly, Chang stared at the little person, her pure and innocent eyes, her innocent smile, and suddenly felt that this child was his own. He would be angry with anyone who said that she was not his daughter. Pushing Chang away, the porcelain doll jumped off the bed, staring at her pink slippers, and ran to the bathroom with a clatter. She picked up her toothbrush skillfully, carefully squeezed a little toothpaste on it, and prepared to brush her teeth. Chang felt a little distressed when he saw this, so he snatched the toothpaste and filled the small toothbrush with toothpaste for the porcelain doll. "Don't worry, we will have enough money soon." "Waste. How can I use so much toothpaste with such a small mouth? You are so old, but you still don't know how to live. How can you save money to marry a stepmother for me?" The porcelain doll roared at Chang angrily, which made Chang feel distressed and guilty. His waist, which had never been bent before, bent unconsciously. Then the porcelain doll turned around and showed a happy smile. She started brushing her teeth and spit bubbles in her mouth for fun. "With so much toothpaste, wouldn't it be good to make more bubbles?" "Chang, this little girl is simply a witch. Won't her boyfriend be tortured to death by her in the future?" Chang laughed at himself and suddenly became fierce. Which dares to steal my daughter? I'll destroy him first." I remember that there was a talk show host with very small eyes in the future. He always said that the world is not worth it. Now Chang just wants to say, the world is worth it. Watching the porcelain doll eating pork dumplings and seafood siumai happily, with her mouth full of oil, Chang found for the first time that watching others eat can actually make him satisfied, even more satisfied than eating delicious food himself. Alas, this is not what a single boy dog should think. Then Chang hurriedly found a napkin and took advantage of the gap between the porcelain doll's eating to quickly wipe off the food left along the corners of her mouth. When the porcelain doll's belly was round and she sat on the chair burping, Chang took the remaining food and ate it all up like a whirlwind. The porcelain doll suddenly said, "Wang Wang, did you give money to the godmother? We ate her breakfast, stayed at her house, and used her water and electricity." Chang was surprised. "How do you know so much?" The porcelain doll puffed up her chest and said proudly, "Please call me the housekeeper from now on." "Poochie." Chang laughed out loud, wondering where this little kid heard it from. However, girls know how to manage the household from a young age, know how to spend within their means, know the hard work of adults, know the ways of the world. There is nothing wrong with this. Anyway, Chang thought it was good, so he quickly comforted the dissatisfied porcelain doll and said, "Let me tell you what I think, and you can listen to it and see if my idea is suitable, okay?" The porcelain doll nodded. Chang continued, "It will take about a week for our house to be ready. The main thing is to dry the wall paint and ventilate the odor. So if we give her money once for eating a meal, we will have to give her money many times, and she will have to collect money many times. Then she will definitely be embarrassed to ask for it, because she likes you so much. She will be embarrassed to ask for money even if she needs it, so we have two ways." The porcelain doll widened her eyes and looked at Chang expectantly. Chang seemed to be encouraged and continued, "First, I also buy groceries and cook, and make breakfast for her every morning. Second, when we move out, we will give her a lump sum of money, so that she only needs to collect it once." The porcelain doll tilted its head and thought for a while, and seemed to have figured it out. It grabbed Chang's face with two chubby little hands, held it, and kissed it on the face. "My Wang Wang is so smart." Chang was so happy that he wanted to jump a few times immediately. Then he found it so funny that he was like a dog that was rewarded with a bone by its owner. Well, the key is that Chang found that he was not pleasing at all. "I hate this feeling, and even want to learn the art of transformation, so that I can turn into a big golden retriever at any time to accompany the porcelain doll. So cheap." Chang smiled foolishly. When he was holding the porcelain doll and going out, he heard the porcelain doll chirping and calling him woof woof. Chang suddenly felt that something was wrong. Doesn't a dog bark? Oh my! This naughty child has been calling himself a big golden retriever since he was a child. I can't stand it. I must punish this little girl severely. Chang kissed the porcelain doll hard on the face. The porcelain doll giggled and played with the snow-white doll in her hand. Chang also giggled and watched the porcelain doll playing with the snow-white doll. The father and daughter looked like a pair of fools. At the gate of the community, because it was past mealtime, there were basically no customers at the breakfast stall. Xiao Meiyu immediately saw the father and daughter. She was stunned at first, and then she laughed. She looked at the porcelain doll with envy, and unconsciously stroked her belly with one hand. "Boss lady, check out," a white-collar worker shouted. "Hey, here I come." Xiao Meiyu went over to collect the money, smiled and sent the reluctant white-collar worker away, turned around and called Chang who was walking away. Xiao Meiyu smiled and stretched out her hands to the porcelain doll, and the porcelain doll immediately giggled and leaned towards Xiao Meiyu, wanting Xiao Meiyu to hold her. Chang said helplessly, "Be careful, this girl is heavy." Bang! The porcelain doll patted Chang's shoulder unhappily and said, "You are the heavy one, your whole family is heavy." Chang said with a smile, Yes, my whole family is heavy." The porcelain doll didn't realize her speech error, and threw herself into Xiao Meiyu's arms with a smile. Xiao Meiyu was still holding back her laughter, but after holding the porcelain doll, she immediately realized that what Chang said was true. This furry child was really heavy. After all, she was 6 or 7 years old, not a 1 or 2-year-old child. Seeing Xiao Meiyu forcing a smile, Chang held back his laughter and went to help clean up the breakfast stall. Because every bowl on Xiao Meiyu's side was covered with a plastic bag for the customers, and the chopsticks were all disposable, so it was very convenient and quick to clean up. Of course, in 2003, everyone thought that plastic bags were clean and hygienic, so there was no psychological barrier to using them. However, by 2019, everyone knew that plastic bags were not clean and hygienic, but they still used them without any psychological burden. Chang didn't know what was going on, but although ordinary people have more paper assets, they still have too little cash on hand. Although environmentally friendly tableware is good, ordinary people can't afford it, and small stalls can't afford such costs. Xiao Meiyu didn't put the porcelain doll down until she couldn't hold it anymore. Chang was amused by her reluctant look. He didn't expect this woman to like children so much. "I remember you are about the same age as me. Pick a suitable partner to get married and have children. You are so beautiful. The children you give birth to must be as beautiful as my little princess." Ha ha. Xiao Meiyu forced a smile, bit her lip, and suddenly stopped talking. Chang didn't know what sore spot he had touched on the other party. Maybe he still hadn't gotten over his previous marriage, so Chang quickly apologized. Xiao Meiyu forced a smile, collected her emotions, avoided the porcelain doll, and whispered, "You have to be careful of Zhang Pang. You may have heard of the name Niu Lao San. He has many stalls in the vegetable market in the urban village. He was reported by Zhang Pang and is now detained in the name of an illegal society. It is estimated that he will be sentenced to many years." Xiao Meiyu was a little embarrassed and said worriedly, Nyo-san has always been very caring for me, but in fact, there is nothing between him and me. Zhang Ping thought that there was something between me and Nyo-san, so he reported Nyo-san. Zhang Ping is a villain. You have to be careful of him and don't conflict with him. It's not worth it. Xiao Meiyu warned worriedly. Chang suddenly realized that it was no wonder that when Zhang Ping and the other two rushed over, Xiao Meiyu said that she would stand in front of him no matter what. It seemed that she didn't want him to have a head-on conflict with Zhang Ping. It is estimated that Zhang Ping was severely punished by Niu Lao-san before, so he took revenge with a grudge and sent Niu Lao-san to prison. But a report can send someone to jail, and they can also sue in the name of an illegal society. The power behind this guy is not small. Then why didn't you stop me when I took his money? Chang asked curiously. When did you take his money? I didn't see it, and don't say anything nonsense. It should be the migrant workers who beat him. Anyway, they are not good people. They say disgusting things every day when they come to buy breakfast. Xiao Meiyu said angrily. Chang. I really thought you were a simple woman, but I didn't expect you to kill someone with a borrowed knife. But one side is a villain, and the other side is a gangster. It's a dog bite dog. Lu Ainan agreed to meet at 10 a.m., so Chang was not in a hurry. He took the bus leisurely with the porcelain doll in his arms. It was only 9:30 when he arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. As for why he came early, of course Chang wanted to chat with the porcelain doll, fearing that the little child would have some psychological trauma. Isn't it said on TV that when parents divorce, the children are the ones who are hurt the most? Little princess, do you know what this place is? Chang pointed to the sign at the door and said, It's where you divorced that woman. The porcelain doll said calmly, holding the Nutri Express in both hands. Chang. Well, the little brats nowadays know a lot. After hesitating for a while, Chang decided to get straight to the point. After all, Chang's soul is just an 18-year-old boy. Although he was born in the market and has seen all kinds of human relationships and the evil of human hearts since he was a child, after all, he is old and experienced. He can't even figure out a woman's mind, let alone a little girl. Don't keep guessing and don't create any misunderstandings, that would be troublesome, so don't beat around the bush and just come straight to the point. Divorce doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't really have much impact on our current life, so I don't want this to affect you. Chang deliberately said in a relaxed tone. I know, don't worry, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it was the first time I saw her alive yesterday. Porcelain doll said lightly. Chang suddenly felt distressed again. He really hoped that when he traveled through time, Porcelain doll would have a happy family and a childhood without loneliness and poverty, but it was not his turn to make the decision. He could only accept what fate had arranged for him and could not refute it. But Chang could do his best to give Porcelain doll the best conditions and love at the existing starting point. After a moment's silence, Chang said, I hope you don't hate her. It's her right to choose what kind of lifestyle she wants. Although she didn't fulfill her duties as a mother, it's all in the past. Never mind, I don't know how to say it. I just don't want you to have bad memories of the word mother when you grow up. I hope there will be more good things in your memory. The porcelain doll looked at Chang in confusion, and then said, I don't understand. Chang laughed dumbly. After all, she was still a 6-year-old child. She might have subconsciously expressed such complex emotions, but it is not so easy to express and understand. However, before Chang could speak, the porcelain doll said, I hate that woman. She gave birth to me, but she doesn't want me anymore and doesn't care about me. I hate her so much. The people in the Liu family bullied me. They are all bad people. I don't want to go back. Wang Wang, I will go wherever you go. You can't abandon me. You have to promise that you can't abandon me even if you find a stepmother for me. A surge of blood rushed to his heart, and Chang said decisively, I promise that I will keep my word unless I die. If you don't like the stepmother, I won't want her and find another one until you are satisfied. The porcelain doll smiled happily, took out a tea egg wrapped in a plastic bag from his pocket, and stuffed it into Chang's hand. Chang laughed, scratched the porcelain doll's nose with his fingers, and then prepared to peel the tea egg. At this time, a fragrant breeze came faintly, and then a slightly hoarse female voice behind her said, Nan, Mommy didn't take care of you, and Mommy had her reasons. Chang and porcelain doll turned their heads at the same time. It turned out that Lu Ainan had come over at some point. The huge sunglasses directly blocked half of her face, but at this moment, 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. Porcelain doll immediately shrank into Chang's arms, with hatred in her big eyes. Lu Ainan was immediately stabbed by this look and burst into tears. Chang patted the porcelain doll's back, thought for a while, and said, Luanan, this marriage is my own choice anyway. Now it has become like this. I just hope to get a quiet and steady divorce, and we can each start our own lives and never bother each other again. After a pause, Chang said, "It's better for my daughter to live with me. After you went back yesterday, you must have investigated. Your Lu family is really too unfriendly to my daughter. In order not to leave a childhood shadow on my daughter, I hope you can let go. My daughter is also yours. You have already felt very sorry for her. Don't hurt her anymore and give her a way out. I don't want any money or anything. If you are worried, we can sign another contract. I won't ask for the account later for this matter. I just want to live a quiet life with my daughter," Chang said calmly. The porcelain doll was in tears when she heard it, and she plunged into Chang's arms. Her little body trembled, which made people feel distressed. Luanen couldn't control her emotions anymore and cried even harder. After a while, I calmed down. Luanen wiped her tears, put on makeup again, and then turned around again, another radiant and beautiful beauty. "Have you brought all the documents? Go in and change your documents," Luanen said lightly. "Okay." Chang looked at Luanen deeply. He had his own ideas when he said some soft words of persuasion just now. No matter what, Lu Shiyu has no blood relationship with him, which is a congenital loophole. Moreover, Chang does not have a fixed job now, and there is no stable income. If Luanen insists on having the custody of Lu Shiyu, then Chang really can't win the battle. The law will not consider the feelings of a child. They will only act according to the law, which will never be wrong. But once the conflict intensifies and Chang loses the custody, Lu Shiyu will have to go back to the Lu family. That will really be the beginning of a hellish nightmare for the porcelain doll. If Chang doesn't want to see Lu Shiyu suffer, then he will really have to create a family annihilation tragedy and then flee with the porcelain doll. Why must he create a family annihilation tragedy? Because only when the Lu family died out would they not use their huge social resources to hunt down Chang. At the same time, many families would take the opportunity to divide the interests of the Lu family. Chaos would be Chang's best chance to escape. Of course, that was only the worst result. Chang would not do that unless he had no other choice. The process of changing the certificate went smoothly. The clerk looked at the three people in surprise, and then asked them again according to the script. After getting a positive answer, he asked Chang and Luanen to take photos, pay the fee, sign and stamp the divorce agreement, and then get the divorce certificate on the spot. Then, the original wedding photo was stamped with a void seal. The whole process was over, and it didn't even take half an hour to line up. Before leaving, the clerk with some freckles on his face couldn't help but remind him, "Keep the divorce certificate. If you remarry in the future, you will need this certificate." Chang hurriedly thanked him. Luanen had already put on sunglasses and walked out with his head held high. The clerk whispered, "The child is very cute, take good care of her." Chang thanked him again with gratitude. At this time, an auntie at the table opposite the clerk smiled and said, "Little boy, do you think the auntie opposite you is pretty?" The porcelain doll stared at the clerk with wide eyes, and the clerk's pretty face suddenly turned red. Chang was confused. Are men who take care of children so popular these days? Are second-hand men popular? Not really. This question is like someone asking you whether uncles are popular. This is actually a false proposition. Because only rich people are called uncles, and poor people are just masters. Chang is still fully aware of his current image and charm. This rustic outfit was a perfect match in the 1990s, but now people will only think that he is a wild man from the mountains who has never seen the world. And then his appearance is not up to standard. His face is a little too fierce. He is not a good person at first glance, and he has nothing to do with handsome guys and young meat. If he is paired with this tendon meat, it is really the standard image of a sturdy warrior. If he plays a villain in an action movie, everyone will definitely think that he is acting in his true colors. He is so poor and ugly, how can he be attractive to women? Women are visual animals, okay? Even Xiao Meiyu only loves Lu Shiyu and loves her, and she sympathizes with Chang. Chang still has some idea in his mind. So Chang would never misunderstand that the clerk was interested in him. Of course, you still have to have dreams, and they will definitely come true in the future. This is the confidence of the reborn. When the father and son came out of the service hall, they saw Luanen had already walked to the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. She was walking with big strides without any nostalgia. In fact, Chang secretly admired this woman in his heart. She was decisive. Once she made up her mind, she would not drag her feet. She would never be fettered by love. To be honest, only such people can accomplish great things. Chang always felt that he was thick-skinned and black-hearted. For example, the last time the humanoid beast killed the stalker, Chang did not have any sequelae afterwards. It seemed that he adapted quite quickly. Chang felt that his psychological quality was quite good. But Chang couldn't bear to part with Lu Shiyu. It had only been 2 days since he came here, but Chang had already developed a strong sense of responsibility for the porcelain doll. However, Lu Ainan could give up her own daughter without even feeding her a mouthful of breast milk. This is really not something that an ordinary person can do. This is inhuman. Awesome. However, Chang didn't think this was a good thing at all. It was simply not human at all. Chang and Lu Shiyu smiled at each other. Lu Shiyu didn't have the same fear as an ordinary child facing a divorce. Painfully confused, she happily ate the tea eggs peeled by Chang, and felt that she was very happy that her parents were getting divorced. So Chang was relieved. This might be the best result. Next, he could focus on making money. In 2 months at the latest, the porcelain doll would go to primary school. First, he had to buy a house and transfer his household registration, then transfer the household registration for the porcelain doll, and then apply for a primary school place. Chang didn't even know which school district the workers' new village belonged to. To be safe, of course, the sooner the better. So the pressure to make money was very urgent. In 2003, the house price in Wuzhou was about 300 to 400 yuan per square meter, so it would cost about 200,000 to 250,000 yuan to buy the house that Chang was renting now. To be safe, 300,000 yuan would definitely be enough. It didn't seem much. But now it was 2003, and the average monthly salary of urban workers in Wuzhou was about 800 yuan. If the Lu family could honestly fulfill the contract and pay the 1 million yuan reward, Chang would not have to worry now. However, the facts proved that Lu Shiyu was indeed worthy of her surname Lu. Yesterday, she cried and said that she would pay Chang 1 million no matter what, but today, she acted as if nothing had happened and forgot about it. Sure enough, only people like this can make a living these days. Chang was thinking about how to make money, and suddenly he felt someone in front of him, and he subconsciously stopped. 2 meters in front of him was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, dressed like an elite. He looked Chang up and down and said, "My boss wants to see you." After that, he turned and left. Chang said to the porcelain doll in confusion, "Do I know him?" The porcelain doll shook his head very honestly. "How do I know if you know his mother?" "Chang. Naughty child, are you here to make fun of me?" The porcelain doll made a face at Chang and said, "Go and take a look. My godmother said that we ordinary people should be careful and not provoke those rich and powerful people. We can't afford to provoke them." Chang felt a little blocked in his heart. Don't learn this from her in the future. She just has petty bourgeois ideas, Chang said unhappily. You're going to school soon. Remember one thing. We don't take the initiative to provoke others, but if someone wants to bully us, we will never show mercy. We should fight back when we should fight back. Remember? The porcelain doll suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Chang. Woof woof, I thought you were going to say, whoever bullies me, you will help me beat them. Chang. Is the little girl really a woman? This is really a life-threatening question. The elite middle-aged man in front found that Chang did not catch up, and immediately frowned, and gestured to the shade of the tree not far away. Immediately, 2 strong men in black walked towards Chang quickly. Chang was naturally not afraid. The human-shaped beast was online at any time and could kill everything in seconds. He was afraid of nothing. Little princess, we are going to fight. Are you afraid? Chang smiled. Godmother said that fighting is not good. If you lose, you will get hurt and it will hurt a lot. If you win, you will have to pay money. It is best not to fight. Porcelain doll said seriously. Chang was speechless. This Xiao Meiyu must be poisonous. Porcelain doll only left his sight for half a night and was alone with Xiao Meiyu. This woman actually brainwashed porcelain doll. Awesome. Then what if we don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but others insist on beating us? Chang asked. Then we run away? The porcelain doll bit her finger and said uncertainly. What if someone blocks our door? Chang asked. Then we call the police? The porcelain doll said tangledly. Chang really didn't know whether to laugh or cry this time. My little princess, running away will not solve the problem. If you run away for the first time, you will want to run away for the second time, and then you will slowly develop a habit of running away. In this life, you will become a coward who can be bullied by anyone. If I become a coward, who will protect you in the future? The porcelain doll was stunned, and suddenly felt that what Chang said made sense. Then what the godmother said was wrong. So the porcelain doll pointed at the 2 strong men in black who were walking quickly, and said loudly, woof woof, fight. Chang burst into laughter immediately. That's right. I am a wild child from the city, and you are a child abandoned by a wealthy family. Both of us have no money, no power, and no background. If we want to stand out and not be bullied, we must be strong enough, tough enough, hard fists. Strong heart. So Chang stepped forward with the porcelain doll in his arms. Since the custody of the porcelain doll has officially belonged to him, he must teach the child the first lesson. No matter what difficulties you encounter, don't be afraid, face it with a smile. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Persistence is victory. Ali Gay. Two strong men in black came quickly. The flat-headed man on the left said ruthlessly, "Boy, come with us obediently, or we will kill you." The long-faced man on the right laughed grimly, "Boy, don't refuse a toast." After being encouraged by Chang, the porcelain doll shouted Ali Gay to the two men, but now she immediately shrank into Chang's arms and dared not say a word. Chang said in a curious tone, "Who gave you the courage? Fish Leong? Hey, Fish Leong? The song Courage should have been released to the public in 2003, right? If not, she must be silenced today. But now is not like 2019, when you can pick up your phone and connect to 4G to check the internet at any time. Now is an era where 3 has not even begun to become popular." Chang's face changed immediately, and he secretly regretted his careless and outspoken. "Boy, you are so stubborn." The long-faced man's face changed, and he rushed over first and punched Chang in the face. The long-faced man was obviously very strong. The jab was very fast. Chang only felt his eyes blurred, and then he had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. At the same time, as Chang's mind moved, the master mode was seamlessly switched, and the humanoid beast instantly took over the control of the body, and the powerful force descended again. Chang, who had already transformed, tilted his head back slightly. This simple little action lengthened the opponent's attack line, and the jab missed. But the key is that the humanoid beast's action is fast enough, otherwise Chang's body would not have time to react and would be hit in the head by a punch. The humanoid beast is not a person who likes to fight without fighting back. It simply leaned back to avoid the opponent's attack, and then almost at the same time, a fierce knee strike directly attacked the key parts. The long-faced man was quite proud, thinking that he could handle Chang with one punch. After all, real martial arts is actually a killing skill, and often one move decides life and death. Height and weight are not decisive factors, and a fierce appearance is useless. However, Chang's dodge and counterattack caught him off guard. In a panic, he suddenly arched his buttocks backwards, instantly creating distance and barely avoided Duan Ziju Sun's knee strike. Unexpectedly, after Chang's knee stopped, his calf swung out like a whip and continued to attack the key parts. In an instant, the long-faced man was filled with despair, and he realized that he could not dodge. The despair didn't last too long. It was only a second at most. Chan's whip kick gave the long-faced man a kick that could have cut off his offspring. Ouch! The long-faced man had a ferocious look on his face. He knelt down slowly, holding his stomach, and slammed his head on the ground. "It hurts. I'm done for. This time I'm really done for. I'm going to become a..." The flat-headed man on the other side just realized something was wrong and stepped forward and punched. He wanted to attack Chang to save Zhao from Wei, but it was a pity that he was still a step too late. Chang, holding the porcelain doll, dodged the punch with a light move and kicked the inside of the flat-headed man's knee on his supporting foot. Ah! The flat-headed man hugged his knees and rolled on the ground screaming. At this time, the porcelain doll poked its head out, hugged Chang's neck and screamed, "Wang Wang, you are great. You beat all the bad guys down. If my classmates bully me in the future, you must help me fight." Chang was just happily interacting with the porcelain doll, but his face immediately fell. "What do you mean, you want me to help you fight with your classmates? You naughty kid, are you sure? A master like me, bullying a few first-grade naughty kids. Is this something a human would do?" However, what Chang could not have imagined was that a few months later, he really helped the porcelain doll to beat up the elementary school students. So this person must not set himself up as a flagrant. After easily knocking down the two men in black, Chang held the porcelain doll and walked leisurely towards the black car not far away. The elite middle-aged man said with a gloomy face, "Chang, do you know who you are beating?" Chang raised his eyebrows. "Do you know me?" The elite middle-aged man snorted coldly, "You are worthy of me to know you." Without saying a word, Chang had already approached him. Without switching to the human-shaped beast mode, he directly hit him with a knee. The elite middle-aged man immediately wailed and held his stomach, and began to roll on the ground. Chang smacked his lips, and suddenly felt that beating people was still very satisfying. At this time, the window of the black car rolled down, and a handsome face appeared in Chang's field of vision. Chang was stunned after just one look. He had seen the photo of this young man in the memory card of the stalker. "I didn't realize you were quite good at fighting." The young handsome man sat in the car, glanced at the three men who were lying on the ground and wailing, sneered, and said, "If someone like you was in Mingzhu in the 1970s and 1980s, you would probably have done well. This skill is at least a double flower red stick." After a pause, the young handsome man continued, but the times have changed. Now we live in a society ruled by law. Who makes a living by beating people? If you dare to hit someone, I can send you to jail. Chang found it funny. It was you who ordered your men to bully me. Now you are being bullied instead of showing off. You dare to say that we live in a society ruled by law? There is no good end for beating people. Do you still have any shame? Facing Chang's teasing eyes, the young handsome man also woke up. He just scolded himself. He wanted to turn against him at that time. However, Chang was not interested in getting entangled with strangers and irrelevant people and wasting time. Since this person has appeared in the camera of the stalker, it means that this person has been targeted by some people. He really doesn't need to get involved, so as not to be used as a gun. So Chang said directly, "What is your purpose? Just say it directly. I'm in a hurry." The young handsome man was stunned when he heard it, and then he was furious. "How dare you talk to me like this? You actually just left like that?" The young handsome guy got out of the car furiously. He wanted to chase after Chang and beat him up, but when he saw the three men still rolling on the ground, he suddenly realized that man was not someone he could beat. Chasing after him would be a crime. The handsome guy immediately did what he wanted. After hesitating for a while, the young handsome guy said fiercely, "A bunch of trash. 3 of you couldn't even deal with one person. What's the point of me keeping you? Go back and call a few more people to take back the place." After that, he directly ordered the driver, "Drive, go." The black car drove away, and the 2 burly men in black slowly recovered and staggered over. The elite middle-aged man got into his car on the side of the road with a calm expression, and his face immediately turned black. "Little, without your grandfather's protection, you're nothing." The elite middle-aged man cursed a few words in a low voice, then started the car and left. Chang got on the bus with the porcelain doll in his arms. Along the way, he chatted absent-mindedly with the excited porcelain doll, secretly thinking about how to make money quickly. As for who the young handsome guy is? Who is the mastermind behind the stalking of the man? Chang actually didn't care at all, because these people and things combined are not as important as the porcelain doll going to elementary school. But how to make money quickly? Is the only way to do it by stealing from the thieves? The risk of doing this is really high, but the rewards are also great. Chang secretly clenched his fists, and simply started with the young handsome guy just now. Chang returned home with the porcelain doll in his arms. Xiao Meiyu had already prepared 4 dishes and a soup. The porcelain doll immediately jumped from Chang's arms to the ground, then stood on tiptoe, holding the table with both hands, staring at the pot of braised pork elbow on the table with wide eyes, drooling and grinning. Chang pulled the porcelain doll a little embarrassedly, and explained to Xiao Meiyu, "This naughty child is too greedy. He can't walk when he sees delicious food. Not only can't walk, but his eyes are glued to the braised pork elbow and can't be pulled out." Xiao Meiyu pursed her lips to hold back her smile, touched the porcelain doll's long hair and said, "Baby, wash your hands before eating." The porcelain doll was led by Xiao Meiyu to the bathroom, but when walking, the child still turned his head. His eyes were always staring at the braised pork elbow on the table, and he didn't forget to remind Chang, "Wang, you are not allowed to eat secretly, do you hear me? Otherwise I will never talk to you again." Oh, what a scary threat. I'm so scared. After a while, the porcelain doll came out after washing her hands. Seeing Chang standing there obediently, she patted Chang's waist happily and said, "Be good and listen. Whatever my godmother and I have left is yours." "Chang, thank you so much. There are only 3 people in the family now. Is there anyone else after you 2 finish eating? This is the first time I realize why my family status is so low. If there is another pet dog at home, does the dog have to take my turn? Wait. The naughty child calls me Wang," then Chang's mouth twitched. This naughty child really deserves a beating. The porcelain doll knelt on the chair, eating the braised pork elbow happily, her mouth full of oil, her hands full of sauce and oil stains, while she was smiling and eating the fried pork shreds and apple slices that Xiao Meiyu picked up for her. Her little mouth was always bulging like a hamster, and she never rested at all. Even so, the porcelain doll still had to make some space in her mouth to flatter Xiao Meiyu in a vague and crazy way, saying that her cooking skills were rare in the world. However, the strange thing was that although she knew that the porcelain doll was flattering, Xiao Meiyu was happy to do it. Her 2 beautiful eyebrows were about to fly up, and she looked very happy. It seemed that her complexion had improved a lot. "Ha ha, woman." Chang shook his head and ate peacefully. A harmonious and happy lunch was finished in half an hour. Then, while the porcelain doll was watching cartoons, Xiao Meiyu fed the porcelain doll fruits and freshly squeezed juice. The porcelain doll was so happy that it giggled. The silver bell-like smile never stopped. But it was only half an hour. When the time was up, Xiao Meiyu turned off the TV, took the porcelain doll to brush her teeth and wash her hands, and then coaxed her to bed for a nap. The porcelain doll fell asleep before she had been reading the fairy tale for 10 minutes. Chang was watching in the living room, amazed. In his memory, when the original owner, the iron-headed man, coaxed the porcelain doll to sleep, it was so painful. Without 1 or 2 hours of repeated tossing, the naughty child could not fall asleep at all. And even if he fell asleep, his sleep was very shallow, and he would wake up with a little noise, which made everyone exhausted and in a bad mood. But watching Xiao Meiyu coaxing the porcelain doll to sleep, it was so relaxing and happy, and everyone was happy. The porcelain doll's sleep quality was very good. Xiao Meiyu took a thin blanket and gently covered the porcelain doll's belly, then came out of the bedroom and carefully closed the door. Chang smiled and said, "This child is like a different person from you." Xiao Meiyu smiled happily and said, "I've heard people say this. Either the child has a physical problem, or he lacks a sense of security." As she spoke, Xiao Meiyu suddenly realized that she had said too much. Chang didn't think much of it, and continued, "What you said makes sense. After all, there are some things that I can't give her. Thank you very much. I saw the juicer in fairy tale books. They were all bought by you. Leave the shopping to me in the future. I feel embarrassed to eat and drink for free." Xiao Meiyu lowered her head, gathered the broken hair on her forehead behind her ears, and whispered, "You don't have to be so polite. Sure is my goddaughter." Chang nodded, and the two fell into silence for a while. After a while, Chang felt a little embarrassed. He was about to go to his house opposite to check if the paint on the wall had dried when Xiao Meiyu suddenly said, "Actually, you can leave Sure at my place today. This kind of thing isn't very nice to do in front of the child after all." Chang was stunned for a moment before he reacted and said in surprise, "This child actually told you that Lu Ainan and I went through the divorce procedures this morning?" Xiao Meiyu chuckled, "But I'm her godmother. She trusts me very much. Of course, I will be worthy of the child's trust." Chang thought for a moment before saying, "In fact, it's best to deal with this matter in front of my daughter, because she is not an ordinary child. This is also a relief for her." "Relieved?" Xiao Meiyu nodded thoughtfully, and then looked at Chang with sympathetic eyes. Chang felt a little uncomfortable. What was he looking at? That was all the work of the original owner, that idiot. "I just traveled through time and space to take the blame. I have only been on the job for 2 days. What happened in the past has nothing to do with me. Don't sympathize with me. I don't need it." Xiao Meiyu whispered, "What are your plans for the future? If you are short of money, I have some savings here, or I can teach you how to make breakfast. In fact, you are very capable. As long as you work hard, you and Nanan's life will not be bad in the future, and I will do my best to help you. I just have a small suggestion: let's not do anything crooked, such as the money in the wallet." Chang was somewhat moved. They had just met by chance, and Xiao Meiyu was a really kind and good woman who could do this. Although the last sentence was a bit unpleasant to the ear, Chang was still very grateful to Xiao Meiyu. But unfortunately, the two people's values were indeed quite different. Xiao Meiyu thought that Chang taking the money from Zhang Peng's wallet was just like stealing, while Chang didn't even mind robbing the thieves, let alone this, which was simply not a big deal. The moral bottom line of the two people was very different. So the two fell into silence again. Although they were a single man and a single woman in the same room, there was no spark at all. Instead, both of them realized that the other party was very different from themselves, so in an instant, both of them realized the distance between them. The gap between the two was like a chasm, insurmountable. Chang stood up and said, "I'll go see if the wall paint has dried." Xiao Meiyu also stood up, "I'll go to sleep for a while. I have to get up early tomorrow." The two nodded slightly and passed each other. Chang walked around his room and strolled out. He was going to take a walk around the urban village opposite. The stalker was killed by him in a deep alley of the urban village yesterday, but until today, he didn't see any police going in and out to check. Could it be that the body has not been found yet? Before anyone crossed the road, Chang saw an old man walking along the road with a bag in his hand across the road. A team of motorcycles whizzed past from behind. The violent sound waves scared the old man so much that he sat down on the ground, then hugged his ankle with a look of pain on his face. Chang was about to go forward to help the old man, but suddenly remembered, what year was the Pinyu case? I can't remember it. The foot that had just been stretched out retracted, and Chang stood there watching. The Pinyu case in Jinling, this is something that everyone in China should know, and it can even be regarded as a catastrophic milestone. Chang didn't remember the exact year it happened, but he was now penniless and had a daughter to support. Not only did he not have the money to take risks, he also didn't have the time to take risks, so he cautiously chose to wait and see. Sure enough, After the old man fell down for a few minutes, no one went to help him, and there was no one within 3 meters of the old man. Chang secretly felt fortunate that he had made the right choice. It was right to wait and see carefully. If he really went up, he might be blackmailed. If he was pestered by an old man for several months, how would Chang have time to earn money to buy a house and transfer his household registration? Wouldn't the porcelain doll have to drop out of school? At this time, a taxi drove by and stopped not far away. 2 girls hurriedly got out of the car and ran towards the old man. Hey! Is there really someone who is not afraid of death? Chang widened his eyes and watched calmly from across the street. Are you kidding? There weren't so many cameras in 2003. Who can prove that he didn't hit the old man? It's safer to stay away. The 2 girls quickly ran to the old man, checked him out, and then one of them hailed the taxi to back up, but the taxi didn't back up. After a few arguments, the 2 girls angrily threw the money to the taxi driver, and then the taxi drove away quickly. Smart! Then Chang stood calmly across the street, watching the 2 girls help the old man up, and then one of the girls accidentally saw Chang, and their eyes met. The girl waved at Chang in surprise, shouting, "Wang Wang, come and help." Chang, do I know you? You just call me Wang Wang? You are Wang Wang, your whole family is Wang Wang. However, the girl was not discouraged, and still waved to Chang to help. Chang, help your sister. Such a big girl, how can you be so shameless? You 2 are beautiful female college students, and there are people helping you wherever you go. Brother is just a rough guy, and his appearance is not pleasing to the eye. What if he is dumped by someone? My buddy is also responsible for helping the little girl get a degree to go to elementary school, so how can I have the time to argue with you? Goodbye, those guys. Chang rolled his eyes and turned to leave. However, the girl actually caught up with him, panting and said, "Uncle, I called you, why didn't you respond to me? Don't you recognize me in just 2 days? Ha?" Chang turned around and looked at the girl carefully, and immediately slapped his thigh. "Oh. I said you looked familiar, but I didn't recognize you just now. There are indeed too many beauties around me, please forgive me." No wonder I subconsciously thought that the 2 girls were female just now college students. They are really female college students from Wuzhou University. These 2 pretty girls are the ones Chang met when he took porcelain doll to eat at KFC last time. He also asked for the QQ number of this girl named Shanshan. It's a pity that he has no money to buy a computer, so he hasn't added her yet. The girl didn't get angry, but laughed out loud. "Uncle, you are just bragging. With your looks, beautiful girls would have been scared away by you a long time ago." Chang glared at her. "No way, don't talk nonsense, you weren't scared away. It doesn't matter if others run away or not, I don't care." The girl blushed immediately, pointed to the other side of the street, and said, "Uncle, come and help, the 2 of us can't move that old man." Chang asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid that the old man will blackmail you?" The girl's eyes widened immediately, her face was confused. "Why is he blackmailing us? Why? We are helping him, why is he blackmailing us?" Then the girl looked at Chang with suspicion, thinking how could he think so badly of an old man. Chang laughed and thought to himself, "You are still too young. If you live in the future, you will know. If your family does not have tens of millions of dollars, how dare you help the elderly? And the elderly who beat up primary school students for a bus seat, do you dare to believe it? As for those who dance square dance until midnight and occupy parking lots and basketball courts, that is not a big deal. You can't even protect yourself. How do you think you will survive in 16 years? But even though he thought so in his heart, Chang's legs automatically followed the girl to the other side of the street and helped the old man up. You disobedient legs and disobedient hands, I will chop you off when I go back." Chang cursed secretly in his heart. With the help of Chang, the old man stood up and moved his ankle, and his face was immediately in pain. "It still doesn't work. I'm afraid he's really hurt. Those bastards rode their motorcycles so fast. Are they in a hurry to reincarnate?" The old man cursed angrily and said, "I'll call my son to help me get home. I'll just apply some safflower oil when I get home. It's not a big deal. No need to go to the hospital. Thank you 3 kind people. If you're not busy, come to my house for a cup of tea later. I'll thank you very much." Chang heard it and thought, "Hey, there really is no fraud?" Shanshan rolled her eyes at Chang, as if to laugh at him. "Look, are you judging an old man by your own standards?" Another girl Rongrong persuaded, "Grandpa, let's go to the hospital for an x-ray. That way you can be more at ease." Shanshan looked at Chang and said, "Yes, Grandpa, this big guy said he can carry you to the hospital." Chang, you lied. I didn't say that. You bad woman. Unexpectedly, the old man patted Chang's shoulder with some emotion, and said with emotion, "Little brother, you don't look like a good person, but your heart is really good. Chang? You stinky old man. I helped you, and you actually called me ugly? Seeing Chang's face twitching, Rong and Shan couldn't help laughing. My son is here. Come on, let's go to my house for tea. The old man greeted him warmly. Grandpa, you should go to the hospital for an x-ray, don't hurt your bones. Rong said. It's okay. Don't curse me. The old man was a little unhappy after being scolded too much. Rong shut up immediately. Chang looked at the old man's son, who looked to be in his 30s, with a beer belly and ran over with sweat all over his head. Dad, I'll ask Lao Si to drive the car and take you to the hospital later. Beer belly said breathlessly, thank you three kind people, leave me your phone number, I'll treat you to dinner later. Rong and Shan declined quickly. The whole scene was so harmonious that Chang was a little dazed. In other words, the Pingyu case hasn't come out yet, so people's hearts are like this at this time. Chang suddenly felt a surge of blood. For the first time, he began to like the year 2003 when people's hearts were still simple. So Chang bent down and squatted, saying, Old man, stand still, I'll touch your bones. Beer belly raised his eyebrows, a little unhappy with Chang's address, but looking at Chang, who was tall and strong with tendons and a fierce face, he looked like he was not easy to mess with. He swallowed his anger temporarily. The old man was not angry, and said with a big heart, Little brother, do you know medical skills? Chang said without raising his head, I don't know, just touch it casually. The beer belly could no longer hold back, and his mentality was about to explode. Are you here to make trouble? The old man was also confused. He didn't expect Chang to be so honest. Are you sure you are not here to make trouble? Shan also squatted down, pulled Chang and whispered, Wang, don't make trouble, what are you doing if you don't know medical skills? After Chang touched the bones, he immediately switched modes, and his original self came online again, saying, Old man, you have a slight bone fracture. Although it is not serious, you are old, so you should go to the hospital for treatment. After saying this, everyone was stunned. Didn't you say you don't know medical skills? Chang shrugged and said, I'm just talking casually. The beer belly really exploded this time, and punched Chang in the face. Just touched casually, and now you are talking casually, you are here to make trouble, I will beat you to death. Seeing beer belly suddenly attack, Rong and Shan screamed in surprise. However, Chang was not panicked at all. He switched modes instantly with a thought, and the humanoid beast came online. Chang held beer belly's fist accurately with his big hand, and then used his strength to pull the other party into his arms. In a flash, he easily turned beer belly's punch almost 180 degrees. If Chang hadn't switched back to the mode instantly, beer belly's left wrist would have been broken by Chang. But even though Chang had shown mercy, beer belly still screamed in pain, covered his left wrist and took a step back, staring at Chang in shock and fear. In the past, others thought his fist was as hard as a hammer, but now he felt that Chang's fist was as hard as an iron fist, and his fist was just a cooked egg, which would break if he squeezed it. What a master! He could make his entire left hand useless with just one move, and Chang acted so relaxed, as if he didn't exert any strength at all. If this guy gets serious, wouldn't he be able to kill him with one move? Beer belly was instantly scared. Chang said lightly, I won't fight with you today. Send your dad to the hospital to check his feet first. We'll fight after that, Which idiot would fight with you? I'd be surprised if I could beat you. Beer belly complained silently in his heart, but he didn't say a word, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Chang was immediately upset when he saw that beer belly didn't say a word. His move just now was so easy and cool, and coupled with those words, it was very cool and handsome, wasn't it? You didn't react? Just pretend to be dead? If you pretend to be dead, how can I pretend? I have no looks and no education in this life. The only chance I have to pretend in front of two beautiful college students. If you dare to let me fail, I will slap you in the face. So Chang immediately said, What, you have an objection? No problem, let's do it now. As he said that, Chang rolled up his sleeves. Beer belly was immediately frightened. Chang's face was originally quite fierce. He just realized that Chang was a martial arts master. Now he failed to provoke and was beaten. He was maliciously targeted. Beer belly was immediately frightened and subconsciously took 2 steps back and shouted, Dad, he wants to hit me. Things happened so fast that Rong and Shan hadn't reacted yet. I was just worried about Chang, but he got slapped in the face right away. A man in his 30s actually complained to his father in public? Do you think you are still a primary school student? So Rong and Shan's expressions of exclamation immediately turned into laughter. Chang was also shocked, but he didn't show it. He turned his head and said, Old man, can you still beat your son? Do you want me to do it for you? Shan finally couldn't help it and burst out laughing. The old man glared at the drooping beer belly and said domineeringly, "Get out of the way, I will educate my son, no one else can do it." Chang nodded, "Okay, since you are old, I will give you face." The old man actually nodded to Chang, indicating that he recognized the face given by Chang, which made Shanshan and Rongrong open their mouths wide. Then the old man turned his head and glared at his son, "You are a useless thing, you only know how to cause trouble, but you have no ability to take responsibility. Are you living like a dog at your age? Learn more from my brothers." The beer belly looked at Chang resentfully. "Brother, you are taking advantage of me again, when did you become my father?" But since his own father said so, he had no choice. With such a worldly father, he could only accept it with tears. At this time, the fourth brother mentioned by the beer belly finally drove over. It was a Passat. Chang immediately paid attention. Those who could afford a Passat in 2003 were definitely rich people, and they seemed to still live in the village in the city. Several people exchanged their names and contact information, agreed to meet again next time, and then waved goodbye. At this time, there were already many people watching the excitement around. Chang couldn't just walk into the village in the city, so he simply called a motorcycle and went directly to the decoration city to buy 2 buckets of wall paint. But thinking about the domineering old man just now, Chang also found it interesting. This old man was definitely a gangster when he was young, but his character didn't seem bad. Then Chang suddenly remembered a gossip rumor from later generations. It was said that when the village and the city was demolished, a box of gold was dug out from the cellar of a family. It was said that it was a collection left by a wealthy family in the Republic of China to escape the war and move south. In case the family fell into poverty or there was any other accident, the descendants could live happily with this money. This gossip is true, it's good as if he had seen it with his own eyes. In 2019, the Wuzhou village in the city had been demolished more than 10 years ago, and there was no way to verify it, so Chang never took it to heart. But now, it is 2003, and the village and the city will not be demolished for another 3 years, so Chang has plenty of time to verify it. What if it is true? Chang's breathing became rapid, and he wanted to rush into the village and the city to search immediately. But at least he still had a brain, knowing that such things must not be made public, and must be considered carefully and cautious. Even if there are any gossips and rumors afterwards, he must not let anyone contact him. After paying the taxi fare and returning home with the wall paint, Chang had no intention of working, and paced back and forth in the room thinking. According to the gossips and rumors of later generations, the key word is the Republic of China, which means that the house must be an old house with a long history. Chang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately took out his mobile phone to call Lu Weijun, the one with the beer belly before. "I heard there are still houses from the Ming and Qing dynasties in your village, is that true?" "There are none from the Ming and Qing dynasties, but there are 3 houses from the Republic of China. The house across from my house is a house from the Republic of China." "Where is across from your house?" There are 2 stone lions at the door of my house, and there is an old locust tree in his yard, but he went to his daughter's house in the south to take care of the children, so no one is at home recently." "Forget it, I'm just curious." After making up a random excuse, Chang hung up the phone and went out immediately. The other 2 were put aside for the time being, and while the owner was not at home, he explored the house in front of him. After taking a detour into the village and the city, Chang found the target yard in no time, and then he looked at the narrow alley next to the yard, and his eyes suddenly became straight. This alley seems to be the alley where the human-shaped beast killed the stalker. Seeing that there was no one around, Chang dodged into the narrow alley, and indeed found a pool of blood at the end of the narrow alley, but the body of the stalker had disappeared. Chang's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that someone was following him at that time? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Forget it, it's already a fait accompli, and nothing can be changed now. If something really happens, it's nothing more than a matter of time. Let's see if the gold is there first. Switching to a human-shaped beast, it easily climbed over the wall and entered the yard. Chang saw that there was indeed a cellar in the yard, and he was immediately ecstatic. In fact, not only in the Republic of China, but also in some rural houses today, there are cellars in the yard. But Chang didn't think too much. After seeing the cellar, his eyes could not hold other things. He was originally cautious and didn't check whether there was really no one in the house. He didn't even prepare a candle. He just lifted the lid of the cellar and climbed down the ladder. The cellar was empty. There was nothing except some sundries. The ground and walls were also paved with cement, not the soil as imagined. Chang looked around in a daze. The length and width of this cellar were about 3 by 5 meters, and the depth was about 3 meters. However, all 5 sides were cement. It was impossible to dig it with bare hands. Moreover, the gossips of later generations did not say where in the cellar the gold was dug out. Did he just destroy the cellar? What if the gold was 6 or 7 meters underground? What if there was no gold underground? Think about the demolition of the urban village in the future. Dozens of high-rise residential buildings were built above the ground, and there was a 2-story parking lot below the ground. The depth must be at least 10 meters. Chang felt that it was impossible for him to dig more than 10 meters down, even if he was given an excavator. After hesitating for a long time, Chang slapped his thigh. It is said that wealth and honor are sought in danger. Now that there is a chance, why give up? Besides, it is just digging the soil underground. What kind of adventure is it? The owner of the house went to the south and was not at home. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, it will be gone. Do it! Chang pried open the door and found a pickaxe and a shovel. This time he did not bring a candle. He lit it in the cellar, and then spit out saliva and started to act as a groundhog. The cement layer in the cellar was much thinner than Chang imagined. Chang did not even switch to a human-shaped beast, and the pickaxe broke it in one go. Then Chang worked in the cellar for 4 hours straight, digging more than 2 meters deep, but he didn't see anything. When it was getting dark, Chang stopped, went into the house to clean up and leave, or took a detour back. Chang found that after switching the mode to let the humanoid beast dig the ground, and then switching back, he didn't feel tired at all, as if his physical strength and energy were not affected at all. This is simply a cheating tool. Chang muttered to himself, and an electric bike sped past behind him and stopped at the entrance of the corridor. A woman in a business suit got out of the back seat of the car and complained, "Why are you riding so fast? My is about to be broken into 8 pieces." The man in the plaid shirt said hesitantly, "Didn't you say that you were afraid of being criticized by your colleagues? See, let me ride faster." The professional suit woman slapped the plaid shirt man on the back of his head with her delicate hands, and said unhappily, "We are so far away from the office building, and you are still riding so fast. You think you are right to bump me, right?" The plaid shirt man didn't dare to say a word. The professional suit woman stretched out her hand and tapped the plaid shirt man's forehead with hatred. "I despise your useless appearance the most. When can you be a little manly?" Chang just walked up to them. He didn't want to get involved in the couple's affairs. Maybe they would make up after a fight. There was a couple like that in his class in the future. Never mind. There's no going back. Thinking too much will only make you cry. The woman in professional attire turned around and happened to see Chang's resolute profile. She was stunned. The man in plaid shirt didn't hear the subsequent scolding. He looked up and saw his girlfriend staring at the corridor infatuatedly. He couldn't help but turn his head to look over there. However, Chang had already turned the corner and went upstairs. He didn't even see Chang's back, so he said in confusion, "Shan, what are you looking at?" The woman in professional attire came to her senses and saw her boyfriend's cautious look. She couldn't help but sigh and said, "I'll go upstairs first." The man in the plaid shirt didn't doubt it. He locked the frame of the electric bike to the iron rack at the entrance of the corridor, then took down the battery of the electric bike and carried it upstairs with difficulty. The woman in professional attire took a few quick steps and finally caught up with Chang on the 3rd floor. She stood at the door and looked at Chang. Being deliberately looked at like this, Chang subconsciously looked at the other person twice more. He recognized that the other party was the pajamas woman on the 3rd floor yesterday. Since they were neighbors, Chang also smiled and nodded at her in a friendly manner. The woman in professional attire suddenly felt a little dry in her throat. At first glance, the man looked very ferocious and didn't look like a good person, but when viewed from the side, he was unexpectedly good-looking. At this moment, his slight smile made her feel like a great villain who put down his butcher knife and became a Buddha on the spot. Seeing Chang continue to go upstairs, the woman in professional attire hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, my boyfriend said yesterday that he saw you jumping from the upstairs. Is it true?" Chang smiled calmly. "Do you think it's possible?" The professional dressed woman stamped her feet and said, "I told you, if someone really jumped from the building, he would have lost his arms and legs. I think he is just itching for trouble and deserves a beating." Deserve a beating? This woman is really tough. However, this is the couple's business, and Chang was too lazy to meddle in it. It is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. However, the professional dressed woman stopped Chang again, stretched out his hand, and said formally, "Hello, new neighbor, my name is Rin Shanchan, I work at Hungtong accounting firm." Chang saw that the other party was so serious and polite, he couldn't ignore it, so he also stretched out his hand and held the other party's hand, and said seriously, "Hello Rin Shanchan, my name is Rin Hai. Ha, don't mind, it's just a joke. Nice to meet you, my name is Chang, I live on the 5th floor, currently unemployed." Feeling Chang's rough and powerful big hand holding her hand like a glove, Ren Shanchan blushed immediately and whispered, "You are so funny." Chang smiled and said, "I'm glad you don't mind, then we'll chat next time, nice to meet you." After that, Chang let go of his hand and went upstairs. Ren Shanchan leaned against the wall, looking at Chang's tall and broad back, her eyes a little blurred. The man in the plaid shirt was carrying the electric car battery upstairs with a panting sound. Seeing his girlfriend's crazy expression, he panted and laughed. "Are you thinking of some idle drama plot again?" Ren Shanchan came back to her senses immediately, glared at her boyfriend, and said unhappily, "I told you to exercise a long time ago. You are panting even when carrying a battery. What else can you do?" Seeing his girlfriend's blushing face, the man in the plaid shirt became bolder and said with a smile, "I can do a lot. Why don't you try it tonight?" Ren Shanchan's face turned even redder. She stretched out her hand, twisted her boyfriend's ear, and turned it 180 degrees on the spot. Her boyfriend knelt down immediately and shouted for mercy. Chang was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. Hearing the laughter of the young couple downstairs, he was so envious that he almost had his cell wall separated. "You started killing dogs in 2003. You are too cruel." When they got home, Porcelain Doll said in a dissatisfied tone, "Wang, didn't you say you were going to buy vegetables? Where are the vegetables you bought?" Chang slapped his head immediately. "My buddy's mind is full of gold now. He has completely forgotten about buying vegetables." Xiao Meiyu laughed and said, "This child, it doesn't matter who buys vegetables. Your father helped me make breakfast in the morning. With his help, I can at least sleep for an extra hour. I feel that my complexion has improved a lot today." Porcelain Doll rolled her eyes at Chang, then kicked her little slippers and followed Xiao Meiyu into the kitchen. Chang was so amused that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This flattery. It's a pity that my buddy and Xiao Meiyu have different values. Otherwise, it would be nice to have a girlfriend like this. She is beautiful, has a good figure, is virtuous and capable, and the key is that Porcelain Doll also likes her. What a pity. Forget it, I'll continue to dig gold at night after eating. Making money is the first priority now. I don't know if it's a woman's intuition or a child's sixth sense, but after dinner, the Porcelain Doll seemed to be attached to Chang and refused to come down. Chang had no choice but to hold the Porcelain Doll and watch cartoons. Xiao Meiyu sat on a small stool on the side, holding a plate of fruit in her hand. Every once in a while, she would fork a slice of apple or a grape and put it into the Porcelain Doll's mouth. The Porcelain Doll enjoyed the meticulous care of the two adults, watching cartoons happily, and occasionally making a giggle like a silver bell. It was like this until 9 o'clock, when it was time to go to bed. The Porcelain Doll consciously jumped off Chang's legs, took Xiao Meiyu's hand and went to the bathroom to wash up. Chang also took the opportunity to stretch his waist and legs. My goodness, there is someone sitting on his legs, and he has been sitting for almost 2 hours. He really can't take care of the child without some physical strength. To be honest, taking care of a child is really more tiring than working. Chang was sighing when the Porcelain Doll came out of the bathroom and waved at him. Wang, come and tell me a story." Chang was stunned for a moment, looked at Xiao Meiyu who seemed a little unnatural, and said, "Why not ask your godmother to tell you a story? Her voice is better than mine." The Porcelain Doll said dissatisfiedly, "Stinky Wang, you haven't told me a story for just one day, have you forgotten all your skills? Come here quickly, I will help you review it." "Chang? Is this okay? You have to review this thing too? And what does the word skill mean? You don't really think I'm the Wang you called Wang, do you?" Xiao Meiyu laughed out loud, and the original feeling of loss and embarrassment was swept away immediately, and she said with a smile, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come here quickly and review your skills, I want to supervise you." "Yes, you are all masters." Chang walked into the bedroom with his eyebrows lowered and smelled a faint sweet fragrance. From the corner of his eye, he saw some white things hanging on the open wardrobe opposite. Oops. Do not look at anything inappropriate. Following the instructions of the Porcelain Doll, Chang half lying against the head of the bed, letting the Porcelain Doll rest his head on one of his arms. Chang looked at Xiao Meiyu awkwardly, and Xiao Meiyu smiled and shook her head, saying that it was okay, but she was embarrassed by Chang's visit, so she had to sit at the end of the bed to accompany him. After reading the 2 short stories, the Porcelain Doll was still very energetic, but Xiao Meiyu began to feel drowsy. "You and I, godmother has to get up early tomorrow, little princess, how about we go to bed early today?" Chang persuaded in a low voice. "I won't. You are not allowed to leave before I fall asleep." The Porcelain Doll decisively refused, without giving Chang any chance to bargain, and even asked Xiao Meiyu to sleep in the second bedroom next door first. Chang was so embarrassed that he felt like a bad guy who had occupied the magpie's nest. Xiao Meiyu had long been accustomed to her biological clock of waking up at 3 in the morning, and she would feel sleepy at 9 o'clock in the evening, and she would even slide down when she was sitting. She didn't think much about it when she heard it, and got up and went to sleep in the next room. The porcelain doll suddenly whispered, "Wong Wong, you don't have to accompany me later, go and sleep with Godmother." Chang was reading the story casually, and was suddenly shocked. Is this really a 6-year-old child? Even if a girl is precocious, she won't be so precocious, right? The porcelain doll didn't even open her eyes, and continued to whisper, "I agree that she will be my stepmother." Chang. With a bitter smile, Chang said, "You are still a child, you don't understand the emotions between adults, your godmother and I are not suitable." The porcelain doll closed her eyes, but her little mouth was relentless. "What's wrong with it? Have you tried it?" Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's really not suitable. There is no need to try. I found out when we were chatting. She and I have different values. We will definitely have conflicts after being together for a long time. Then everyone will be upset. It's better not to be together from the beginning." The porcelain doll pouted, "I don't understand. What are 3 levels and 4 levels? Aren't you good at playing games? You can beat the level, right?" Chang. By the way, what are the 3 views? I talk about the 3 views every day, but I really forgot what they are. I must look them up later. After finally getting the porcelain doll to fall asleep, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Chang carefully closed the door and went to the door of the second bedroom to see that Xiao Meiyu was already curled up and asleep. There were less than 4.5 hours until 3 o'clock. Chang decided not to wake Xiao Meiyu up, as the breakfast business was too tiring. Chang closed the door carefully and went out, then went downstairs. However, what Chang didn't know was that on the balcony on the 3rd floor, Ren Shanshan was holding a bottle of red wine, looking boredly at the brightly lit city night view in the distance. It was just a village in the city, but it was as messy as a large rural area, and the place with flashing neon lights as the real Wuzhou city. With a sigh and a sip of red wine, Ren Shanshan noticed Chang's back and became curious. The end of the urban village close to the city is very lively from evening to early morning, but the end of the workers' new village is very desolate. After 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, there are few people on the street, and many sections don't even have street lights. Going out at this time. What are you doing? Ren Shanshan instantly filled in a lot of things in her mind. Chang didn't know that he was seen by others. Even if he knew, he wouldn't do anything. He was just seen going out at night. He could say that he was exercising, running at night or something. He is so strong, isn't it the result of exercise? He must find a place where no one is to practice boxing. This is a very reasonable reason. Unless someone saw him digging a cellar, Chang would not choose to kill to silence him. Soon they came to this old house from the Republic of China. Chang prepared a flashlight, candles and water, then took off his clothes and went down to the cellar. He switched the mode and let the humanoid beast go online. The pickaxe in the hands of the humanoid beast was simply a simple excavator, digging down tirelessly and madly. After digging for 3 hours in a row, Chang suddenly felt a strange fluctuation and instantly woke up from the depths of his subconscious. Sure enough, he saw the humanoid beast throw away the pickaxe, bend down and dig out a standard suitcase-sized iron box with simple patterns from the pit. Chang was so excited that he wanted to pounce on it immediately. The gossips of later generations turned out to be true. There really was a box under the cellar. There must be gold in that box. The humanoid beast held the lock with its big hands like iron pliers, twisted it easily, and broke it. When the iron box was opened, there were circles of sealing and filling cotton sawdust and other things inside, which had already rotted, but fortunately the wooden box inside was intact, without even a trace of rot, which made Chang marvel. Feeling the weight of the wooden box, Chang was even happier. Maybe it was really gold. After twisting the lock again, the humanoid beast had some difficulty opening the wooden box. This shows that the wooden box is particularly tight around. Finally, the lid was opened. Under the light of the flashlight, a yellow-orange light almost blinded Chang's Krypton gold dog eyes. Gold! I made it! Chang was so excited that he had a strong emotional fluctuation. The humanoid beast was kicked offline in an instant. Chang himself came online. He didn't care that his hands were covered with mud. He covered his mouth desperately and shouted loudly. He was an 18-year-old boy who had just passed the college entrance examination and was ready to beat up his rival and confess his love to the girl he secretly loved. As a result, after a night of hangover, he inexplicably traveled through time and space to 16 years ago and became a 26-year-old warrior and a divorced boy. It was good that Chang didn't collapse on the spot. But now, Chang finally grasped an opportunity to change his destiny. Gold! Sell this box of gold and exchange it for money, a house, a household registration, a degree for a porcelain doll. All these problems in front of him will be solved, and he will have a foothold in this city. Even if he does nothing in the future, 3 years later, when the urban village and the workers' new village are demolished, he can completely exchange this house for a new house, plus a sum of money. It's done. If he worked a little harder and had some extra money, with his 16 years of foresight, he could make several rounds of money from the stock market alone, and it would not be a problem to multiply his assets. The most difficult thing for ordinary people is actually how to get the first pot of gold, and then the problem of matching the ability to understand the world with wealth. But now, these are not problems for Chang. How can Chang be ecstatic? After a long time, Chang restrained his excessive excitement and slowly regained his sanity. It is better to be low-key. Luanan suddenly came to ask for a divorce. There must be a reason. Otherwise, why would she run to England and hide for 7 years just after giving birth to a child, and now suddenly come back? Maybe at some time in the future, the Lu family will jump out and make trouble, and we have to guard against it. There is also the black hand behind the stalker, which needs more attention and prevention. Chang still hasn't figured out how the other party avoided the anti-tracking of the humanoid beast and transported the stalker's body away. If this evil hand wants to harm Chang or Porcelain Doll, then it will be really bad. After all, there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Chang doesn't know who is hiding in the dark, which is very troublesome. The third is the origin of the humanoid beast, which is what Chang is most worried about. With the skills of the humanoid beast, it is simply not human. At least when Chang was in later life, he often watched UFC, but he never heard of any internal masters. Instead, there were many news reports of masters being knocked down by amateur taekwondo and sanda players. Yes. But the humanoid beast is actually an internal martial arts master. The key is that Chang has never heard of such a master in later generations. This guy is really like a simple silly boy. He works safely as a bodyguard in a small family in Wuzhou. He has never publicly shown anyone that he is an internal martial arts master. Everyone only knows that he is a master of close combat. But Chang knows that this guy is actually a humanoid beast in his heart, the kind that kills without blinking an eye. Now Chang doesn't know which one of Tai Hanhan and the humanoid beast is the real original owner, or are they both? However, the answer to this mystery will not be delayed for too long, because after getting the money and buying a house, Chang will go to the original owner Tai Hanhan's hometown to transfer his household registration. At that time, he should discover some truths. Or not to cause trouble, quietly transfer the household registration and come back, is also a good choice. After being in a trance for a while, Chang came back to his senses and saw that it was almost time. He went out of the cellar to wash himself and checked the gold bars in the wooden box again. After hesitating for a long time, Chang decided to hide the wooden box in the old house, which was safer. After packing himself up and returning home, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Chang opened the door and came in, he saw Xiao Meiyu sitting on the sofa. The two looked at each other, and Chang's heartbeat accelerated a little. Just as he was about to say the reason he had thought of, he heard Xiao Meiyu say, "Thank you." "Chang?" Xiao Meiyu said with emotion, "I want to say sorry to you. Actually, after the wallet incident yesterday, I have some opinions about you, but your performance last night made me realize that on major principles, you are actually a real gentleman who can remain calm. I'm sorry, I wronged you, you just don't care about trivial matters." "Chang?" Before Chang could figure it out, Xiao Meiyu came forward, hugged Chang gently, and said with some heartache, "I know you are not a mean person who takes advantage of others, but there is no need for you to run out in the middle of the night, right? You have nothing over there. What if you catch a cold if you sleep on the floor? Just sleep on the sofa next time, do you hear me? I trust you." Xiao Meiyu emphasized the last sentence. Chang finally understood. It turned out that Xiao Meiyu woke up and found that he was not at home. She thought he had hidden across the street and slept on the floor. This was too thorough in avoiding suspicion, so he was very moved. Although the fact is that Chang went to dig for gold, this was ultimately a beautiful misunderstanding. It seems that he was misunderstood. There is nothing wrong with learning it, so Chang did not argue and accepted it shamelessly. He did the same job as yesterday morning, but this time Chang suddenly found that he got the hang of it very quickly. Without switching modes, his original body could skillfully mix dough, make meat stuffing, and wrap dumplings. It didn't seem like he was doing it for the second time. Xiao Meiyu did not hide anything from Chang. She told Chang all the proportions of various fillings, what to put in first and what to put in later, and what to pay attention to. Chang's performance was also nothing to say. He found that in addition to having a lot of strength, his original body seemed to have a kind of innate control over skills and heat. Without looking at the time, he could clearly estimate which basket of dumplings was cooked and tasted the best. After a busy day, Xiao Meiyu felt more relaxed than yesterday morning, so she had more time to collect money and observe Chang. Looking at Chang's busy figure, her pretty face unconsciously blushed, and she didn't know what she remembered. The two college students who came yesterday morning, Zheng Peng and his two companions, and the migrant workers who had fought, did not show up this morning. However, Lu Weijun came at 7 o'clock. Still with his beer belly, Lu Weijun said with a smile, "Oh, Boss Xiao is so relaxed today. The business of this couple is going to be more and more prosperous." Xiao Meiyu blushed instantly and spat, "Don't talk nonsense. What do you want to eat?" Lu Weijun smiled and said, "The old man wants to eat and has displayed steamed buns. I'll buy some for him." Chang quickly packed 2 baskets of seafood steamed buns and handed them to Lu Weijun, saying, "I'll pay for it, for the old man." Lu Weijun turned his head to look at Xiao Meiyu, who spat, "What are you paying for? Go to work." Chang then realized that he had forgotten that this was someone else's business. He gave Lu Weijun an awkward but polite smile and hurried away. Lu Weijun said with emotion, "Boss Xiao is amazing. He can subdue a master among masters like brother. I admire you. With brother here, who dares to trouble you?" Xiao Meiyu's hand, which was looking for money, stopped suddenly. "What's wrong with Chang?" Lu Weijun widened his eyes, and seeing that Xiao Meiyu really didn't seem to understand, he said with a look of sudden realization, "Brother, this is true love." Since he didn't say anything, I certainly can't say anything. Go ask him, he. Xiao Meiyu suddenly blushed and shy, her heart pounding. Does he really like me? After getting the seafood steamed buns, Lu Weijun came over to say goodbye to Chang. "Brother, come to my house when you have time. My dad really wants to talk to you." "Okay, in a while," Chang said casually. "No, how about today?" Lu Weijun said. Chang looked at Lu Weijun strangely, wondering what the hell this beer belly is about. Lu Weijun raised his hand and said, "How could you just casually touch it at that time and determine that my dad had a slight bone fracture? My dad went to the hospital for an x-ray and the result was the same." Chang spread his hands. "I said it at the time, I was just talking casually, it's just a coincidence." Lu Weijun was speechless. "If you were an ordinary person, I would definitely believe it, but you are obviously not an ordinary person. You are a master among masters of martial arts. You are obviously fooling around when you say this. Wait, are you a hermit master who doesn't want to be too high profile?" After thinking about it for a while, Lu Weijun suddenly realized it and slapped his forehead and said, I understand, brother, I am abrupt. Please come to my house in the next few days. I won't say much about your help to the old man. You are an expert and you definitely don't like red tape. Then let's go around more and make friends. We are sincere." Chang was confused. "What do you know? I don't understand what you know. Do you think you are the king of understanding? But of course it's okay to go around more. More friends mean more ways. Besides, Mr. Lu is a very friendly person and very interesting. We can make friends." After making an appointment, Lu Weijun left happily. Xiao Meiyu came over. "What's wrong with him?" Chang casually mentioned that he helped Grandpa Lu yesterday. Xiao Meiyu was still a little skeptical. "Do you know who this Grandpa Lu is?" "The previous village chief of the urban village, and he was the old village chief who had been re-elected for nearly 20 years. The current village chief is his nephew. That Lu Weijun just now, he seems to be a gang member, doing sand and gravel business." "What the hell?" Chang was shocked. In a large village like the urban village with tens of thousands of people, the village chief who had been re-elected for 20 years must be a local tyrant. In addition to his super personal ability, the power of his family is also super strong. Just look at Grandpa Lu's nephew who succeeded as the new village chief. You will know that the Lu family is definitely the bully of the urban village. And Lu Weijun is actually in the sand and gravel business. Before he traveled through time, Chang had relatives in the construction industry. One of them was. He had also heard of some unspoken rules. For example, those who do sand and gravel business are basically social organizations. And everyone has their own sphere of influence. If you don't buy sand and gravel from them when any construction project is put into place, then you can't do your project well. There will definitely be problems. This is the advantage of being a local tyrant, but it also shows that the power of the Lu family is indeed not small. So Lu Weijun's attitude just now was really very humble. Chang was worried that he had no roots and no foundation and couldn't make a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, he was sleepy and met a pillow. Chang immediately had a plan in his mind. Of course, gold is a bit hot. In order to avoid being noticed in the future, Chang will not ask the Lu family to make a move. At worst, he will take the gold to other places to sell it, even if it is cheaper. Xiao Meiyu collected a round of money. Seeing Chang still in a daze, She felt a little worried and came to persuade him. Chang, of course it's fine for you to be friends with the Lu family, but I think you shouldn't get too close. Lu Weijun is a member of a society. This kind of identity carries risks. You have a family to support now, and Shirshir is still so young. There's really no need to take that risk. Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Mermaid, you think too much. Making friends is making friends. I won't get involved in a society. I have my own principles and bottom line. Xiao Meiyu was relieved immediately. It's best if you have your own ideas. I believe you. Chang. No, what do you mean by that expression? I'm not dating you. At this time, a man in a plaid shirt came running over in a panic and bought 2 baskets of pork dumplings. Xiao Meiyu smiled and said, Xiao Yang, you got up late again? The man in the plaid shirt smiled bitterly and said, not only did I get up late, I also forgot to charge my electric car last night. Now I have to take a taxi. Otherwise, my salary will be deducted for being late, and I will lose my full attendance record. Alas. Chang quickly handed the dumplings to the other party and recognized that this was his neighbor on the 3rd floor, the man with glasses, Rin Shanshan's boyfriend. Coincidentally, just as Chang thought of Rin Shanshan, he saw Rin Shanshan, wearing a professional suit and high heels, coming out of the community with a breeze. When she saw the man in the plaid shirt, she scolded him, it's all your fault. You said you don't have the ability, so why are you making trouble? If you are late today, I will never forgive you. The man in the plaid shirt blushed and begged for mercy in a low voice, Sister Xiao from the 5th floor is here, give me some face. Ren Shanshan was furious, why didn't you have any shame when you were making trouble for me? Man in the plaid shirt he almost dug a hole to crawl into, and his old face was so red that Chang almost laughed out loud. At first, he didn't understand what was going on. Now, after listening to Ren Shanshan's complaint, he finally understood. It was probably because the old man got up early in the morning with a hot temper and went for a morning run, but the result was not very good. Ren Shanshan was very dissatisfied, and it ended up wasting time. Both of them got up late. Not only was the running inharmonious, but it also involved the problem of late fines and losing full attendance bonuses. That must be full of resentment. By the way, those who rent houses in this corner of the workers' new village are definitely not rich people. They are all poor white-collar workers. It is not easy to save money with great effort. It is really painful to see them coming in and out. Well, when he thought about the difficult life of young couples, Chang suddenly didn't want to laugh so much. But then he thought again, others have girlfriends who can let loose and go for morning jogs, but my buddies can only watch. They start killing dogs so early in the morning, is there any justice in the world? Ren Shanshan suddenly saw Chang, and was stunned at first, then she swallowed the rest of her complaints. The man in the plaid shirt breathed a sigh of relief and carefully handed the dumplings to his girlfriend. Ren Shanshan took the dumplings, sat down on the small stool, and started eating. The man in the plaid shirt was stunned. Didn't they want to eat on the way? Why did they have to dine in? Aren't they in a hurry? Chang saw the man in the plaid shirt was in a dilemma, sighed, and handed him 50 yuan. The man in the plaid shirt was confused, and Xiao Meiyu and Rin Shanshan also stared at Chang with wide eyes, wondering what he was going to do. Chang said unhappily, take a taxi and leave quickly. Don't kill dogs here so early in the morning. I didn't provoke you. The man in the plaid shirt stammered, brother, I didn't kill the dog. I don't even dare to kill a chicken. Chang glared and said, you two are showing off your affection, and you killed a single dog like me. Isn't this dog abuse? Hurry up and leave. I will reimburse you for the taxi fare. Xiao Meiyu and Rin Shanshan were stunned. It took them a while to understand what Chang meant, and they laughed so hard that they fell backwards. Now Rin Shanshan's anger subsided. She smiled like a flower and pulled her boyfriend, who was still confused, away. Before leaving, she greeted Chang, thank you, brother. I'll invite you to dinner at home some other day. Watching the two leave, Xiao Meiyu suddenly restrained her smile. How did she know your name was Chang? Facing Xiao Meiyu's sudden and aggressive question, Chang didn't panic at all and calmly replied, we met in the corridor yesterday. Met? In the corridor? Xiao Meiyu immediately started to feel jealous. You just met in the corridor and you knew each other's names? I didn't know their names until I lived here for half a year. And you even used such an intimate name as we, which makes me feel like an outsider? Xiao Meiyu complained wildly in her heart, Rin Shanshan, you vixen, I thought you were a decent lady, but you even didn't let go of Chang, a man with a fierce face? Please be a human being. Although she felt a little resentful in her heart, Xiao Meiyu didn't say it out loud. After all, she also knew that she and Chang were just neighbors across the street, not even good friends. What right did she have to question Chang? Even if Chang found a girlfriend right away, she had no right to point fingers at Chang. It was busy until 9 in the morning. Those who had to catch the early shift had already left, and those who had to get up early to buy vegetables had gone home. The crowd for breakfast naturally faded away, and Chang also took a breakfast home to take care of Lu Shiyu to get up. Xiao Meiyu continued to work alone at the breakfast stall. Although today's income increased a lot, her mood was not as good as when she was working at the stall. Yes, Chang and she were just neighbors across the street, and Chang just knew Rin Shanshan, the neighbor. All this had nothing to do with her. They were two independent people. But Xiao Meiyu felt sour and uncomfortable in her heart. Taking a few deep breaths, Xiao Meiyu secretly warned herself in her heart, Xiao Meiyu, you can't be obsessed with love. Where is there any good thing about this Chang? He looks fierce, not round at all, not gentle at all, can't say sweet words, can't make girls happy, and can't. This guy has only been here for a few days, and he actually started talking to a girl who has a boyfriend. My God. He must be a lustful villain. She listed 1,000 faults of Chang in her heart, but in the end she couldn't help but mention one of Chang's good points. Knowing that Lu Shiyu was not her daughter, he actually wanted the custody of Lu Shiyu and treated her so well. Perhaps this villain only. The first advantage is kindness. After scolding Chang in her heart for half a morning, Xiao Meiyu finally smiled knowingly, and suddenly felt that Chang was still pretty good, and Rin Shanshan was quite discerning. Chang didn't know that Xiao Meiyu's inner activities were so complicated. He only knew that girls' minds should not be guessed, because they are ever-changing and will regret countless times, but he didn't know that women's minds are the same, with endless changes. After returning home and putting down breakfast, Chang washed his hands and began to braid Lu Shiyu's hair, then changed his clothes and went to the opposite door to continue painting the wall. Although Lu Shiyu is only 6 years old, she has strong self-care ability. After getting up, she brushes her teeth and washes her face, dresses herself, eats breakfast by herself, and then turns on the TV to watch cartoons or comic books by herself. Most of the things don't need adults to worry about. After Chang painted the wall for the second time, he went downstairs to help Xiao Meiyu close the stall and go home. This time, Xiao Meiyu was much more silent. Chang understood a little, but was a little confused, but he didn't say anything. After all, he didn't want to date Xiao Meiyu, so there was no need to communicate too deeply, so as not to give Xiao Meiyu the wrong signal that he wanted to pick her up, but in fact, he didn't. As a school idol in the future, Chang knew that boys must protect themselves when they go out, and never sent wrong signals to unsuitable girls, which would also cause trouble for both parties. Boys are just the ones who take advantage? Not true. After Xiao Meiyu came back, she began to organize utensils and ingredients, count and keep accounts. Lu Shiyu stayed at home quietly reading books, and didn't ask Chang to take her out to play. She was very sensible and knew that she was about to go to elementary school, but Chang didn't have much money. Now was the time when Chang needed to make money the most. Finally, Chang had the opportunity to go out and do his own thing. This time, Chang didn't go to the village in the city again. After all, there were many people and eyes during the day, and he was a stranger. If he went there many times, he would inevitably be remembered. Besides, gold is something that will never increase no matter how much you look at it. It is still the same amount. Looking at it less will make you calmer. So Chang decided to follow the man's temporary residence and look around for a few more times to see if there are any new clues. After all, how could a good body suddenly disappear? It was also a strange thing. Chang really wanted to know which had done this. Is doing something behind my back, this enemy must be dug out. It is impossible to take a taxi. It is not that Chang is reluctant to spend the money, but there are very few taxis in the urban village, and it is easier to conceal your whereabouts by taking the bus. Chang had just stood in front of the bus stop for a few minutes, and suddenly he felt very clearly that someone was spying on him, and with obvious hostility. What's the matter? The bus hasn't come yet, but the enemy has come first? Buddy has only been here for a few days, how come there are so many enemies? With a bit of depression and impatience, Chang looked around boldly and easily found that there were 4 strong young men in the crowd waiting for the bus, staring at him with a covetous look. The key is that the 4 people's positions just surrounded him. Just by standing, you can tell that these 4 people are not ordinary gangsters, they are definitely trained and organized. If there is an organization, there must be a background. Brother, this is being targeted by some big shot again. Those sturdy and strong young men were stunned for a moment when they saw Chang looking at them so openly. In this situation, wouldn't most people pretend not to notice them, then lower their heads as if nothing had happened, or run away quickly? Did this guy have a gut? He actually dared to look at them? Did he really think that he was awesome just because he looked a little fierce and had some muscles on his body? Just at this time, the bus came, and it was the 12th and 30th buses that came together. The crowd suddenly crowded. Everyone wanted to be the first to squeeze into the bus. Even if they couldn't get a seat, they had to grab a favorable position. At the very least, they didn't want to be the last one to get on and be squeezed at the door like a meat pie, right? The key point was that at this time, a strong voice happened to shout, "Make way, I'll go first." The crowd exploded immediately. "Why should I let you go first? Who the hell are you?" So everyone rushed to be the first, fearing that others would squeeze them out. The four sturdy young men were immediately anxious. They saw clearly from outside that the bad guy who was shouting and disrupting the situation was Chang. They were afraid that Chang would hide in the crowd and sneak onto the car. If so, it would be difficult for them to take action when the car was crowded together. After all, some things cannot be done in broad daylight. However, as the four sturdy and strong young men joined the crowded crowd, the situation suddenly became more chaotic. There was a faint cue sequence at first, but now it was completely chaotic. "Why are you pushing? Can't you see I'm pregnant? If you squeeze the baby away, you have to compensate me. Do you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? I'm so old, dare you push me again? Who stole my wallet? Which hooligan touched me? Catch the hooligan!" Shouts came from all directions, and it was noisy. Chang's figure could not be seen at all. The four sturdy and strong young men were stunned as soon as they squeezed into the crowd. They thought it was a piece of cake, but they failed as soon as they made a move. "Come out," the red-faced young man in the lead said to the headset, and then he was the first to withdraw from the surging crowd. A few minutes later, the remaining three people gradually retreated from the violent crowd. The buttons of the originally cool and stylish black suits were squeezed off, and the large sunglasses that could cover half of the face were gone. There were even several red marks on one person's face from being scratched. After the four people came out, they looked at each other in bewilderment. All of them were a little frightened. Who would have thought that just squeezing into a bus would be squeezed like this? It seems that the joke that someone got pregnant after squeezing into a bus is not just a random talk, but has a basis in life. It's so unlucky. The red-faced young man in the lead shouted in a low voice, "Drive to catch up with these two buses. I don't believe that Chang can jump off the bus halfway. Cheer up, everyone. If there is no result today, I can't report back. Captain, look." One of the young men suddenly pointed to the back, and everyone turned around and saw that Chang was walking away. It turned out that Chang didn't try to squeeze onto the bus at all. After disrupting the situation, the four people including the red-faced young man squeezed into the crowd to find him, but he quietly slipped away from the back. As if by telepathy, Chang suddenly turned around, and the two groups of people looked at each other again. Chang suddenly made a slapping gesture, and then immediately ran away. The red-faced young man in the lead was immediately furious. How could there be such a despicable person? This is obviously a provocation. How dare you provoke the four of us? Are you brave enough? The other three men in black suits were all angry as well, especially the one with several red scratches on his face, who was even more furious. He thought he had taken advantage of the situation, but when he turned around, the girl with the afro turned into an afro auntie, which made the young man feel sick. He was also scratched by the auntie with a few marks, and he was too embarrassed to say it, because he thought it was embarrassing. Chase. The red-faced young man immediately ran all the way with his three men. This time, no one was careful to hide their whereabouts. Anyway, they had been discovered and their eyes had been made. There was no point in hiding their whereabouts. There were not many surveillance cameras near the village and the city. Chang had already observed the surrounding terrain and had a good idea of what was going on. So he immediately went around behind the billboard of the bus stop and ran towards the agricultural machinery factory not far away. Even if there were no surveillance cameras around, Chang would not do it in public. After all, there were many eyes watching on the street. What if he was too heavy-handed and accidentally killed all these people? Then these passers-by were all eyewitnesses. Why would he make things difficult for himself? Coincidentally, the men in black suits thought the same thing. They didn't want to leave their images on the surveillance camera. Without switching modes, Chang ran at high speed for 20 minutes, panting as he rushed into the dilapidated gap of the agricultural machinery factory. 20 years ago, the agricultural machinery factory was a well-known small collective unit in Wuzhou, with more than 1,000 people in the factory. It started to go downhill 10 years ago. It was poorly managed and in debt. It changed several leaders and changed hands several times before it finally went bankrupt. The once glorious factory is now left with only buildings that can't even be moved away by scavengers. Even homeless people are unwilling to live here because they think it's creepy. It can be seen how desolate the side of the urban village away from the city is. Chang did not stop after entering the factory, but slowed down a little. He did not stop until he reached a small square covered with weeds. With a thought, the humanoid beast immediately came online. He was panting like a cow just now, but now he was like nothing happened. He stopped panting and stood there like a javelin. His eyes were sharp and he looked at the 4 people chasing him with ferocious murderous intent. The 4 men in black suits caught up with him breathlessly. They almost vomited from running. They staggered and hunched over, and their faces were a little pale. The red-faced young man in the lead looked at his men and sighed in his heart. After all, their lives were too comfortable. Their physical strength had obviously declined. They could not run for more than 20 minutes. It seemed that after returning this time, he had to train these old soldiers well. They had to eat. The capital cannot be unfamiliar. After the 4 men in black suits caught up, they did not dare to surround the small square, because the weeds in this small square were too lush, more than a person tall. In addition, the tall and dilapidated buildings around, so that the sun that was originally hanging high in the sky, now seemed to be unable to bring much light and heat, and the gloomy and terrifying atmosphere naturally filled the place. None of the 4 strong guys dared to surround Chang, and the 4 of them stood in a row in front of Chang. Chang grinned and said lightly, "Who sent you here? Tell me now, I will make him die quickly." Obviously there were 4 strong guys on the opposite side, and Chang was alone, but after listening to Chang's words, it seemed as if the strength of the 2 sides was reversed. But, in this eerie and uninhabited place, 4 hunched over, panting men in black suits, facing a guy who was breathless and expressionless, suddenly felt a strange fear in their hearts, as if Chang could really kill them if he said he would. The red-faced young man in the lead suddenly shouted, "Chang, I think you still don't understand the current situation. There are 4 of us and you are alone. No matter how powerful you are, you can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. I'm not afraid to tell you that you have offended a noble person you can't afford to offend. Now kneel down and beg for mercy. I can still consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I will cripple your 5 limbs later. Don't cry and beg for mercy then." After saying this, the 3 men immediately regained their courage. That's right, the captain was right. There were 4 of them, and everyone had a good resume before retiring. Everyone was very good at close combat. Any one of them could resist 3 or 4 strong men without getting close. Chang was the only one on the opposite side. No matter how good he was, could he fight 1 against 4? Moreover, they have nobles backing them up, but what does Chang have? He is just a poor. He has no money, no people, no resources, and even if he dies, there will be no victims to cry out for justice. If they really want to kill someone, they will kill him. They are not afraid of anyone looking for revenge. The man in the black suit with the red mark on his face stepped forward and walked towards Chang first. "Kneel down. Kowtow." The man with the red mark gritted his teeth and said, "If you kowtow until I am satisfied, I will spare your life. Don't run if you dare. Anyway, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot." The red-faced young man said with a smile, "If you run again, we will catch that little girl." Chang originally wanted to play with them and beat them up, so he had no intention of hurting anyone. He chose this place just to satisfy his Rambo addiction and play a real-life CS game. Now, when he heard that the other party didn't even let Lu Shiyu go, Chang immediately put away his playfulness and became murderous. Chang grinned, revealing a creepy smile. "Kneel down and beg for mercy? Impossible. Even if you want to kneel down and beg for mercy later, you won't be able to do so, because I'm going to kill you, scum." This time Chang was really angry. There were always some inexplicable people who came to trouble him, and now they even implicated Lu Shiyu. He didn't dig up anyone's ancestral grave, so why is it so endless? If you come to cause trouble again, I'll kill you all 1 by 1. If you come, I'll kill 1, if you come, I'll kill 50 pairs. The man with the red mark rushed up first and punched Chang in the face. The smile gradually became more ferocious. Chang switched modes with a thought, and the humanoid beast instantly came online. The man with the red mark felt his eyes blurred, and he instantly lost consciousness. The 3 people behind him saw it clearly. Chang pressed his hand on the top of the man with the red mark, and directly pressed him down, slapping his face directly on the ground, motionless. The sun was high in the sky, and there were no clouds in the sky, but the 3 men in black suits could not feel the slightest warmth. They were all knowledgeable people, so as soon as Chang made a move, they saw the trick. Their companions did not even have the slightest ability to resist, and were directly pressed to death. Obviously Chang was an expert among experts. It was as easy to kill them as to kill a fly. With such a simple move, he killed one of their companions. And the strength of the 3 of them was actually comparable to that of their companions. If Chang could easily kill one, he could easily kill the other 3. The red-faced young man felt his throat dry. He had thought it would be a simple and easy job, but he hit a wall. The trick was too difficult, so difficult that he had no confidence at all. And seeing the other party's decisive killing attitude, he was afraid that no one would leave alive today. Both of his men were looking at him. The red-faced young man did not hesitate for too long and shouted, "Come together!" The three of them rushed up together with a roar. Then, suddenly, the three of them turned around and ran away. Chang's eyes widened immediately. What the hell, what a show! But do you think you can run away like this? What a joke, if, now that you have all escaped, the humanoid beast can be offline forever. Chang's mind moved, and in an instant, the mode was switched. The humanoid beast was online again, and it was like stepping on a wind and fire wheel. In a moment, it caught up with the three people and slapped two of them on the back of the head. The two immediately fell to the ground and were motionless like dead people. Finally, there was only one red-faced young man left. He didn't dare to escape. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed like pounding garlic, crying and shouting, "Brother, don't kill me. I will tell you everything. I know a lot of secrets." "Nonsense, I spared your life just to ask questions. If you dare to be slow, I will strangle you to death," Chang threatened. "Brother, I will tell you everything." The red-faced young man was immediately scared. He didn't even ask Chang to torture him, and confessed directly, "It was young Master Song who sent us to destroy you. He is the mastermind. We are just a tool. If we don't come, someone else will come." "Who is young Master Song?" Chang asked the humanoid beast offline. "It's Song Shinbei, the young master of the Song family," the red-faced young man said, and seeing Chang's unhappy face, he immediately came to his senses. If Chang knew who the young Master Song was, he would not ask like that. So he immediately added, "It's the Song family. The Song family of Century East China Group. In fact, our team is all employees of the security department of Century East China Group, but we are all on secondment. Usually we are responsible for protecting the young Master Song." Century East China Group? Song family? Song Xianbei? Chang had never heard of the names of the Song family and Century East China Group in 2019. If they were really famous, he, as a future native of Wuzhou, could not have not heard of them. Of course, it's hard to say, because Chang was just an ordinary person living in the market in 2019, and he had no contact with the upper class. His vision and knowledge were limited by the times and class, so it was normal for him to be a little ignorant. It is also possible that the Song family and Century Donghai Group went bankrupt, dissolved, or were acquired before 2019. All kinds of possibilities are possible. However, Chang had no grudges against the Song family. Why did young Master Song want to destroy him? The red-faced young man explained with a wry smile, "Brother, I can see that you don't know young Master Song. The person you met at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday was young Master Song." Bang! Chang slapped his thigh immediately. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" However, it turns out that the young man in the photo is called Song Shinbei. "I thought you were so awesome, but it turns out that you have been targeted by others for a long time. It is probably not just you, but your entire Song family has been targeted." Thinking about the two people, one old and one young, in the memory card of the stalker, Chang thought, maybe the old man is the current helmsman of the Song family. Well, if that is the case, then it is possible that the Song family really died early and did not live to 2019. If that is the case, then not intervening is the best result. Watch for the opportunity and wait for the Song family to fall, and then get some benefits. The strength in the early stage was too weak, so it was better to hide as much as possible and resolutely keep a low profile. Seeing Chang silent, the red-faced young man was afraid that Chang was planning to kill him, so he quickly said, "Brother, I led people to do all the dirty work for young Master Song. I have dozens of audio and video recordings, and I know a lot of inside information about the Song family, as well as the account books. I'll tell you everything, brother, please let me go." Chang was shocked. "Are you so showy? Then you must have sold the Song Xianbei countless times, right?" The red-faced young man smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, we also know that many of the things we do are immoral, but we are working for other people. Of course, we have to be considerate when we take money from them. We also have wives and children to support, and we also have to eat. It just so happens that my contract with the group will expire this year. I have done so many dirty jobs for Song Shinbei, and I'm afraid I can't get away. This is a good opportunity to get away. Brother, as long as you let me go, I will give you all the evidence I collected before, and I will never return to China in the future." Chang said with a smile, "Have you really collected a lot of evidence?" The red-faced young man answered affirmatively, "Really?" Chang chuckled and patted the three men in black suits one by one. Then the red-faced young man was dumbfounded to find that the three men, whom he thought were dead, actually sat up again, and from their eyes, it was obvious that they had heard what he said just now. The four men looked at each other, and one of the bald strong men said, "Captain, you are my brother, I will follow you wherever you go." The other two hesitated and said nothing, lowering their heads to avoid the red-faced young man's gaze. The red-faced young man looked at Chang again, and Chang turned around and looked up at the sky, making it clear that he would not get involved in this matter. The red-faced young man gritted his teeth, winked at the bald man, then took out a dagger from his calf and rushed towards the other two men in black suits. Following a few screams, the red-faced young man and the bald man came over, supporting each other. "Brother, let us handle all of this. We promise not to leave any traces." The red-faced young man said, "I don't know anything. Where are the things you promised to give me?" Chang said indifferently. This time, the red-faced young man was extremely respectful to Chang. He quickly took him to a place that only he knew about and handed a USB flash drive to Chang. Chang didn't hesitate. He directly used the computer in the room to randomly select several audio and video files in the USB flash drive to play. Sure enough, it was evidence of Song Xin-based bad deeds. Either he ordered the red-faced young man to kill someone, or he personally killed some people. There was also a video of him forcibly insulting a woman. All these evil deeds were simply outrageous. The last folder contained a document and dozens of photos. A photo was a page in the account book, and the document was an explanation document, pointing out what some of the letter strings in the photo represented, but there were more letter strings that were not marked. "Brother, I have investigated the documents you marked, but I am a dirty worker. It is a taboo to investigate my boss secretly. If people find out, my whole family will be ruined. I can't investigate everything. Here are all the things I can find." The red-faced young man simply revealed his cards. "Aren't you worried that I will kill you now?" Chang asked in surprise. "It's in your best interest if I stay out there on the run. Otherwise, the Song family will think you've killed us, and won't they cause trouble for you every day? Now they will only think I betrayed them and won't suspect you. It's not that you're afraid of trouble, but it's more convenient to do things when no one is paying attention, right?" The red-faced young man smiled and said, "Actually, I betrayed many brothers. In our line of work, brothers are meant to be sold, but the strange thing is that everyone wants the people around them to be righteous. Isn't it funny?" Chang nodded and said, "You have some knowledge and a good vision. You're a jerk." The red-faced young man smiled bitterly and said, "After all, I'm a college student, an undergraduate." "College student with an undergraduate degree?" Chang's eyes widened immediately. This red-faced young man looked to be about 30 years old. Then let's count him as 30. In other words, he should have been 12 years ago. College students, now is 2003, so he was admitted to college in 1991. College students born in 1991 were really crowded with thousands of people. Unlike college students in 2019, the admission rate is as high as 90%, and millions of college students are recruited every year, just like a violent army. So, if this guy didn't lie, he was really awesome back then. An absolute academic master. Chang was really surprised. This guy is a man with a story. But it's a pity that this kind of person who can betray others casually is only worthy of being a target to attract firepower, not worthy of being his friend, and Chang will not make close friends with him. Chang was born in the market, and he has seen many things in his daily life even if he is unintentional. Therefore, Chang has never had too high expectations for people's hearts, so in Chang's logical system, betrayal is only a difference between 0 times and countless times, and there is no middle value. But Chang still says polite words. "I know you are a man with a story, but now is not the time to listen to your story," Chang said lightly. "I believe that with your character, you must have left a way out for yourself. Now hurry up and make arrangements. Relatives, family members, women, take away those who can be taken away, dismiss those who can be dismissed, and notify those who can be notified. You don't have much time." "Thank you." The red-faced young man looked at Chang gratefully and said, "I will call my parents and tell them to go abroad immediately. I will also go home to pack up and take my woman away immediately. She is pregnant with my child for 6 months." "Congratulations." Chang said casually, "A capable person will be a capable person wherever he goes. When you go abroad, I believe you will be able to thrive. The moon abroad is no rounder than the moon in China. The situation there is more complicated and more difficult to survive. Guns and white powder are rampant. People can die if you are not careful." The red-faced young man said with a wry smile, "And after I get out, I will definitely not be able to contact my former friends and classmates. I'm afraid they will betray me." Chang shrugged his shoulders. There was nothing he could do about it. It was none of his business anyway. What Chang was thinking about now was, who would be the most reliable person to hand over these things to? It might not work to hand them over to the police directly. What if they were black police? The Song family was very powerful. The key point is that Chang doesn't seem to know any powerful people, so he can only keep it in his hands for the time being. At this time, Chang vaguely heard the red-faced young man making a phone call outside. Two people. In the square of the old agricultural machinery factory in the south of the city, in the bushes. Deal. Chang's heart moved and he kept it in mind. After hanging up the phone, the bald man asked in a low voice, "Captain, is this guy reliable?" The red-faced young man sighed. "If he is not reliable, how could he have done this business for so many years? Can those big shots tolerate him?" The bald man said, "Captain, I should pay half of the money, but you also know that I live paycheck to paycheck. Well, when we make money in the future, you can deduct it from my salary." The red-faced young man said unhappily, "Your salary is not low. How can you always live paycheck to paycheck? But it's a good thing that you are not a person who can get by, otherwise, with a family to support, it would be impossible to do it." The bald man said again, "Captain, you have been out there before. Is it easy to get along out there?" The red-faced young man sighed again. "If there were any way, who would want to live with their head hanging on the belt every day? But there is no way now. We have done so many immoral things. Even if there was no such thing as today, Song Shin-bei would not let us go. We said we are leaving today, and we guarantee that we will not survive tonight. Do you believe it?" The bald man said angrily, "That kid is a bad guy. He can do anything immoral. He is full of evil. Such a person is still enjoying his life. God is really blind." The red-faced young man comforted him. "Let's go to Africa for a few years. Since the big brother in the room has evidence, he will probably not let Song Shin-bei have an easy time. Maybe the Song family will be finished in a few years. Then we can come back. As long as you dare to risk your life outside, you can still make money." The bald man breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, I will follow you." Chang laughed secretly when he heard it in the room. He could hear the wit in the words of these two people. They were not easy to deal with. But they were on the pirate ship by themselves, and it had nothing to do with him. After checking the USB flash drive, Chang came out and said goodbye to the two. "The mountains are high and the roads are long. We will meet again if we are destined." Chang said, "Brother, wait a minute. My brother and I are planning to run away and we are short of money, so we want to do a business before we leave to get some money for settling down. I wonder if you are interested in doing something big together?" asked the red-faced young man. Chang glanced at the red-faced young man and shook his head firmly. "I'm not interested. I won't do it." The red-faced young man hurriedly explained, "Brother, it's not a dangerous place. It's a pawnshop opened by Song Shin-bei. It's a legal store with a formal license, but in fact, as far as I know, they have two warehouses, one for storing pawned items and the other for storing antiques." "Antiques? Is there anything wrong with putting antiques in the warehouse of a pawnshop?" Chang blinked, not understanding it. The red-faced young man further explained, "The Song family has channels to collect the goods from the soil from some tomb robbers, and then use them as pawns. After a period of time, they will resell them, and finally they will be sold to people or sold to auction houses. After this process is completed, these goods from the soil will be cleaned. So that's it. This is using legal business to cover up illegal transactions. No wonder the Song family's business can be so big. It turns out that there is also black gold." Chang suddenly remembered something. "Is this thing you mentioned in the USB drive you gave me just now?" The red-faced young man smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, how can I get evidence for such a secret matter? I don't have such great ability. These are all what I heard, but the news is absolutely reliable." Chang thought about it. This vote was indeed very tempting, but even if he participated and succeeded, how could he get rid of these antiques? Isn't this just taking a hot potato in his hands and making things difficult for himself? So Chang shook his head decisively, not interested. "No." The bald man couldn't help but say, "Brother, there are not only antiques in the pawnshop, but also gold bars and cash. That's a huge sum of money." Chang left without a word of nonsense. The two did not dare to stop Chang, and could only watch Chang leave. After Chang left, the bald man couldn't help but ask, "Captain, do you think this guy might have done it secretly in advance?" The red-faced young man shook his head and said, "Probably not. The two of us are desperate and in urgent need of money, so we took a risk. He doesn't need to take risks. Forget it, there is no time to lose. Let's act tonight. There is no time to rest. Let's prepare the tools now and try to have some time to rest." The bald man responded, and the two began to discuss the details of the action. Chang didn't care about those things that had nothing to do with him. He wouldn't listen to that kind of trouble even if he was told. Chang took a taxi and went directly back to the workers' new village. However, he did not go home, but walked to the agricultural machinery factory. Maybe it was because he came very quickly. When Chang rushed to the farm machinery factory again, it was still quiet and no one had been there. Chang went over to check and found that the two men in black suits who were killed by the red-faced young man were still far away. He jumped to the second floor of the abandoned old building opposite and squatted there to watch. The call from the red-faced young man aroused his curiosity. He could guess that the call from the red-faced young man was to ask someone to deal with the aftermath, but if this was handled as a business, then Chang really wanted to meet this person. Half an hour passed quickly, and a tattered van drove into the small square, and then a tall guy wearing a mask and a big hair got out of the car, looked around, and quickly found the two bodies hidden in the bushes. The big hair quickly put the two bodies into body bags, and then threw them into the van like throwing garbage, started the car and was about to leave. Chang was a little far away. He had just picked up a relatively large piece of broken glass on the ground and used it as a periscope. He couldn't see the face of the afro clearly. When he saw that the afro was about to leave, he stuck his head out and squinted his eyes, trying to see the face of the afro clearly. However, when Chang looked at him, the afro suddenly turned his head and looked at Chang, and the two of them looked at each other. Chang immediately cursed. He knew that the afro had discovered him. It was really a very sensitive feeling. He had used the broken glass as a periscope before, and it was fine. But when he looked directly with his eyes, he was immediately sensed by the other party. This man is a master. The afro simply turned off the car, got out, and walked towards Chang. Chang stood up silently. Since he was discovered by the other party, he didn't need to hide anymore. He chose to face it head-on. Soon, the afro walked in front of Chang, and the two were about 5 meters apart. The afro said in a voice as unpleasant as scratching glass, "Who are you?" Chang said with a stiff face, "I was just curious. Can you pretend I've never been here?" The afro looked at Chang expressionlessly, and then suddenly rushed over like a cannonball. Chang was so fast that he had almost no time to react. With a thought, he switched modes and the humanoid beast came online. However, he was still a little late. The afro punched Chang in the chest. The humanoid beast was immediately hit by an invisible giant hammer and flew backwards, hitting the wall with a boom. The rotten wall was smashed into a hole by Chang's body, and Chang fell to the next door. In the room. Before the humanoid beast could get up, the afro had already taken a step, passed through the hole, and continued to punch. This time the humanoid beast had time to block, but it only stretched out one arm to block, and then he was hit by the afro again and flew backwards. With a loud boom, smoke and dust billowed, and Chang fell in the next room next door. Chang couldn't help but curse in his heart. Since he found that he could switch modes and let the humanoid beast go online, he has never seen the humanoid beast suffer a loss, and he never thought that there would be a fierce person that the humanoid beast couldn't beat. However, he encountered it today. The strength of this afro was so terrible that the humanoid beast couldn't beat it at all. He didn't even have a chance to fight back and was beaten twice in a row. Fortunately, the humanoid beast's physical strength was very strong, and he was finally not killed by the afro. Otherwise, Chang would have cried too late. Chang really regretted it. He didn't dare to switch modes and make the humanoid beast offline, because if he relied on himself, he would be beaten to death by the afro with one punch. So Chang regretted it to death. Why did he suddenly become so curious? The matter was over, there was no need to peek at how others dealt with the corpse. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Just as he was thinking, the afro came through the hole again and punched Chang again. This time the humanoid beast reacted faster. Not only did he stretch out his two arms to block, but he also moved his right foot back and stepped on the ground to form a lunge. Sure enough, the third punch of the afro finally did not make the humanoid beast fly backwards again, but his 2 feet drew 2 more than 3 meters long marks on the ground. But before Chang could be happy, the afro's fourth punch came at a faster speed. Boom! With a loud bang and smoke and dust, Chang was blown backwards for the third time and smashed another rotten wall. Chang couldn't help but swear again. It would be better to be knocked away. Holding on in place seemed to be an improvement, but it would make it easier for Afro to punch faster. This time Chang didn't fall into the next room, because the wall just now was the outer wall. This time he fell directly to the open space outside. Without Chang's command, the humanoid beast got up and ran away. Afro chased after it. Neither of them spoke, and they chased each other around the abandoned agricultural machinery factory. Chang gradually became frightened. Where did this monster come from? It's too deadly. The humanoid beast desperately escaped, and when it finally jumped from the roof of one factory building to the roof of another factory building, the Afro exposed his only weakness. His jumping ability seemed to be not as strong as that of the humanoid beast. So the humanoid beast jumped to the roof of another factory building, while the afro fell down after jumping only half the distance. But he didn't die from the fall. Chang saw that guy climbed up as if nothing had happened, looked up at Chang, and then chased him again. Chang was helpless. Was he going to chase him until the end of time? Was he crazy? He couldn't go on like this, otherwise how could he get away? He couldn't beat that afro, and no matter how tough the humanoid beast was, it was impossible for him to never make mistakes. And why? Did he want to silence him just because he saw the true face of the afro? Feeling helpless, Chang quickly switched modes while there was no danger, and asked the humanoid beast to go offline. Then he lay on the roof and shouted to the afro below, "Hey, stop fighting, let's talk." Hearing Chang talking, the afro was stunned, looked up at Chang, and said suspiciously, "Are you talking?" Chang was speechless. If it's not me talking, who else could it be? The humanoid beast can't talk, just like a mute. The afro looked at Chang suspiciously again, and then said, "Wait for me." With a nervous mood, Chang waited on the roof for a while. The afro climbed up from below, and then walked over and pulled Chang's eyelids to look. Chang was nervous and didn't dare to move. He stood there and let the other party manipulate him. After a long while, the afro finally let go of his hand with a puzzled look on his face and said, "You really can talk." Chang rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "How new? It's not like I don't have a tongue." "No, what do you mean by asking that?" Seeing that Chang really seemed to have no idea, the afro laughed and said, "Guess?" Chang was too tired to complain. This beating was totally inexplicable, and he didn't even know why. But fortunately, it seemed that the afro stopped beating him. This deadly threat could finally be lifted, otherwise he would really have a headache about how to escape this disaster. The two sat on the roof of the dilapidated factory building for a while. The afro asked Chang many questions, from his name to his age to his experience. When Chang learned that he was not only married but also divorced and even had a daughter, he looked at Chang with surprise. "Are you sure you are not lying?" The afro looked at Chang suspiciously. "If you don't believe me, just come home with me and see my daughter." "But I'm short of money now. The house I rented has just been painted. I have to wait 2 days before I can move in. Now I'm staying at the neighbor opposite." Chang said unhappily, "Also, don't scare my daughter." "Then let's go and see your house," the afro said. Chang had no choice but to follow him. Otherwise, what else could he do? Could he fight the afro to the death? He couldn't beat him. The agricultural machinery factory was not far from the workers' new village. It only took 30 to 40 minutes to walk, but the afro still drove there. Chang knew that there were 2 body bags behind him, but he couldn't beat him, so he had to sit in the passenger seat with a disgusted look on his face. Soon the car arrived at the entrance of the workers' new village. The afro followed Changshan upstairs. When the porcelain doll saw Chang coming back, he immediately ran over happily. "Wang Wang, you're back, did you find a job?" Chang scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It's impossible for me to work. I will never work in this life. If I want to do something, I'd rather be a boss." The porcelain doll scolded him like a little adult. "You are already a mature adult. Can you stop being so unrealistic?" Chang's forehead was immediately covered with black lines. He corrected in a low voice, "It's being too ambitious." The porcelain doll waved his hand, "Don't pay attention to those details. Besides, didn't you say it? Means duck. It's not wrong for me to say duck directly." Chang. The afro was watching in surprise on the side. When he heard this, he couldn't help laughing. What a smart child. "When I was your age, I didn't even know there was the idiom being too ambitious. I couldn't even say it." The porcelain doll tilted its head, looked at the afro curiously, and said, "Are you Wang Wang's friend?" The afro smiled affirmatively. "Of course, he said he has a beautiful daughter." "I don't believe it, you have never called him dad." The porcelain doll pursed its lips and said unhappily, "There will be many people who call him dad in the future, I will just call him Wang Wang." The afro immediately became interested, squatted in front of the porcelain doll curiously, and took out a beautiful lollipop from his pocket and handed it to the porcelain doll. Chang wanted to he interrupted, but was glared at by the afro, and immediately dared not say a word. "It's great to be able to fight." When the porcelain doll saw the beautiful lollipop, her eyes lit up immediately, but she didn't take the lollipop from the afro without Chang nod, although her face was full of desire and she obviously wanted it. Chang coughed dryly and said weakly, "Brother gave it to you, just take it." The afro looked at Chang with a smile, meaning that you kid, don't do stupid things. "If you dare to ask the kids to call me brother, I will dare to twist your head off and kick it like a ball." Chang received the threatening look, shrank his neck, and hurriedly said, "I'm kidding, why don't you thank Uncle?" The porcelain doll shouted happily, "Thank Uncle. For the lollipop." The afro was again in a dilemma. These two, except for their different looks, have similar tempers. They both like to do stupid things. Leaving Chang aside, the Afro pulled the porcelain doll and chatted with him like a friend for a long time, and finally got a satisfactory answer, and then found a reason to leave. Of course, Chang followed him out to see him off. I didn't realize that you treated a child who was not related to you by blood as your own, and you two have such a good relationship. I'm a little surprised. The Afro said meaningfully. I can feel that you seem to have some kind of relationship with me. Can you tell me? Chang frowned. When you know, you will know naturally. The Afro laughed, and a mobile phone appeared in his hand. He started to dial numbers and make calls. Chang suddenly felt that the phone looked familiar. Isn't that my phone? He touched his trouser pocket again, and the phone was really gone. I don't know when the Afro took it away. Well, it was definitely taken, not stolen. Don't be stupid in front of this irritable old man. If you have a chance to introduce me to a job, my phone number is on your phone. After saying this, the Afro threw the phone back to Chang, then opened the door and started the van. No, who are you? Chang asked with a smile, and introduced you to a job? It's as if I kill people every day. Wuzhou Medical College, Professor Bai, the Afro paused and added, I'm in great need of cadaver teachers. I'm looking for a high price. What the hell is a cadaver teacher? Chang was confused. Wait, this guy is actually a professor at the medical school? Holy! No wonder. When Chang thought that the guy with the Afro was actually a professor at a medical school, he immediately thought, is this guy secretly doing some terrible medical research? For example, he could turn normal people into Spider-Man or the Hulk, but that was none of Chang's business. He had to take on responsibilities according to his power. It was fair. At this time, a voice came from behind him. Chang, why did you come down alone? Is Shishir awake? Chang turned around and saw that it was Xiao Meiyu. Lu Shiyu was the only one at home just now. Because of the trouble with the Afro, Chang didn't dare to call Xiao Meiyu. He didn't expect that Xiao Meiyu would come back now. It's okay. I'm just coming downstairs to see a friend off. I'll be back soon, in a few minutes. Chang glanced at Xiao Meiyu and found that she bought a lot of seasonings in large and small bags, as well as bags of brown paper that looked like Chinese medicine. Chang knew that Xiao Meiyu was going to purchase goods. Xiao Meiyu explained as she hurried upstairs, the seasoning was almost gone, and that place was a bit messy, so I didn't take Shishir with me. I went there alone and came back quickly. I told her in advance that I would leave after she fell asleep. Oh, Shishir is so sensible. It's like having such a beautiful, well-behaved and sensible daughter. After she finished speaking, Xiao Meiyu was stunned. She actually revealed her true feelings in front of Chang inadvertently. Chang smiled and said, then find a partner you like and give birth to a child. You are so beautiful and your business is so prosperous. It shouldn't be difficult to find a satisfactory partner, right? I don't believe that no one has introduced a partner to you. I guess there are many people who come to recommend themselves. A trace of gloom flashed across Xiao Meiyu's eyes, and then she sorted out her emotions. She rolled her eyes at Chang and spat, it's so easy for you to say. If it's that simple, why don't you find one right away? Chang shrugged, I'm not beautiful, and I don't have such a prosperous business. So, it's harder for men to get a wife than women. And I'm not in a hurry. Xiao Meiyu complained unhappily, there's no hurry now. When you are in a hurry in the future, I tell you, while Shishir is still young, hurry up and find one. In 2 years, Shishir will reach the rebellious age and you will have a headache. Chang asked curiously, how do you know so much? Xiao Meiyu was angry. Are you talking about something else? She just threw all the big and small bags of things to Chang, and then went upstairs. Chang was not angry, and followed Xiao Meiyu upstairs with the things in his hand, and put Xiao Meiyu's things away. Then he found an excuse to go out, and walked to the pawnshop, carefully avoiding the nearby surveillance cameras. Well, in the end, Chang was still a little unwilling, and he was not as indifferent as he said. Even if it was if he started writing Doput Song Tian right away, it would take time to think and write, sign a contract, and then it would take a long time to accumulate popularity. The most important thing is that Chang doesn't even have a computer yet, so nothing can be done overnight. It all takes a process and time. Even the gold bars in the cellar can't be sold immediately, and the risk issue must be considered. The registration period for elementary school is only 2 months, and the money is urgently needed. Forget it, let's go to the pawnshop and take a look. If there is a chance, I will intervene and pick up a loophole. If there is no chance, I will leave and not get involved. Originally, Chang wanted to wait until the evening to stake out, but when he thought about the place he had never been to, he thought he would come here in the afternoon to get familiar with the road and walk through the surrounding streets and alleys. As a result, as soon as Chang arrived at the place, he heard the dull and urgent sound of the alarm bell, and several people rushed out of the pawnshop diagonally opposite, and then someone called the police. Chang was stunned. What the hell? The red-faced and bald guys are so reckless, they started fighting right away? He thought he had to wait until the middle of the night when no one was around. Since he had caught up, he might as well observe. Chang calmed down and went around to the back of the alley. He carefully looked for surveillance cameras. He found that a surveillance camera in the corner was smashed and the wires were cut. Well, it was convenient for Chang. Just as Chang was about to go in, he suddenly heard a gunshot from inside. Chang was startled and quickly climbed over the wall. The red-faced man was carrying a black backpack and a huge bag in his hand. He ran out of the alley with difficulty, and soon got on a van on the side of the road and sped away. He was well prepared. But why was there only one person? Chang hesitated for a moment, covered his face and slipped into the pawnshop. The scene inside was a mess. There were two corpses lying in a pool of blood on the ground. One of them was the bald man. His eyes were wide open, and he looked like he was dying. He was still holding a backpack tightly in his hand. But the backpack had been cut open, and scattered on the ground were a large number of scattered $100 bills, a dozen gold bars, and a few broken antiques. Chang took a breath of cold air. He didn't have the experience to tell from the wound whether it was standard or homemade. But no matter whether it was standard or homemade, guns were not so easy to get at the last minute. Obviously, this gun was obtained a long time ago. So these two guys are really desperate criminals. I wonder if they are tempted by money and want to kill each other. Or is it an internal dispute and want to silence people? What the specific reason is, that is the police's concern. Anyway, Chang is very glad that he didn't get involved with these two desperate criminals. This shop is not innocent either. What Song Shin-bei did is. It was a crime of using the pawnshop to cover up the smuggling of cultural relics. Calling the police immediately to destroy this den of thieves was what law-abiding citizens should do. Chang was about to leave quickly, but suddenly he felt something in his heart. His eyes followed the sensation and fixed on the half-covered jade plate under the backpack. The jade plate was only 1/3 the size of a matchbox. It was a piece of warm and delicate white jade. The delicate and complex patterns on it were not known whether they were engraved or carved. Chang picked it up and held it in his palm to examine it. He felt a sense of peace and tranquility. He immediately knew that this was a treasure and put it in his trouser pocket without hesitation. This thing is destined to be with me. Well, these gold bars are also destined to be with me. Anyway, taking one is taking it, taking more is taking it. Just think of it as being taken away by the red-faced man. Anyway, the red-faced man would never confront him. After collecting the 14 gold bars and putting them in a bag, Chang also took away the $100 bills that his soles had stepped on and left footprints on. Well, he stepped on a few more to make a total of 20 and took them away. To be on the safe side, Chang hid the gold bars in the agricultural machinery factory, and then called Professor Bai with a big hair, asking him if he could help dispose of the small yellow croaker? And it would be better if he washed it for him. Professor Bai didn't expect that Chang's first call would be this request, and he was so angry that he spit out 3 words, "You have to pay more." Chang hung up the phone happily, and while it was still early, he ran to the city to buy a few beautiful dresses and nice little leather shoes for the porcelain doll, and also bought some new clothes for himself. The original outfit was so rustic that it was eye-catching, just like a labor camp prisoner 20 years ago. He had to change it, otherwise he would not be able to think clearly. When he returned home, it happened to be evening again, and it happened to be the man in the plaid shirt riding an electric bike, taking Rin Shanshan home from get-off work. "Good evening, you've changed your clothes and look more energetic than before. Wow, you bought so many beautiful clothes for your child." Ren Shanshan's eyes lit up when she saw Chang, and she waved and greeted him with a smile. "When you said that, I suddenly felt that you were more beautiful than this morning." Chang also responded with a smile. Ren Shanshan was stunned for a moment, and then her face became as beautiful as a flower. The man in the plaid shirt had heard that Chang had a child, so he had no doubts. He just looked up and saw that Chang was big and strong and had a fierce face. He was the guy who had met him when he jumped off the building that day. The man in the plaid shirt was stunned. Although he could still smile and nodded to Chang, there was a hint of fear in his expression. His girlfriend told him afterwards that he had seen it wrong because he smoked too much. He also admitted that he had seen it wrong because he smoked too much, but he still knew whether he had seen it wrong or not. So when he suddenly saw Chang, he was a little panicked. In fact, even if you didn't see Chang jumping off the building, most people would subconsciously feel a little scared when they met a strong man like Chang with a fierce face. This is normal. What's more, there is a huge difference in their physiques. Chang's waist is almost twice as wide as his. The thin and quiet man in the plaid shirt standing in front of Chang is really like a chicken in front of a ferocious beast. Chang thought about it. They are all neighbors in the same building. It seems unreasonable to only know the girl and not the boy. Although he is really not interested in knowing the boy, he just wants to know more beautiful girls. So Chang stretched out his hand to the man in the plaid shirt. Chang, I live on the 5th floor. The man in the plaid shirt was stunned for a moment, then he reacted, and hurriedly shook Chang's hand and said politely, Yang Shueshi, I live on the 3rd floor. I am a programmer. Well, this is my girlfriend Rin Shanshan, who works in an accounting firm. Chang looked at the proud expression on the man in the plaid shirt and smiled immediately. It is normal to have such a beautiful girlfriend and show off with a wardrobe like Pinru everywhere. However, you have to understand that after you have fun, you will have to worry more than ordinary men. Good fire costs carbon, good women cost men. What a good name, brother, you can tell at a glance that you are a studious and cultured person. Chang said with emotion, I am just a rough guy, I have never been to college, I am uneducated, I can't do anything, but I am the best in fighting, huh? Don't say that, everyone has their own strengths, Yang Shueshi was praised by Chang, his face flushed, as if he was drunk, and glanced at his girlfriend, as if to say, look at me, I am a studious and cultured person. However, Ren Shanshan didn't pay attention to anything at all. On the surface, she seemed to have a gentle smile, as if she was agreeing with you, but in fact, she was distracted. Yang Shueshi felt a little amused, but in fact, he felt more relieved. After all, his girlfriend is very beautiful, and beauty means being popular, so if his girlfriend usually pays more attention to the performance of a man around her, he will inevitably feel nervous and suspicious. Yang Shueshi will definitely not say this out loud, because the nervousness and suspicion are all kept silently in his heart. Then, Yang Shueshi will also start to pay attention to the man his girlfriend pays attention to. Well, this is a manifestation of lack of confidence, but it is also human nature. However, Yang Shueshi is definitely not wary of Chang. On the contrary, he has a very good impression of him. He feels that although this brother has a fierce face, he is still a good person. In particular, he has a good vision and he actually discovered it at a glance. I am a cultured and well-educated person, yeah, I have a good eye. However, what Yang Shueshi didn't know was that although Rin Shanshan seemed to be in a daze as usual, in fact, Rin Shanshan was looking at his and Chang's hands from the corner of her eyes. Chang's hands were rough and big, while Yang Shueshua's hands were delicate and small. When the two shook hands, Yang Shueshua's hands were invisible, and the whole hand was held by Chang. It was just a small detail, but the two rough men didn't care at all, and Rin Shanshan was distracted. The two exchanged a few words, and Chang saw that Yang Shueshua was struggling to carry the electric car battery, so he took the battery and carried it upstairs easily. This little weight was nothing for Chang's physique, and he didn't even need to switch modes to let the human-shaped beast go online to work. Wouldn't it be easier if you pull a power strip down from upstairs and charge it directly? It's so troublesome to carry it upstairs every day, Chang said casually, afraid of losing it. Yang Shueshua followed behind Chang and said with a wry smile, we have only lived here for a year, and we have already lost 2 batteries. The most valuable part of this electric car is the battery. This broken community doesn't even have a security guard. It's really troublesome. Chang didn't care and just echoed it casually, not taking it seriously. Well, yes, Chang really didn't take it seriously, because in his later life he actually did the thing of stealing electric car batteries. However, Chang's petty thefts were not because his family's financial situation was too embarrassing, but because his money was too strictly controlled. So when Chang wanted to buy some small gifts or treat girls to milk tea when flirting with girls, he was very tight and embarrassed. For a teenager, face is the most important thing in the world. Therefore, Chang's later life had a fulfilling spare time. In addition to flirting with girls, he stole electric car batteries, worked as a bartender in nightclubs, and even collected high-interest loans from his bad friends. On the contrary, Chang never did a more serious part-time job like handing out advertising leaflets on the street. Maybe this is also the reason why Chang never took the robbing of robbing seriously and had different values from Xiao Meiyu. After all, he was not a serious boy since he was a child. With 2 or 3 steps, Chang easily carried the battery to the 3rd floor, put it at the door, then said hello and continued to walk upstairs. He was not interested in waiting for the young couple on the 3rd floor. After all, he was a single dog and didn't want to eat dog food. Ren Shanshan was wearing high heels, and she couldn't catch up with Chang no matter how hard she tried. She caught up with the 3rd floor with a little breath, and heard the sound of the key unlocking the door on the 5th floor. The sound of the door, and the screaming of the little girl hugging the gift. Looking back at her boyfriend, he climbed the stairs slower than her with his bare hands and wearing flat shoes, and he was even panting more than her. For a moment, Ren Shanshan was even more dissatisfied with her boyfriend. Can you still be like a man? You are too weak. With this physique, you still have the nerve to smoke, drink, and stay up all night? Who gave you the courage? If it were usual, Ren Shanshan would definitely not be able to help but complain or pinch her boyfriend to vent her anger, but today, she suddenly lost interest in complaining. She silently glanced at her panting boyfriend, then took out the key from her bag, opened the door, went into the house and sat on a small chair, carefully changed her high heels, and gently wiped them with a soft cloth. This pair of red high heels was one of the OL suits sponsored by her parents after she got the offer. It was very beautiful and expensive. A pair of shoes was her half-year salary. So Rin Shanshan couldn't bear to wear them every day, and she would take good care of them after each wear. But even though she was very careful, after a year of wearing them, they inevitably became old, and some minor scratches became more and more, and it was already difficult to cover them up. Bending over, she carefully put the pair of precious high heels into the shoe cabinet. Ren Shanshan suddenly felt a little sad. She didn't know when she would have the confidence to buy another pair of such beautiful high heels. 1 year? 3 years? Forget it, the house is still a long way off. How can you get married without a house? Forget about shoes and other things. Let's save money with my boyfriend. I silently encouraged myself in my heart, but my mood couldn't stop being low. Suddenly I remembered a poem I liked very much in college. Flowers are hard to find a mate because they like cleanliness, and people are easily heartbroken because of sadness in autumn. A flower, pursuing perfection, can only be lonely and without a mate. A person, if hurt by an object, will be sad about the spring and autumn, and from the object to the body. At this moment, a smelly, greasy head stretched out from behind her neck and said with a playful smile, "Wife, your back was so beautiful just now, with your long black legs and that curve. TSK, how about eating later?" Ren Shanshan was annoyed and said, "I'm really not in the mood. If you have that extra energy, you might as well think about how to make more money, or take an online course, or learn another programming language." Before she finished her sentence, her boyfriend's head had already arched into her arms, so clingy. Ren Shanshan was helpless, knowing that this guy was already obsessed with that and he couldn't listen to anything she said, so she had to say, "Go to the room and put on your little umbrella." The porcelain doll's face flushed with excitement. She tried on 3 beautiful little skirts one by one, and then tried on the little leather shoes. She turned around in front of the mirror, looked at them again and again, and then reluctantly took them off and folded them carefully. The porcelain doll didn't say a word during the whole process, but silence didn't mean that she was calm. Her flushed face and big eyes that were almost glowing were telling how excited she was. Xiao Meiyu had already prepared dinner in the living room, but she didn't go forward to urge her. She just sat quietly in the chair, watching the porcelain doll turn around again and again and admire herself in the mirror. In fact, Xiao Meiyu had also been distracted. She remembered that when she was a little girl, every time her father bought her a gift, she would be very excited and collect it as a treasure. However, I don't know when it started, she slowly lost favor in front of her parents. It seems that after her younger brother was born, she quickly became his nanny, but she was still a child at that time. Then her second brother was born, and her status was lowered again. Her presence in the family was almost non-existent. No one remembered her birthday anymore, and there were no small gifts. Even her father, who once doted on her the most, treated her like air. He became more and more irritable towards her, either yelling or beating and scolding her. As for going to school? Girls are all money-losing goods, why go to school? It's enough to be able to write your own name and do math. So in the 5th grade of elementary school, Xiao Meiyu dropped out of school with the first place in the grade, worked at home, and took care of her 2 younger brothers. The career of nanny and farmhand continued until Xiao Meiyu became an adult. She also became the most beautiful woman in the fishing village. At this time, Fang Youfu appeared. He came to the seaside fishing village to collect aquatic products. When he saw Xiao Meiyu for the first time, he was shocked by her beauty. Then he stopped collecting aquatic products and used the money as a gift. This large sum of money stunned his father, and Fang Youfu and Xiao Meiyu consummated their marriage that night. But in fact, this marriage was not smooth. A rich man in the county also took a fancy to Xiao Meiyu and wanted her to be his lover. Xiao Meiyu was unwilling, of course. A normal girl could get married properly. Who would want to be a lover who could not see the light of day? But the man gave a lot of money. So Xiao Meiyu's parents, who once loved her, regretted the marriage without hesitation and pushed Xiao Meiyu out as a lover. And the large sum of money and the betrothal money given by Fang Youfu were used by her parents to buy a big boat and build a house, because they'd make more money and marry wives for the 2 sons. Xiao Meiyu was sent to a rich family crying. Fang Youfu was also severely beaten. It was more than a year later that Xiao Meiyu was finally able to follow Fang Youfu to Wuzhou. The pain and unbearableness during this period made Xiao Meiyu unforgettable for the rest of her life. This is also the reason why Xiao Meiyu was unwilling to return to her hometown in Yongcheng after the divorce. She has not even contacted her family for many years. Sometimes Xiao Meiyu would wonder if Fan Youfu would be better to her if there were no twists and turns. Would he not divorce her? But soon Xiao Meiyu woke up and decided to divorce because she had a physical problem. But she herself couldn't tell whether her body was tortured by that young man or was it a natural problem. Everything was unclear, everything was over, and there was no point in dwelling on the past. It was still important to live well in the present. The three of them ate in tacit understanding. The porcelain doll was obsessed with Chang as it was yesterday, but she fell asleep soon. This time, Chang came out of the master bedroom quietly, only to find Xiao Meiyu waiting for him on the sofa in the production team's living room. "I thought you were asleep. Do you have something to tell me?" Chang said with a smile. "Come and sit down." Xiao Meiyu was a little embarrassed, but since her thoughts had been exposed, she would not be hypocritical to cover it up, so she said very straightforwardly, "Shirshir is a girl, and she should not be your child." "Then, if you have your own child or a son in the future, will you still be good to Shirshir?" Chang asked curiously. "Why not?" After briefly talking about the agreement with Lu Shiyu, Chang said, "In fact, I don't like children very much. The appearance of Shirshir has changed some of my inherent views, but in fact, I still don't like children very much. It's better to have no children. Maybe Shirshir is the only exception, or maybe I'm not old enough. If I really find a wife and have a child in the future, I really hope it's a son, who can protect Shirshir in the future." Chang was telling the truth. He really didn't like children, especially since he had seen so many lawless bear children in later generations. He really didn't like children at all. But the cute and sensible Lu Shiyu changed some of Chang's views. Girls are too cute. However, Chang would not feel regretful if he did not have his own children in the future. It did not matter, as his mental age was only 18 years old, there is no idea of passing on the family line, let's talk about the future later. However, when Xiao Meiyu heard this, it had another meaning. "Are you speaking the truth?" Xiao Meiyu said in disbelief. "Don't you regret not having your own children?" "Our situation is more complicated. My marriage with Lu Shiyu's mother was a fake marriage. In fact, I never touched her. I just wanted to give Shirshir an identity," Chang explained. There was no other way. Chang could only say this. Otherwise, would he say that he traveled through time and space to take the blame? But Chang was not lying, because this was indeed the stupid thing done by the original owner, and he did what the original owner did. As for the future, let's talk about it in the future. If I meet the right person at the right time and Shirshir is satisfied, then everything will be a natural thing. Chang shrugged and said, "If not, it's not a big deal." Chang was absolutely speaking from his heart. He always insisted that he was only 18 years old. He was dragged to the scapegoat by the god of time and space at such a good age. If he didn't spend a few years happily, wouldn't he be worthy of himself as the 18-year-old school idol? So Chang is really not in a hurry to get married and have children. He can consider it in 10 years. Anyway, this body will only be 36 years old in 10 years. A man is still beautiful at 40. Moreover, Chang just said that he is not in a hurry to get married and have children, not that he will not find a female companion, right? The difference is huge. In short, he has to spend a few more years to find a balance, otherwise Chang will feel at a loss. Of course, he can't say this to Xiao Meiyu. Xiao Meiyu was silent for a long time, as if she had mustered up the courage, and said, "Let's try to get in touch." "Chang? Our three views are obviously inconsistent. If we get together, won't we quarrel every day? It's too aggrieved. I won't do it." However, before Chang could say anything, Xiao Meiyu said, "Let's just look at each other and don't have to get married. We can be together if it's suitable. If you meet a suitable person in the future, just tell me. I'm still Shirshir's godmother." Chang? Chang was really confused. He was not stupid. Of course, he understood what Xiao Meiyu meant, but he didn't understand why. Xiao Meiyu, who has always been very principled and self-centered, how could she suddenly come up with such a completely altruistic proposal? There is no reason. Did she suddenly lose her mind? However, Xiao Meiyu's next sentence immediately made Chang explode. Xiao Meiyu whispered, "I have some health problems. So I don't plan to get married again in this life. I'll just find someone who is nice and caring to be with me in the future." Chang was confused. He didn't quite understand what Xiao Meiyu meant by "there are health problems." How big of a problem? Is it a mental illness? Seeing Chang's bewilderment, Xiao Meiyu's face became even more embarrassed, and she spat in a low voice, "You usually look quite smart, why are you so stupid at this time?" that is, can't have children. Ha! Chan finally figured it out, and many things finally had a reasonable explanation. No wonder Xiao Meiyu likes children so much. No wonder she proposed to recognize Lu Xiyu as her goddaughter when they met for the first time. No wonder she didn't get along with Niu Laosan who was pursuing her. No wonder she made such a strange suggestion just now. Few men would refuse such a request. It was just like giving benefits. It turned out that it was because Xiao Meiyu couldn't have children. You don't seem surprised at all. Xiao Meiyu had been paying attention to Chang's micro-expressions, and was a little surprised to see his calm expression. It's not a big deal, is it? Whether to have children or not is a personal choice of lifestyle. No one has the right to interfere, not even parents. From this perspective, not being able to have children and not wanting to have children are actually the same. Chang said. But, that's a child. Xiao Meiyu was immediately emotional when she heard that Chang actually treated her as a big deal and looked at it so lightly. I don't even have a child, I'm very lonely, and what will I do when I get old in the future? Chang shrugged and said indifferently, Sister, you think too much. If you have a child, you won't be lonely, and you won't be afraid of being alone in old age? It doesn't exist. Whether you have a child or not, you need to worry about these problems. Children are not a panacea to solve the problem. Xiao Meiyu didn't argue with Chang, but just smiled bitterly. You are really open-minded. It's good. Chang curled his lips and said nothing more. It is hard to say. Chan's Soul is from 2019. At that time, the country had already relaxed the two-child policy, but the effective population growth did not improve at all, and even declined year after year. You know, that was the continuous decline after the two-child policy was relaxed. More importantly, even in that population growth rate, nearly 50% of the data was contributed by the second child. That is to say, the growth rate of the first child is very scary. Chan's original soul came from 2019. He couldn't remember the specific data in the news, but he knew the approximate figures. However, he didn't have the slightest idea of having more children. After all, he was poor, had no house or car, and couldn't afford the bride price, so he didn't even have the idea of getting married, let alone having children. Chang's ideal state was to find a beautiful girlfriend who could always talk about the relationship, and talk about the relationship to the end, without responding or having children. Chang doesn't like children. However, the ideas that are becoming popular among the younger generation in 2019 were simply treasonous in 2003. But when Xiao Meiyu heard it, even if it was treasonous, it made her have a different thought. Well, she suddenly felt that Chang was a lot more pleasing to the eye. You are a different, good person, Xiao Meiyu said sincerely. No, please explain clearly. Why are you suddenly giving me the nice guy card? Chang was immediately unhappy. This was too much. How could you give someone the nice guy card when they were fine? Nice guy card? Xiao Meiyu had never heard of this term. Seeing Chang's expression, she hurriedly asked. After hearing Chang's explanation of the nice guy card, she immediately laughed out loud. Chang was confused. Girl, your sense of humor is too low, isn't it? Really, there is no need to cooperate with me like this. If you do this, I will think that you have some bad thoughts about me. No, why are you still laughing? Girl, you are not really greedy for my body, are you? Xiao Meiyu raised her hand and pinched Chang, then spat in a low voice. I'm not making fun of you, nor am I giving you a good guy card. I really think you are a good person. Most people would never agree to a fake marriage, not to mention not having for 7 years, raising someone else's child as their own, and even keeping the child with them after divorce. Shaking her head, Xiao Meiyu said with emotion, there are really not many good people like you nowadays. I'm very grateful to God for letting me meet you. Chang was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed. You're not, you believe everything I say? Xiao Meiyu shook her head and said, of course not, but I believe my own eyes and ears. In fact, just because you went out alone last night and didn't sleep at home, I knew you were a rare good person. Chang couldn't help but touch his nose. This was really a misunderstanding, because he went out to dig for gold that night, but he really couldn't say this to others. Xiao Meiyu explained. Alas, I'm really not a good person. Xiao Meiyu blushed and spat in a low voice. Don't think too much, I'm just making a suggestion. I'm not going to do anything with you right away, don't push it. Anyway, I hope that we will finally succeed. Then how are we going to sleep tonight? Chang was about to ask this shamelessly when he suddenly heard a knock on the door from the opposite side. Across the street, that's my own home. There are not many people who know my home. But Song Xianbei is definitely one of them. With the connections of the Song family in Wuzhou, it is really a simple matter to find out where Chang lives. After all, on the day Chang and Luanen divorced, Song Xianbei was waiting at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. It would be strange if he didn't know the details of the original owner's iron-headed man. If it weren't for the leader saying that Lu Ainan's man was most likely the son of a big family in Beijing, Chang would really think that Song Xianbei was Lu Ainan's man. I hope the person I invite is that jerk Chen Tai, not Song Xianbei. Chang is not afraid of trouble, but he doesn't want to provoke the difficult local rich family when he should be away long in low-key manner. Chang said to Xiao Meiyu, "Go back to your room and wait for me first." Xiao Meiyu's pretty face flushed instantly, and she spat in a low voice, "I told you not to be so anxious, let's get to know each other better first. Oh, anyway, you are not allowed to come tonight." After that, Xiao Meiyu jumped up like a rabbit and quickly closed the door of the master bedroom. What a psycho! Chang rolled his eyes and opened the door. The person standing opposite was not Song Xianbei, but a woman who had met Chang once, Lu Shiyu's personal bodyguard. "Why do you live opposite?" The female bodyguard frowned. "What are you doing here?" Chang also frowned. "I have something important to tell you, time is tight, is it convenient to talk now?" "I can only stay for 10 minutes at most," the female bodyguard said. Chang pondered for a moment, then simply opened the door opposite and brought the female bodyguard to the house he actually rented. Seeing that there was nothing in the room, the white wall looked like it had just been painted, and there were a few empty buckets in the corner, the female bodyguard immediately realized why Chang appeared opposite. So the female bodyguard didn't waste time bringing up the past again, and went straight to the point. "The young master of the Song family wants to mess with you recently, and the boss asked me to come here to remind you, be careful, it's best not to go out recently, keep a low profile. Of course, it would be best if you could leave Wuzhou, which would be the best outcome for everyone." Chang keenly discovered a small problem. This female bodyguard called Lu Ainan boss instead of Miss. Combined with the original owner's iron-headed memory, there was no such female bodyguard, so Chang immediately judged that this female bodyguard must have followed Lu Ainan after she went to Britain. Chang remembered very clearly that when Lu Ainan went to Britain after giving birth to Lu Shiyu, she brought two people with her, one was the nanny Fang Yi, and the other was the female bodyguard Yun Jia. Both of them were old people who had been in the Lu family for many years, and Chang naturally knew them. Although the Lu family was not a wealthy family in Wuzhou, it was not a small family, and its strength should not be underestimated. Chang's judgment was based on the servants in the family, with special drivers, cooks, nannies and bodyguards, and even female bodyguards who were dedicated to protecting the female family members. This is not something that an ordinary small family can do. Then the question came. When Lu Ainan left, she brought a female bodyguard Yun Jia from the Lu family, but when she came back 7 years later, she brought another female bodyguard with her. So where did the previous Yun Jia go? Gone? Dead? The first time Chang met this female bodyguard, he had a fight with her, but he didn't pay attention to this point. The second time he met Lu Ainan at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they were both very emotional. Chang almost misunderstood that the lady in the Civil Affairs Bureau was interested in him. Afterwards, he ran into Song Xianbei again, so he didn't pay attention to this point. But this time, without any additional interference, this female bodyguard suddenly came alone, which immediately made Chang realize this point. Where did Sister Yun go? Chang's mind raced. Seeing that the female bodyguard had been staring at him hopefully, as if she wanted him to make a decision to go out of town as soon as possible, Chang suddenly said, "I don't know what your name is yet?" The female bodyguard was surprised and said, "Just call me Ahong." "Mister, time is running out, I hope you can make the right decision as soon as possible." Chang asked curiously, "Did Lu Ainan ask you to come?" "I think she should wish I would die immediately, how could she care about me?" Ahong said lightly, "After all, he is the father of your child." Chang had an even more incredible expression, "This child was not originally mine, we just had a fake marriage, and Miss Lu didn't even give me the reward afterwards. You made me believe such a deceptive thing. Believe that she will care about me? Then you might as well let me believe that an old sow can climb a tree." Ahong was speechless for a moment, and said lightly, "Mister, time is running out, make a decision quickly, you have lived in Wuzhou for so many years, you should know how powerful the Song family is, once they decide to deal with you, it will be difficult for you to deal with it. And as far as I know, you don't have a stable source of income now, and Shishir is about to go to elementary school." Chang shrugged indifferently and said, "These don't matter. There is a special elementary school for migrant workers in the urban village, and the academic status is not important, you can go at any time, you don't need to worry about this. Anyway, I believe that Lu Ainan will still care about our life and death. Otherwise, you can go back first, and don't come here if you have nothing to do in the future, we don't have anything to talk about." Ahong sighed, took out 2 stacks of red 100 yuan bills from her bag, and said, "Take it, don't be stubborn." Chang raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, Didn't we agree on a reward of 1 million? It has shrunk to 20,000 now? Oh, that's right, it's really 20,000, right? There can't be a few missing in the middle, right? I'm not good at counting. Ah Hong finally couldn't help but get angry, and threw the money directly at Chang, shouting, "Take it or not, if you don't want it, just throw it away." After saying that, Ah Hong opened the door and left. Soon, the roar of an engine was heard from the outer door of the community, and a black car quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chang did not pick up the money immediately. He stood on the balcony, silently watching the black car go away, and fell into deep thought. Just now, Chang was actually acting. Although he kept saying that Lu Weinan didn't care about his life or death at all, and would never send anyone to tip off, he acted as if he was very suspicious of Lu Weinan's intentions, but in fact, Chang felt that Lu Weinan actually cared about his life or death not because Lu Weinan cared about him, an ugly man, but because Lu Weinan cared about his daughter. The Lu family treated Lu Shiyu very badly, so if Lu Weinan had a choice, he would definitely not ask for the custody of his daughter back, because she would definitely get married again, and it would be impossible for her to bring Lu Shiyu with her. If the custody was returned, she would have to be raised in the Lu family. That would be hell for Lu Shiyu. So Chang believed that he and Lu Weinan had a tacit understanding on this point, and it would be best for Lu Shiyu to follow him. Choice. Although Lu Shiyu and Chang are not related by blood, Chang will definitely take care of Lu Shiyu as if she were his own daughter. In other words, if this Ah Hong is really Lu Weinan's confidant, then she will understand the tacit understanding between Chang and Lu Weinan. But as a result of the cheating and testing just now, Chang felt that Ah Hong did not seem to understand Lu Weinan's thoughts, and even this woman seemed to be fatally testing whether he still had any ideas about Lu Weinan. This situation is very strange. Chang is a little confused, but he guessed that this Ah Hong is not Lu Weinan's confidant. Then the question is, what is this Ah Hong here for? To tip off? To send money? Chang returned to the room and just bent down to pick up the 2 stacks of money, and suddenly he felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. Chang's hand suddenly stopped in midair and did not touch the money. This money. Is there something wrong with it? Is this Ah Hong here to harm him? Chang thought about it and decided not to take the money, because it was really easy for him to make money now. After a while, he would sell the gold bars in the cellar and make a lot of money. Moreover, the scavenger promised him that within a month, he would launder 480,000 cash, 14 gold bars, and 2 antiques and transfer them to his account. Even if the first 2 failed, Chang had other ways to make money. He could continue to rob the underground casinos. The money in the underground casinos was all for saving money. There was no mark. As long as he found out where there were underground casinos, he could just go and rob them. He was not the kind of person who had moral cleanliness. He could spend the robbed money with peace of mind. Wait, it seems that I overlooked something just now? Chang held his head and thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of a reason. It felt like a layer of window paper, but he couldn't remember it no matter what. There was no way. Chang simply stopped thinking about it, went to the opposite door to find 2 plastic bags, put the 2 stacks of money away without touching his hands, and then went back to take a shower and sleep. While Chang was sleeping soundly, Xiao Meiyu was having trouble falling asleep. She wondered if she should loosen the latch and leave the door open quietly for Chang. Then she wondered if Chang had pushed the door before and knew it was latched, and it opened with another push. What would he think of her? Would he think she was an unrestrained and frivolous woman? Xiao Meiyu thought. She was already very unreserved by shamelessly talking to a man about that before, and now she couldn't go any further. Which decent man would look down on a woman with an undecent style? Well, you must remember. Be reserved. Be able to protect yourself. After repeating it 3 times in her heart, Xiao Meiyu suddenly thought. Well, if Chang had already pushed the door once before, would he push it a second time? Probably not, right? After all, she was a woman who had been married once, and she had a deeper understanding of the bad nature of men. So Xiao Meiyu boldly analyzed while lying on the bed if Chang was still obsessed with her and wanted to do something special, he would definitely get up and push the door again. Even if he knew that the door was locked, he would push it again. Again and again. Not for anything else, because men are so cheap. But if Chang had no interest in her, this was impossible. As long as a man was still breathing, he would definitely be lustful, just like there is no cat that doesn't eat fish. Especially if she took the initiative to come to the door and didn't need to take responsibility, normal men wouldn't refuse. But it's been a long time, and Chang didn't come to push the door. Could it be that Chang is not good in some aspect? Xiao Meiyu, who was full of imagination, suddenly thought of this, and immediately couldn't control her imagination anymore. Chang said before that his marriage with that woman was a fake marriage, for 7 years. Could it be that Chang didn't touch that woman in 7 years? Is this something that an average man can resist? Impossible, right? But it's hard to say. What if Chang is a gentleman? Xiao Meiyu thought of last night when she fell asleep in Chang's room, but Chang didn't even sleep at home. In order to avoid suspicion, he ran out to hang out all night. Xiao Meiyu has never met such a gentleman in her life. It's impossible to say that she didn't have a huge spiritual touch. So Xiao Meiyu felt that Chang might really be one of the very few men, the kind of gentleman who could remain calm even when a woman's arms were on his chest, because she personally confirmed this last night. From this perspective, Chang's statement that he had not touched the woman during the 7 years of fake marriage was probably believable. But, 7 years. Isn't that too long? After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Meiyu, who had been half asleep, suddenly woke up with a start. A sudden thought popped up in her mind: could Chang still be a virgin? Chang was 26 years old this year. 18 years old. When he got married in a fake marriage 7 years ago, he was only 19 years old. Counting his age in lunar calendar, he was 18 years old. 7 years ago, the social atmosphere was still relatively conservative. The proportion of virgin boys and girls in the school was still very high, and the factory girls were still very simple. Xiao Meiyu suddenly came to a shocking conclusion after thinking about all the gossip and ethics dramas in her mind. Chang was probably still a virgin boy. If that was the case, it would be even more reasonable. Because you have never eaten meat, you don't know how delicious meat is. Xiao Meiyu suddenly laughed out loud. In the silent night, in the quiet room, a woman suddenly made a giggling sound of joy. It was not just creepy. Xiao Meiyu was scared by her own laughter and quickly closed her mouth. At this time, the mobile phone on the bedside table suddenly began to buzz and vibrate, and in the silent night, the wooden board suddenly made a huge sound. Xiao Meiyu picked up the phone and stopped the alarm, and her eyes popped out. Oh my god! It's 3 o'clock already? Xiao Meiyu hugged her head in pain. She had been thinking about all sorts of things the whole night. How was she going to spend today? Would she fall asleep while steaming the buns? Not long after, there was a slight noise coming from the living room outside the door. Needless to say, Chang had gotten up and was busy. Suddenly, Xiao Meiyu felt warm in her heart. She deeply felt that this man was still very reliable. He got up earlier than her in the morning and helped her make breakfast. After getting ready and getting out of bed, Xiao Meiyu splashed cold water on her face to make herself more energetic and threw herself into the busy preparations. It was a busy morning as usual. When she stopped to rest after the peak of breakfast, Xiao Meiyu suddenly felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. She collapsed on the chair powerlessly, without even the strength to stand up, and didn't even want to move a finger. Xiao Meiyu was a little flustered, but she saw Chang working tirelessly, collecting money, delivering meals, and cleaning. He even had the energy to restock in his spare time. The beef dumplings were gone, so she hurried to start making 2 more baskets and steam them. There would be customers soon. There was only 1 basket of red bean paste buns left, but 3 baskets had been sold today. According to the usual sales volume, it was almost sold out and there was no need to restock. Seeing Chang busying himself in an orderly manner, not only was he busy but not chaotic, but he even felt that as long as this man was around, he would be happy. There is no need to worry or feel scared. Xiao Meiyu half lying on the chair at ease, staring at Chang infatuatedly, as if everything else did not exist. It was just so peaceful. Not panicking at all. The 2 college students appeared again. After eating, they ran to Xiao Meiyu with a smile and joked with her, "Boss lady, you should be more restrained in the future. Look, your boyfriend is too fierce." Before the joke was over, Xiao Meiyu pretended to hit someone, and the 2 college students ran away with a smile. Seeing Chang looking back, Xiao Meiyu blushed and said, "It's okay, they are acquaintances, they are from Wuzhou University of Science and Technology." Aren't they from Wuzhou University? These 2 have good tempers and personalities, but they are from Wuzhou University of Science and Technology, while Zhang Pang, who has poor character and morality, is from Wuzhou University. It is so obvious that the morals are not worthy of the position. It seems that the education system still uses test scores as the only standard. Chang thought about himself. Whether it was the original owner or himself, he could not respect them. They were both poor students. He was also ashamed. It seemed that he was indeed not destined to go to a good university. By the way, Wuzhou is already a developed city that has been in the top 10 in terms of GDP, but there is only one well-known university, Wuzhou University. Even Wuzhou University is not well-known in the country, it can only be considered well-known. It's very embarrassing. It obviously doesn't match the economic achievements of Wuzhou. But this is the duty of meat eaters, and ordinary people without this power should not get involved. Chang is just a commoner with the soul of an indigenous person, and he just complained casually. However, at this time, Xiao Meiyu suddenly came over and asked gossipingly, Wang Wang, you have been married for 7 years. In such a long time, have you ever thought of finding an opportunity to make the rice cooked, fake play into real? Ha! Are you excited about gossip again? Just now, you looked like you were going to die. Chang said with a smile, sister, she went abroad right after giving birth and just came back recently. Besides, she is a lady from a wealthy family, and a poor loser like me can't even think about her. Don't mention similar topics in the future, it's embarrassing. Xiao Meiyu slapped her thigh and was excited. A virgin? Absolutely. Chang was confused. What the hell are you excited about? What do you mean? Turning around, Chang suddenly saw a few cousins wearing big hats walking over. He was shocked and turned away without saying a word. Xiao Meiyu didn't have Chang's ability to be busy with business while keeping an eye on everything. When she saw Chang's confused expression, she suddenly turned around and left. She thought Chang was embarrassed because he couldn't stand it. So the woman shouted at Chang's back, don't run away, sister, I won't laugh at you anymore, okay? Come back and talk about 50 cents? Seeing Chang walking faster and faster, Xiao Meiyu suddenly giggled and was very happy. When Chang heard the woman's teasing behind him, he almost hit his head against the wall. Your cousin is here, you don't worry about your own business, and you still talk to me about 50 cents? I think you are like a mouse being a bridesmaid for a cat, you are making money at the expense of your life. However, when did the chatting about 50 cents come from? Did it come out in 2003? Chang felt that when he had time, he would sort out the timeline and see what had happened and what was already there, so as to avoid revealing any flaws accidentally. Just like the time with the leader, Chang said, who gave you the courage, Fish Liang? Then Chang immediately realized, did Fish Liang release this song this year? Fortunately, the leader and his gang were all killed. Now Chang has no time to check online. If Fish Liang has not released the song yet and someone with ulterior motives hears it, it will be a big trouble. In the future, you should be more careful when speaking and doing things. After all, he is a time traveler, with a time span of 16 years. It is normal to be a little confused about time and say one or two things by accident. But once something happens, he might be sent to the operating table for dissection. Chang dared not bet that the person with ulterior motives could not hear it. Chang went upstairs quickly and saw that Porcelain Doll had gotten up, washed and dressed, and was sitting on the sofa watching cartoons. Seeing that Chang had come back early, Porcelain Doll stared at Chang's hands with wide eyes, they were empty. Wang Wang, you came back empty-handed? Where's my breakfast? Chang said unhappily, how can you still think about food now? Hurry up, take my key and open the door opposite. As he said that, Chang threw the key to Lu Shiyu, and then quickly began to clean up the food and tableware that were randomly piled up in Xiao Meiyu's room. Porcelain Doll was confused and didn't understand. How could Chang have the time? Without any time to explain, he shouted in a low voice, what the hell? Hurry up! The Porcelain Doll immediately ran over to open the door like a frightened rabbit, and even lost his slippers. Chang had no choice but to not bother to comfort the frightened Porcelain Doll. He quickly moved the semi-finished ingredients and utensils to the opposite door, thinking quickly in his mind, Xiao Meiyu has been doing breakfast business here for several years. I heard that she had only seen her cousin twice, and the last time was more than a year ago. It can be seen that this is not a routine inspection, but a sudden attack with a purpose. Chang did a lot of things like reporting when he was in the society in his later life. Chang and his classmates once ate flies in a rice noodle shop. The boss not only refused to compensate or refund the money, but also beat them. Several honest children ran home in shame, holding back their anger, but they didn't have the courage to find their parents and teachers, and they didn't know what to do. But when Chang grew up and started to mix with a group of bad friends, he had many ways to play tricks on people. For example, the owner of the rice noodle shop. Chang and his friend took turns calling the market supervision, the health station, and 12315. As expected, no one cared. The rice noodle shop owner even beat up a friend of Chang. Well, Chang's friend didn't fight back, just stood there and got beaten. After the boss slapped him a few times, he didn't dare to do it again. He kicked Chang's friend to the ground while cursing. Everything was filmed on the phone by Chang and his friends, and then posted it to WeChat Moments, Weibo, and Douyin under the identity of a student, which finally attracted attention and severely punished the boss. Do you think this is over? Are you kidding me? Are you being beaten for nothing? Just to vent your anger? Of course, you are out for money. After the boss was punished, he was targeted by Chang and his gang. No matter whether he closed the business or went to another district to continue his business, as long as he did not leave Wuzhou, Chang and his gang would use all kinds of shameless means. You can scold or beat people as you like. I will never resist. Anyway, there are people watching. In addition to medical expenses, lost wages, and nutrition fees, you will be sent to prison. If the beating is light, you will be detained for a few days. If the beating is too severe, it will be a crime of intentional injury. If you have the guts, kill us. After several months of continuous tossing, the boss who used to be all-powerful and claimed to be a ruthless person finally gave in. He admitted his mistake and paid a large sum of money to feed these naughty kids. Chang and his friends naturally followed the rules. When the money was paid, they stopped making trouble. Well, before crossing over, Chang ordered 999 roses, platinum necklaces, and other romantic props from a flower shop, preparing to confess his love to the goddess in a white skirt from the next class after the college entrance examination. That's how he got the money. Otherwise, as a student, his family wouldn't give him money to do these things. Because he had been exposed to many things that were neither black nor white, Chang was particularly sensitive to such shady activities. When he saw his cousin coming early in the morning, he left immediately without making a sound. And when he got home, he started to pack up Xiao Meiyu's things and move them all to his room. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Xiao Meiyu, who was slow to realize it, didn't realize until her cousin asked her for her business license and health certificate that he didn't come to eat her breakfast because of her reputation, but to cause trouble. In an instant, Xiao Meiyu's face turned pale and her mind was directly confused. Are you alone? Isn't there a guy? Call him over. Don't think we can't find him if he runs away. If he runs away, the problem will be more serious. The cousin asked sternly. No. I can't afford to hire anyone for my small business. Xiao Meiyu came back to her senses instantly when Chang was mentioned. Don't pretend if more than one person saw it. A small boss like you who makes money by cheating, our cousin will not let anyone go, including the boss and the helper. Another cousin sneered. Xiao Meiyu bit her lip and was silent for a while. When she saw the stove being put out by a basin of water, this woman finally exploded. You say I make money by cheating? Show me the evidence. I've been selling breakfast here for a few years and have never used gutter oil. All the cooking oil is bought from the supermarket, and I've kept all the receipts. And for all the meat buns, I've never used a piece of gutter meat. All it's top-quality pork belly. If you don't believe me, just go to the market and ask around. If a butcher says that I, Xiao Meiyu, have bought gutter meat, I'll kill myself immediately. Now everyone present here, please testify for me, Xiao Meiyu. I keep my word. If you want to say that I make money by cheating, then I'll risk it too. I'll take you to all the breakfast stalls nearby, and we'll investigate and test each stall one by one to see if there's any stall other than mine that doesn't use gutter oil. Do you dare to come? The young cousins' faces turned black immediately after being rebuked by Xiao Meiyu. They were about to yell at them, but the leading cousin said unhappily, don't talk about unnecessary things. I just want to ask you one thing, do you have a business license? Xiao Meiyu hesitated, lowered her voice by 4 degrees, and said, yes, of course. The leading cousin smiled slightly, and asked again, do you have a health certificate? Xiao Meiyu opened her mouth, and her voice instantly dropped 8 degrees. I haven't had time to go for a physical examination yet, I'll go today. The leading cousin said, okay, you can go for a physical examination whenever you want, but I ask you now, I'm going to check if there is any problem with you now. Do you accept it? Xiao Meiyu was a little dissatisfied, but I'm not the only one like this on this street. The cousins all laughed at once. Report welcome. Xiao Meiyu shut up immediately. No matter how stupid she was, she understood that this was probably not a report from a competitor. Even if it was, she couldn't take a group of cousins to other peers to check, otherwise she would never be able to run her breakfast stall in the future. Let alone a woman from another place, even if she is a local. If she dares to do this, she will never get by in the future, otherwise someone will dare to put a sack on her and beat her with a club. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. Xiao Meiyu was scared, but her cousin didn't take it as an offense. He quickly closed down the breakfast stall, put out the stove, took away all the steamers and ingredients, and even confiscated the cash box. This is illegal income, of course it must be confiscated. Xiao Meiyu stood aside with a wooden expression, watching her cousins do all this. Her heart seemed to be bleeding. She worked hard for several years, and returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. Several years of hard work, all in vain. Even if she is released now, her reputation has been ruined by more than half. Except for a few familiar die-hard diners, other diners will not eat at her place again in the short term, at least. In the simple understanding of ordinary people, a cousin with problems may not be closed down, but the cousin who is closed down must be problematic. Reputation is so important in the catering industry. Let's go to your house. A truck came over to pick up something, and the young cousin came over and said, Why are you going to my house? Xiao Meiyu asked blankly. This is not your processing site, I guess it's at your house. The young cousin said with a smile. Are you going to force me to death? Xiao Meiyu's eyes turned red, staring at the other party. You have no problem, will we investigate you? The young cousin was a little angry. Xiao Meiyu stared at the other party with red eyes, and suddenly smiled. You work so hard, you will definitely get promoted and make a fortune. I wish you many children, grandchildren, and wealth. The other party was frightened by Xiao Meiyu's creepy smile, but before he could get angry, Xiao Meiyu simply threw away her apron, turned around and left. Where are you going? The cousin shouted. Aren't you going to my house? Welcome, I can't live anymore anyway, am I afraid that you will take another look at me? Xiao Meiyu said lightly. The cousin was speechless for a moment. He was a little frightened by Xiao Meiyu's hateful eyes. He was really afraid that Xiao Meiyu would not think straight and stab him directly when climbing the stairs. But this woman is so beautiful, she shouldn't do such an extreme thing. The cousin who took the lead pretended not to see it and stayed at the scene to direct the moving of things. The others also turned their backs tacitly. Soon they came to the 5th floor. Xiao Meiyu opened the door with a calm expression and went straight to the kitchen. She wanted to go out to get the boning knife and then die with the person behind her. However, after walking a few steps, she found that the room was clean and there was no food piled up as usual. Even all the stored flour was empty. After a pause, Xiao Meiyu suddenly realized that Chang turned around and left at that time just to come upstairs to help her deal with the aftermath. If the other party really saw a lot of semi-finished ingredients piled up in the room, the sanitary conditions alone would be enough to impose a huge fine. Now, there is no need to worry about this problem. There is not even a grain of food in the house. Naturally, there is no boning knife. Xiao Meiyu's whole body went limp. She sat on the sofa and didn't have the strength to stand up for a long time. The suspension of business for rectification and the fine were not unexpected to Xiao Meiyu. After everything was settled, Chang came out from the opposite door holding a porcelain doll. Thank you. Xiao Meiyu said softly. It's what I should do. Chang looked at Xiao Meiyu with a little worry. Is the fine enough to pay? It's enough, but all my work this year will be in vain. Xiao Meiyu said calmly. Chang was speechless for a moment. You said it's not the first day you have been doing this. Why don't you know to get the business license and health certificate? This problem is really hitting the vital point. There is no way to reason. However, the urban village is originally chaotic. In 2003, there were indeed few people in charge, and irregular operations were common. So it is normal for Xiao Meiyu to have a fluke mentality. On the contrary, just do it formally in the future, this business can still be done. However, Xiao Meiyu directly denied, I don't want to do it anymore. If I don't find out who is behind this business can't be done. This is quite true. If the bad guy is not found out, no matter how much money he makes, it will not be enough to cover the loss. But how to find this person? Do you have any acquaintances? Chang asked. No. Xiao Meiyu denied. Chang was speechless. What should he do? He didn't have any acquaintances either. Wait, didn't Lu Weijuan's father work as the village chief in the urban village for more than 20 years? The current village chief is his uncle. The Lu family has a lot of influence in the urban village. It shouldn't be difficult to find out such a small matter, right? However, what price should I pay to do this? Chang fell into deep thought. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Xiao Meiyu suddenly stood up. I'll go out and see if I can find some connections. After that, Xiao Meiyu left with a determined look on her face. The porcelain doll whispered, Wang Wang, can you help my godmother? Chang sighed, I don't know, but I will try my best. The porcelain doll was immediately happy. Wang Wang, you are great. Let's try it now. Chang? The porcelain doll widened her innocent eyes and said, you just said that you would try your best, so try it now. Don't dawdle, hurry up. Chang was simply at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Look at your impatience. Calculate, anyway, it's a request, so let's do it now. There is really no need to dawdle. So Chang picked up the porcelain doll and walked towards Lu Weijuan's home in the urban village. When he arrived at Lu Weijuan's home, he saw the old village chief Lu Chuanfu. The old man was resting on a recliner with his feet up. He was very happy to see Chang coming, and he was even more happy to see the porcelain doll that looked like a jade sculpture. He was holding the porcelain doll and refused to let go. Boy, your daughter is so pretty and cute, how about we arrange a baby marriage? Forget it, my grandson is not worthy. Lu Chuanfu sighed with regret, my grandson is as naughty as a wild monkey, black and ugly, how can he be worthy of this angel-like little person? Lu Weijun? No, Dad, what do you mean by that? No one scolds their grandson like that. What do you mean your grandson is black and ugly? Bah! That's my son. Do you think I, as a father, am black and ugly? Wait. I think I found something amazing. Suddenly, he realized something, and Lu Weijun's fat face turned green. Dad, what do you mean by this? Lu Weijun's fat face twitched a little, and he said tremblingly, did your father discover something? What are you thinking about? Lu Chuanfu seemed to know what his son was worried about. He squinted at his son and said unhappily, you don't have confidence in your own child, and you still ask me? What's the point of asking me? It's not my child? Lu Weijun was silent. Is this a matter of confidence? This involves complex multidisciplinary knowledge such as genetics, genomics, and marriage ethics. It's hard to explain to an old man like you who is half buried in the ground. Also, is there any father like you? Look at what you said to your son. You are not a father at all. But Lu Weijun definitely didn't dare to say this in front of Lu Chuanfu, otherwise Lu Chuanfu would have to beat him to death with his own hands. Chang was speechless watching from the side. The way these two communicated was really different. He was embarrassed to respond. This topic was too explosive. No matter how he responded, it didn't feel right. So Chang simply changed the subject. He had never been a good speaker in his life, and there was no point in being clever in front of the cunning Lu Chuanfu. So Chang decided to get straight to the point and explain his purpose. If Lu Chuanfu refused to help, Chang would just leave. They were just casual friends, so naturally they wouldn't have too high expectations. Chang could also save time and expression to consider other ways. If Lu Chuanfu was willing to help, that would be the best, of course. Chang would definitely reward him generously. How generous, Chang hadn't decided yet, but it would be very generous anyway. With a light cough to attract some attention, Chang said, old man, to be honest, I came here to ask for something. Lu Chuanfu smiled with his big gap-toothed mouth. I told you that I knew you were cunning the first time I saw you. When the old man fell on the road, the one hiding across the road and watching was you. Am I right? Chang immediately showed an awkward but polite smile. Well, it's still a bit embarrassing to be called out by someone. But the old man saw it at the time, but didn't say anything about him. Now he just treats it as a joke. I can only say that the old man is really a good person. Don't be impulsive and think twice before acting. This is a good quality. I'm not scolding you. You kid. Lu Chuanfu laughed and said, tell me what happened to you. Chang smiled embarrassedly, and then told him about the closure of Xiao Meiyu's breakfast stall this morning. Lu Weijun immediately looked at Chang with a strange look, and Lu Chuanfu asked directly, are you interested in Xiao Xiao? Chang shook his head and denied it directly, she and I have different values. Even if we are forced to be together now, it will be a trouble in the future. Besides, I want to spend more years with her. I don't consider the issue of marriage for the time being. I just want to help her. Old man, I will repay this favor. Lu Weijun's eyes suddenly became more strange. This kid, does he really want to help others so simply? Lu Chuanfu thought about it and said, how far do you want me to help you? Chang didn't hesitate and said directly, I want to know who instructed my cousin to come. That's it? Lu Chuanfu said in surprise. That's enough. I will handle the follow-up matters myself. Chang laughed. You won't do anything terrible, will you? Lu Chuanfu frowned. I definitely won't do anything like murder or arson. I still want to live a few more years, but I don't want to become a wanted criminal so early. Chang said. Lu Chuanfu slapped his thigh and laughed. It's fun to talk to smart people. Okay, wait for me to make a call. As he said that, Lu Chuanfu took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Chang didn't know who Lu Chuanfu called, but it sounded like a junior of Grandpa Lu, and it seemed that he was quite powerful. The other party called back in less than 10 minutes and said a name. Zhang Peng. Chang suddenly realized that it was this person. It was indeed this person. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chuanfu said to Chang with a serious face, I don't care how you do things specifically, and I won't ask. Don't tell me afterwards. I'll just tell you a little. Old man, please speak. Chang also became serious and said, the cousins closed Xiao Xiao's breakfast stall. Whether it was reported by someone or a routine inspection, they were just doing their job, so they did nothing wrong. Complaining about them is not the right thing to do. Xiao Xiao's breakfast stall was closed because she neglected what she should have done, such as the expiration of the business license and the failure to apply for a health certificate. So even if Xiao Xiao is here now, I will say directly that the fault lies with Xiao Xiao and no one else can be blamed. Grandpa, you are right, Chang said affirmatively. Reply, if she has no problems, others will not find anything even if they come to investigate. Even if there are some minor problems, it is not necessary to close the store. Lu Chuanfu nodded slightly and looked at Chang with approval. It is rare for Chang to realize this soberly and rationally. It shows that Chang is not controlled by emotions and is a person with independent thinking ability. Then, Chang changed the subject. But I have to say that among the breakfast shops in the urban village, Xiao Meiyu's shop can definitely be regarded as the most conscientious. Others use gutter oil, but she doesn't. Others use trough meat, but she uses pork belly. She is a rare good person who is willing to stick to her bottom line, Chang said seriously, so even if we are not friends, I am willing to do something for her within my ability. Lu Weijun nodded repeatedly. In the catering industry, word of mouth is everything. No matter how good it is not as good as the recognition of diners. Lu Chuanfu slapped his son on the back of the head in anger. Dad, what are you doing? You made me stupid. Lu Weijun said resentfully. Idiot, this brat is trying to defeat me, and you are still nodding along, you idiot. Lu Chuanfu scolded angrily. Lu Weijun was stunned and turned to look at Chang. Chang shook his head firmly and decisively, denying it 3 times in a row. I didn't. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. When saying goodbye and leaving, Lu Chuanfu suddenly stopped Chang. Boy, are you sure you are just being friendly? You are not taking the opportunity to pick up girls? Chang turned around and smiled. Grandpa, I said, Xiao Meiyu and I are really not suitable. I hope to have a friend with a bottom line, but I definitely don't want to have a wife with a bottom line. Lu Chuanfu immediately laughed. You little brat, stay for dinner. Even if you want to cause trouble for Zheng Peng, you should first know his background and where he lives, Lu Chuanfu said with a smile. Xiaojun, call and ask my little cousin to come for dinner. Well, she is the director of the Academic Affairs Office of Yangshilan Primary School. Thank you, old man. Sure, thanked Grandpa Lu quickly. Chang was immediately shocked and overjoyed. Just now, when Lu Chuanfu and his father were playing with the porcelain doll, they asked her when she would go to primary school. Unexpectedly, the old man was so helpful that he solved the problem for him on the spot. Yangshilan Primary School is considered the best primary school near the urban village, and it is also a public primary school, very formal. But the most important thing is that the old man's little cousin is also the director of the Academic Affairs Office. The next indicator is not missed, yay! Lu Chuanfu liked the porcelain doll very much. He didn't want to let go of the girl when he held her, but his health was not good, and his ankle was in plaster because of a fracture, so he could only hold the porcelain doll and talk non-stop. He didn't care about Chang and his son at all. Lu Weijun took Chang out to buy vegetables, and began to complain on the way. Before I had children, the old man wanted grandchildren so much that he was crazy. As a result, after the grandson was born, he thought the grandson was too naughty and asked me to have another granddaughter. How could I have that ability? I can have whatever I want? If I had that ability, I would have opened a business to be a guanyin who delivers children. Chang almost burst out laughing when he heard it. This old man is really fun, and Lu Weijun is also fun. He likes to play with such fun people, including those friends that Chang met in the market in later life, although his parents, relatives and others said that those people were just friends who only cared about food and wine and were not fun. Chang didn't think so. Now is not the time of war, now is a peaceful and prosperous era. What is the most important thing in making friends? Fun. Because now making friends does not involve any major events, nor does it require life and death. It is enough for ordinary friends to have fun together and have decent character. So in Chang's opinion, it is purely embarrassing to find a friend with such high requirements. Others say that most of his friends are drinking buddies and cannot be relied on, but Chang does not expect his friends to help him do anything earth-shattering. Ordinary people don't have the opportunity to do that, right? Think too much. Chang and Lu Weijun chatted all the way, and the more they talked, the more they got along. They both felt that they had a lot in common and met too late. Lu Weijun put his arm around Chang's shoulder and said, Brother, if only I had met you earlier, it would have been so much fun to play with you. Chang also put his arm around Lu Weijun's shoulder and said with a grin, If you had known me earlier, I would still be working as a private bodyguard for someone else. I didn't even have a little freedom, and I didn't get paid. I didn't have a chance to go out and play. Now, after I send my daughter to elementary school, I have plenty of time to play. Let's go together then. Lu Weijun couldn't stand it when he heard it. Why don't you get paid for your work? Now it's a new society with a new atmosphere. I thought it was young Bailao in the old society. Chang told him about his marriage with Lu Shiyu and the agreement with the Lu family. After all, the body was the original owner's, and it was impossible for him, the latecomer, to deny what the original owner had done. However, Chang was actually quite satisfied with the golden finger of the human-shaped beast, not to mention that he had been a prophet for 16 years. He should be content and not be too greedy. Lu Weijun was stunned and smiled bitterly. Mr. Lu's reputation is still good, and the Lu family's reputation is also good. I didn't expect that they were so terrible behind the scenes. Chang smiled and said, "It's all in the past. I have nothing to complain about. Since it happened, I will accept it calmly. No matter how stupid I was in the past, it is also a part of who I am now. On the contrary, I now think that it is a good thing to suffer losses early. It would be troublesome if I really wait until I am old to suffer losses and fall flat on my face." Hearing Chang say this, Lu Weijun said approvingly, "It's best if you can be open-minded. This kind of thing is very troublesome. It is basically impossible to find the Lu family for the back account. The key is that there is no written contract and third-party witnesses. As long as the Lu family refuses to admit it, no one can do anything about it." Indeed, Chang also admitted that otherwise he would have thought of a way long ago. Unless he uses force. But if he uses force, it is actually the biggest danger to Chang, because he is only one person. How can he fight against so many masters in the family? He will be beaten to death. Unless Chang uses the power of the humanoid beast, it will be even more troublesome. Even if they have a falling out, the humanoid beast is not invincible. At least Professor Bai from the medical school can beat the humanoid beast to a pulp. Hey, Professor Bai. Chang suddenly thought that he could also go to Professor Bai with the afro for the matter of the porcelain doll going to school. Some people may think that it is better to avoid provoking mysterious guys with unknown origins, especially those who you cannot afford to offend. However, Chang's ideas are different from others. He does the opposite. If you don't understand, then get in touch with them more and get to know them more. The more you get in touch with them, the more you will understand them. Chang's personality is like this. He also makes friends without distinction. Maybe it is because of this that he can become a close friend with Lu Chuanfu regardless of age difference, and he and Lu Weijun hit it off at first sight, because they have similar personalities. Lu Weijun thought Chang was in a daze because he was angry about being framed by the Lu family, so he put his arm around Chang's shoulders and whispered to him, "Brother, I know you are unhappy. The Lu family is quite powerful. I really can't help you overthrow the Lu family, but I can help you vent your anger a little. Hee, but you have to wait for a while. Don't ask anything. I'll tell you when the time comes." Lu Weijun said mysteriously. "And then? Forget it. Don't get involved in my affairs. I have my own grudges to deal with." Chang said confidently, "Brother, don't look at me as having nothing now, but I won't be like this forever. Don't bully the poor young man." After pretending to be awesome, Chang clapped his hands in satisfaction and left, leaving Lu Weijun with a shocked face. Lu Weijun caught up with him soon and said excitedly, "Brother, did you invent this sentence? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't despise the young and poor. Awesome. Of course I didn't invent it, it was invented by the Great Potato." Wait, in which year did the Great Potato's book start serialization? It's a very old book. Looking back from 2019, this book must be very old, but now it's 2003. Chang's heart was pounding. The Great Potato relied on this book to become a god, so could he also copy the Great Potato's road to fame? This train of thought opened up, and Chang suddenly felt that his literary talent was like a diabetic diuresis. Not only the Great Potato, but also the Great God Shinji. Chang was so excited when he read the book Dragon Snake Battle. The key is that the human-shaped beast is a martial arts master. Chang switched modes more often to experience it. Writing this kind of martial arts novel must be more convenient than ordinary people. Moreover, many of the books of Master Shinji are bestsellers, but some of them are plagiarized. Chang's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he felt that he had found a golden road, and the money he earned was clean and visible. Lu Weijun pulled back his arm calmly and said weakly, "Brother, don't look at me like that, I'm a little scared. Well, today I'll ask your sister-in-law to introduce you to some beautiful girlfriends, okay?" Actually, the Lu family already had vegetables and meat, but Lu Chuanfu's little cousin loved to eat the oil-scalded duck made by a boss named Kai in the vegetable market, so Lu Weijun dragged Chang to buy vegetables. In fact, they mainly bought this kind of oil-scalded duck, and bought some cooked food and side dishes. Grown men are very simple when buying things. They buy when they come and leave when they buy. They usually don't wander around. So after buying the signature oil-scalded duck at Kaiji Delicatessen, Lu Weijun and Chang came back soon. Lu Chuanfu's little cousin hadn't come yet, so Lu Weijun cooked the food himself. Chang had no talent in cooking and was a little bored watching from the side. Grandpa Lu was still talking to the porcelain doll endlessly, the old and the young, smiling and laughing, and no one else could get a word in. Chang helped in the kitchen for a while, and was chased out by Lu Weijun, saying that he was making trouble. Chang was bored. Seeing that there was no one outside the door, he switched modes with an idea. The humanoid beast came online and rushed across the street in one step, sneaking into the old house of the Republic of China. The house is still the same now. No one has been here for a long time, but Chang is still very careful. He did not touch the things in the house. He just used some water. After all, he couldn't go out with mud and sweat all over his body after digging out the cellar. After checking inside and outside the house, the secret marks he left were still there, proving that no one had been here recently. Chang was more relieved and checked the gold bars hidden on the beams of the utility room. There was not a single one missing. It's true that gold, this thing, can make people happy just by looking at it and touching it. Chang also unknowingly developed a habit of counting gold bars, counting from left to right, and then from right to left. He never gets tired of counting. Chang was happily counting the gold bars when he suddenly heard some movement outside. Chang immediately became alert. He went to the door of the utility room and opened it slightly. Surprisingly, he saw a gray-haired old man holding a key and entering the yard. Holy! Chang was immediately shocked. Didn't they say that the host and hostess of this house went to their children's home in the south and would not be back in a short time? Why did they come back suddenly? What was going on? But it was too late to run now. The utility room did have a back window, but there was a security net on the outside. Even if the humanoid beast could kick open the security net, it would make things worse. Chang could only bite the bullet and hide on the beam. Unfortunately, the old man actually pushed open the door of the utility room and rummaged through the house, as if looking for. What is that? Chang was right above the old man's head, not daring to make a sound, staring with wide eyes at the old man bending over and rummaging through things. At this time, as long as the old man looked up a little, he would be able to spot Chang above him. After all, it was not a palace, and the beams were not that big. One beam could not cover an adult. However, the old man did not look up. After rummaging for a while, he seemed to have found what he wanted, went out and locked the door from the outside. Locked? Chang was stunned. How can I get out if you lock the door? However, the old man didn't know there was someone hiding in the house. He didn't go to the cellar to check, and didn't even go to the main room and the master bedroom. He found something in the utility room and locked the door and left. It seemed that he came here just to find something and left after finding it. Now Chang was worried. He must break the door lock of the utility room, otherwise how can he get out? But if it is destroyed, the next time the old man comes, he will definitely find out the problem. He might even call the police, and then find out that the cellar was dug up by Chang. Then everything will be exposed. Since Chang heard the legend of the gold bars in the cellar in the future, there must be similar legends now, but no one has dug it up. But since the house has been secretly moved, there will definitely be associations with the legend. Chang sighed. Without further ado, he will backfill all the soil tonight, tamp it as hard as possible, and then paste the floor of the cellar with cement. Try to restore it to its original state. I hope that the owner of the house is old and has been away from home for a long time. If he finds out about the situation later, he will think that he remembered it wrong. If he really finds out the problem, he will turn the cellar over again, but there will be no traces. At most, he will chase the legend of the past, but there is no solid evidence. But now the gold is about to be moved away, and it can't stay here anymore. Chang put the gold bars into a bag, switched the mode, pulled the bolt open, and then stuffed it back in after coming out. There are definitely traces, but it won't be a big deal if you don't check it carefully. It's enough to do this step. It will take too much time to restore it exactly as it was. Chang has more important things to do, so he climbed over the back wall and left. Just after he hid the gold bars temporarily in his home, his cell phone rang. It was Lu Weijun who called and said that his aunt had come and asked where Chang had been. Chang hurriedly said, "I came out to buy some wine." Lu Weijun said unhappily, "There is a box of good wine hidden under my father's bed. You don't have to buy it. It's expensive and not cost-effective. You can't buy the wine my father likes to drink. Don't buy it. Come back quickly." "Yes, this is what my own people say." Chang came back again. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a young girl sitting at the dining table, holding a porcelain doll in her arms and talking happily. Chang smiled and nodded at her. Lu Weijun just came out of the kitchen with a plate of spicy chicken cubes. When he saw Chang, he immediately said unhappily, "You are a guest, why are you running around everywhere?" Chang directly retorted, "Who said I am a guest? I am half the owner, okay? Is the food ready?" I said, "Is your cooking skill good enough? If not, let's go to a restaurant next time. You kicked me out, how dare you?" Lu Weijun was immediately angry and laughed, "Get lost, what you did in the kitchen is called helping. What you did is called making trouble. I will beat you out next time I see you enter the kitchen." Lu Chuanfu on the recliner burst into laughter and said, "I just like you, a shameless little brat. Remember to come often in the future to make it lively." hurry up and get on the table to eat. The porcelain doll made a face at Chang. Stinky Wong Wong, you are late for someone else's meal. Chang's face suddenly turned black. This naughty child, is he itching for trouble? Lu Weijun smiled and put the chicken leg in front of the porcelain doll, and said, Uncle just likes children who tell the truth. This is a reward for you. Next time, keep telling the truth to Stinky Wong Wong. Chang was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You want to bribe my porcelain doll with a chicken leg? Dream on. However, the next second, the porcelain doll said happily, okay. Chang? The yard was suddenly filled with laughter. The young girl holding the porcelain doll looked at Chang curiously. She knew very well that Chang and the father and son of the Lu family had only known each other for a short time. She didn't expect that they were so familiar with each other. It seemed that they really had similar personalities. She didn't expect that a man with such a fierce face was quite interesting. Chang also noticed this young girl. There was no one else in the yard. In other words, she was Grandpa Lu's little cousin? Chang's eyes widened immediately. The young girl pursed her lips and smiled, and stretched out her slender hand to Chang. Nice to meet you, my name is Lu Chuanying. Chang hurriedly took the other's hand in fear and only dared to shake half of her hand and shook it gently. Hello, my name is Chang. Lu Weijun smiled sinisterly on the side. Xiao, do you want to call me aunt? Chang. Call me sister. Lu Chuanying glared at Lu Weijun and said unhappily, why are you like this? You always call people aunt. Lu Weijun was obviously a little afraid of his father's little cousin, and smiled awkwardly. I just dragged one more person into the water, because this brat is so annoying. Lu Chuanying spat. What qualifications do you have to say that others are annoying? And, you said I am water? You are the source of trouble. Lu Weijun almost said this, but he immediately held back. Can't say it. Can't say it. Can't say it. Important things must be repeated 3 times in your mind. Otherwise, it will not be fun if the little ant gets angry, and his father will tear his skin apart with his own hands. Seeing that Lu Weijun resolutely bowed his head and kept silent, Lu Chuanying turned to Chang and said, Chang, right? Chang immediately felt the pressure coming, and answered cautiously, hey, yes, the younger one is Chang. Lu Weijun almost couldn't help laughing when he heard Chang actually called himself the younger one, but he didn't dare to provoke his aunt, so he had to keep his head down and hold it in. Lu Chuanfu, who was listening on the side, also found it funny, but he didn't say anything, just waiting to see what his little cousin wanted to do. However, Lu Chuanying immediately said, can you let go of my hand first? Ha! Chang suddenly realized that he had been holding someone's delicate hand, and he was holding half of someone's hand with both hands. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Chang let go of his hand with a painful look on his face, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Weijun on the other side laughed like a pig. The porcelain doll was holding a chicken leg, chewing it intently, her saliva dripping from her mouth. She didn't pay any attention to what the adults were saying. In her child's mind, loud shouting is called quarreling, and punching and kicking is called fighting. Since there was no movement, everything was normal. No matter what, she would chew such a delicious chicken leg first. Anyway, even if there was a fight, those people combined could not beat her Wong Wong. The uncle with a big belly suddenly laughed like a pig. The porcelain doll was stunned for a moment, and was immediately amused by him. She giggled. Others thought she was laughing at Chang, but in fact she was amused by Lu Weijun's piggy sound. Lu Chuanying saw Chang's big, his face flushed, and he found this man more interesting. It was not easy to be so familiar with the father and son of the Lu family after just meeting them. Although the father and son of the Lu family were friendly and could chat with anyone, it was not that easy. The threshold of the Lu family was actually very high, but they were more approachable. Even the old cousin Lu Chuanfu, who rarely spoke, opened his mouth and asked her to help the little girl named Lu Xiyu get a quota for elementary school. This was a very rare thing. Many people thought that the Lu family was arrogant and must have done a lot of bad things behind the scenes. But in fact, let alone the high-ranking officials above, even Lu Chuanying, a small cadre with no rank, knew very well that Mr. Lu was very careful about his feathers and would never open his mouth easily, let alone make any unreasonable demands. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lu Chuanfu to be re-elected as the village chief for 20 years just by relying on the large number of people in the Lu family. Therefore, the Lu family, or more precisely, the lineage of Lu Chuanfu, has always pursued a win-win situation. The truly domineering and overbearing ones are the other members of the Lu family. The Lu family and the Lu family are 2 different concepts. Speaking of which, the Lu family has also been dragged down by the members of the Lu family. Otherwise, Lu Chuanfu would have had the opportunity to go further and become an official. In the end, he could only be suppressed to death in the position of village chief until retirement. So to be honest, there are many contradictions within the Lu family, and it is not as glorious as it seems. Knowing all this, Lu Chuanying is even more curious about how Chang did all this. Could it be that this face still has some personal charm? After the few people sat down again, Lu Chuanying asked Chang some questions, and Chang answered them truthfully one by one, including sensitive questions such as divorce and custody of Lu Ainan. Chang did not act coyly and answered them truthfully. During the whole process, Lu Shiyu calmly finished eating the chicken leg and continued eating the hot duck, as if she didn't hear anything. But when Lu Chuanying asked her indirectly, Lu Shiyu answered very straightforwardly, "I know that Wang Wang and I are not related by blood, but what does that matter? I don't think of my mom. I only saw her once, on the day she divorced Wang Wang. I also wanted to call her mom, but she left so fast that day, she was gone before I could call her. I won't call him dad, because he will have his own children in the future, let them call him dad. Wang Wang is mine. It doesn't matter, I'm fine with Wang Wang, he will treat me well." The porcelain doll said it very straightforwardly, just like a normal chat, without any hesitation, and did not look at Chang's face, and there was not even any emotion, so calm that it was scary. The three members of the Lu family were not social novices, so they could naturally tell that what the little girl said was from her heart. But because of this, the three members of the Lu family were particularly shocked, even the father and son of the Lu family who had already known each other a little before. However, Chang's face became darker and darker, and his heart became more and more blocked. "Why do you have to torture a child like this? What's the difference between you doing this and tearing open the scars in a child's heart over and over again? Come to me if you have the guts. This naughty child is the same, these annoying people ask you this, and you actually answer so honestly. You are so sensible that it makes people feel distressed." Chang waved to the porcelain doll, "Little princess, come to me." The porcelain doll didn't understand what was going on, so she jumped off the chair obediently and ran around the table to Chang. Chang picked up the porcelain doll, let her sit on his lap, and said, "Eat well from now on. I've told you many times not to talk while eating. Why can't you remember?" The porcelain doll didn't understand this kind of metaphor between adults. She pursed her lips and said, "Okay, then I won't talk." After she finished speaking, she raised her head, with the back of her head against Chang's chest. She looked at Chang's reflection with her big eyes, made a gesture of zipping her mouth with her hands, and then pouted her lips. Chang felt distressed and amused at the same time. He raised his hand and put a duck leg that he had just picked up from Lu Weijuan's bowl into the porcelain doll's bowl. "Eat. Eat up all the delicious food and don't leave any for the bad guys." Chang glared at Lu Chuanying viciously. Seeing the delicious duck legs, the porcelain doll's eyes suddenly lit up, and her beautiful big eyes could no longer see anything else. She held the duck legs with her two greasy little hands and nibbled them happily. Although Chang didn't glare at Lu Weijun shrank his neck and obediently lowered his head to avoid the crossfire. "Don't worry about the little brother's business, big brothers, please start fighting." Lu Chuanying was embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he waved to Chang. The two of them went to the inner room and avoided Lu Shiyu. Lu Chuanying whispered, "I know I went a little too far just now, but I didn't mean any harm. You have to let me observe the child's mental health, right? I'm not afraid of getting you angry. Even if I don't ask, when the child goes to school in the future, won't the classmates ask each other what their parents do? Parents don't care about what kind of people the parents of their children's classmates are? Do you think it's possible? You can't stop the normal communication between classmates. We live in this society, and it is inevitable to come into contact with all kinds of people. Some of the things you worry about are inevitable and will happen. With such a sensitive reaction like you are now, you will make your child more sensitive. Do you understand? It is your overreaction that makes the child realize that this is a bad and shameful thing. So if you can't guide the child's emotions well, when the child really has any psychological problems, it will be too late for you to cry." Chang was speechless after hearing these words. Although he felt unhappy, he also understood that the other person was not doing bad things to him on purpose. The other person was really responsible and explained it to him patiently. If it were someone else, would it be possible for a director of the teaching department to talk to a child face to face? Who would care about you? It's just that this kind of inspection will definitely touch the softest part of the child's heart. Every inspection is to uncover the child's scars. Chang really hopes that the porcelain doll will never be hurt again. The more sensible the children are, the more they will be hurt. This is not right. Seeing Chang silent, Lu Chuanying sighed. "In fact, the divorce rate is increasing year by year. Our school has a group of such children every year. They are like abandoned children. Their parents don't care about them. They never come to parent-teacher meetings and they don't do their homework. I just watched those children go from shame and pain in the beginning to numbness in the end. I felt really distressed and helpless. Children from divorced families have the most problems. You must pay more attention to this aspect." Chang nodded silently and clenched his fists. There seemed to be a fire in his heart. He felt aggrieved and uncomfortable, but he had nowhere to vent and didn't know who to blame. Lu Chuanying comforted him. "Don't worry, as long as you come to my side, I will take good care of the child and won't let others bully her. And I promise that there will only be one inspection like today. I believe that as long as your love for the child does not decrease, and we educate her properly in the future, the child will grow up quickly as she grows older. Maybe soon, she will be able to look at these problems rationally." Chang nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice. With the protection of the director of the Academic Affairs Office, the porcelain doll can walk sideways in the school in the future. Who would dare to bully her without having eyes? However, Chang reacted immediately. She just said, "Let's educate together." Forget it, let's skip this topic. By the way, I saw that my little princess was very calm just now. Although she is sensible and distressing, I think she is very rational now. Chang said. Are all men so careless? Hearing Chang's question, Lu Chuanying said unhappily, "Can't you see how much resentment the child has for her biological mother? Do you call this a rational view?" Lu Chuanying said seriously, "I won't say any nonsense. I just want to ask you, do you hope that Shishir will always maintain resentment and hatred towards her biological mother when she grows up? Then when she experiences marriage and love in the future, how do you want her to face the two roles of wife and mother? Unlike other children, she lacks a biological mother to serve as a role model. Do you think it is possible for her to fulfill her role as a mother with resentment towards her mother? I think it is very likely that she will try too hard or be afraid to touch these two roles. You have to know that only people with love in their hearts can pass on love, especially the role of mother, so you must do your best to give Shishir more love, let her smoothly go through the rebellious period, and let her be confident in the role of mother, so that she can do better in the future. Accept this role, and love her future child well. Do you understand what I said?" Chang's heart ached. To be honest, he really didn't think of such a problem, and he was really scared. In fact, Chang's mental age is only 18 years old. He is still a virgin. What does he know? Without waiting for Chang to speak, Lu Chuanying added, "You have to believe in science. Education is a science. I won't lie to you. It's really no good to let children be full of hatred since childhood. It will only make parents get some psychological compensation in the short term, but the children will not be happy." Chang said with a smile, "I didn't say I would oppose it. Although I have never thought about many of your statements, I also agree with you. Let the little princess be full of love. I have never let the little princess hate her biological mother. I am not your imaginary enemy. Of course, it is also a fact that Lu Ainan abandoned the little princess. I can't let her love such a mother." Chang said seriously, "I hope you don't let me do such a disgusting thing." Lu Chuanying frowned and wanted to say something, but she held back. Today was not a good time for a deep conversation. Besides, it was the first time for the two of them to meet, so some things were not easy to talk about. Lu Chuanying knew that she had been talking too much today, but it seemed to work well. She was surprised and relieved by Chang's open-mindedness. It was rare for a young man who had suffered such a blow to maintain such a good attitude and goodwill. Now she had a very good first impression of Chang. Lu Chuanying secretly made a note of this matter in her heart. If she had the chance in the future, she would definitely have a good chat with Chang about this matter. Gathering the broken hair on her forehead, Lu Chuanying said, "It would be best if we have the same idea. I will make a list of the materials you need to prepare for you. You can prepare what you need to do in advance, and I will help you with the rest." Chang was really relieved this time. He put his hands together and said seriously, "Thank you, Sister Lu. In the future, if you need me, Chang, I will be there whenever you ask." Sister Lu? Lu Chuanying couldn't help laughing. This guy was taking advantage of Xiao Jun in a blatant way. You and Xiao Jun have only known each other for 2 days. Aren't you afraid that he will know that you are taking advantage of him behind his back? Lu Chuanying looked at Chang with interest and said, "Look at what you said. Even if I said it to his face, he would definitely not turn against me." Chang smiled and said, "Besides, good friends are not made by time, but by similar tastes. Some people can become good friends after just meeting once, and your Xiao Jun and I are almost like that. It's similar tastes, right?" Lu Chuanying said unhappily. "It seems that Sister Lu and I can also become good friends." Chang smiled. Lu Chuanying also smiled immediately, and the look she gave Chang became more gentle and friendly. At first, Lu Chuanying just thought that Chang was someone who had asked Lu Chuanfu to intercede for her by some means, and there was no bad feeling about her. She was just ordinary. She would definitely do things and help when she was busy, but that was all. She was just giving face to her old cousin. Moreover, Chang had a fierce face and was not someone to be trifled with. Lu Chuanying's first impression was even somewhat negative. Then, after hearing about Chang's past from Lu Chuanfu and just now having a face-to-face conversation, Lu Chuanying's impression of Chang had completely changed 180 degrees. He thought that he was a simple-minded, strong-limbed, but kind-hearted person. It is said that most of the chivalrous people are butchers. Because of his old cousin, Lu Chuanying had come into contact with such friends and was not unfamiliar with them. He liked such people of character. Now, Lu Chuanying's impression of Chang has made a big breakthrough to the positive side. He felt that although this guy was not well educated, he was not dull and clumsy. Instead, he was knowledgeable and interesting. He was a very interesting person. Chang felt uncomfortable being looked at by Lu Chuanying and said tentatively, "How about I call you Little Ant too? Can you stop looking at me like that? I don't have the face of Tang Monk. At most, I am Sha Monk." Lu Chuanying was amused again and said in surprise, "When my cousin called me, I didn't believe that there was a man like you in this world who could treat a little girl who was a fake marriage partner with no blood relationship with him as his own daughter, and even after being cheated by the other party. Now I believe it. Chang, I am honored to I'm glad to meet a friend as kind and interesting as you. By the way, Chang, you may not know that this is the second time my cousin has asked me for something since I became an adult. The last time he asked me for something was the day before my wedding. I still remember that he told me that if he dared to bully you, I should call him immediately and he would kill his entire family." Chang. I didn't expect that Mr. Lu had such a hot temper back then. Good man, I hope he didn't mean it. Chang said with a strange expression, "What did Mr. Lu tell you? Don't tell him that if I bully you, he will kill me." Lu Chuanying was stunned. What kind of brain hole is this guy? Should this be the focus? Yes, that's what he said. Are you scared? Lu Chuanying said unhappily. What is this old man thinking? Even if he is 50 years younger, he can't beat me. Isn't this obviously fooling you? Chang frowned, looking deeply worried. Lu Chuanying. This is a really weird idea. Lu Chuanying was speechless, and spat unhappily. "Let's go, let's eat. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore." Chang laughed and followed Lu Chuanying out. Noticing the slender figure in front of him, he inexplicably felt a little bit of heat in his heart. Then he immediately looked away and raised his middle finger to Lu Weijun. It happened that Lu Weijun was peeling fish bones from a porcelain doll, and when he saw Chang coming out, he raised his middle finger. How could he show weakness? And he immediately gave him a middle finger in return. As if sensing something, Lu Chuanying suddenly turned his head and looked back. With a suspicious look, he saw Chang and Lu Weijun giving each other the middle finger in the air. He was immediately angry and amused. "How old are you two? Do you still want to eat? Be careful in front of the children in the future." Chang and Lu Weijun immediately behaved themselves. Lu Chuanying felt a little embarrassed, wondering if he was too suspicious. Chang was a good person and would not be so dishonest as to peek at her from behind. At this time, Lu Chuanfu said angrily, "My grandson was led astray by this bad boy. He is as naughty as a monkey every day, fighting and swearing. Last time, I found out that he took a few brats in the village to collect protection fees from their classmates. He is simply lawless. Lu Weijun, you will be punished by the family rules after dinner." Lu Weijun's expression suddenly froze. Collapsed at that moment. After scolding his son, Lu Chuanfu picked up a piece of duck meat for the porcelain doll and said kindly, "My dear granddaughter, eat more duck meat, you will grow beautiful, you have lost weight." The porcelain doll protested, "Grandpa, I can't eat anymore, my stomach is going to burst." The porcelain doll patted her belly while speaking, and then she was also amused by the sound, giggling and patting it for others to hear like offering a treasure, and the adults at the table laughed. Lu Chuanfu was so happy that the wrinkles on his face were about to stretch out, but he kept muttering, "I'm really blinded by lard, why do I have a grandson? It's such a sin. I knew it would be so nice to have a granddaughter, with a sweet and cute little mouth, and she wouldn't run away every day." Lu Weijun's expression suddenly twitched. If he wasn't afraid that the old man would chop him, he would really want to say something stupid. Lu Chuanying turned his head away, trying not to laugh. The old cousin complaining about his nephew has become a family tradition. Fortunately, his nephew is grown up now. In previous years, the old cousin would not have been satisfied with scolding him, and would have directly hit him with his hands, and would have used whatever he had at hand. And once he happened to have a fruit knife at hand. It is said that the nephew ran faster than Bolt that time. Chang sat back in his seat and whispered in surprise, "What grade is your son in?" Lu Weijun covered his face in pain and complained in a low voice, "Don't mention it. He just entered the first grade and he brought a bunch of brats in the village to block the fifth grade kid. Not only did he ask for protection money, but he also wanted to steal his girlfriend, and he also arranged one for his younger brother. He's only 8 years old. What does he know about a girlfriend? Does he have that function? It's such a waste." Lu Chuanying almost spit out a mouthful of drink. He turned his head away desperately, holding back his laughter, for fear of irritating his old cousin and causing an incident. Chang's expression was a little distorted. "Are today's primary school students so awesome? Brother, if your son dares to seduce my daughter, you should have a new one." Chang's expression gradually became ferocious. Okay. Lu Weijun glanced at Chang and felt a chill in his heart for no reason. He thought to himself that he must tell his son later not to mess around. Looking at this guy's aura, someone might die. Chang's increasingly ferocious expression was just blocked by Lu Weijun. Lu Chuanying didn't notice it. When he heard Chang's words, he thought Chang was joking again, so he smiled and said, "Junzi, you have met your nemesis now, right?" Lu Weijun smiled bitterly and thought that it might be true, but he couldn't say it to his face. He had to discuss it with the old man first. After the meal, everyone was happy. Lu Weijun carried some fruits, cigarettes and alcohol attentively and said, "Brother, I will take you two home." Lu Chuanfu's voice came from behind, "When you come back in the evening, kneel for an extra hour." Lu Weijun burst into tears. Chang almost laughed out loud. He gave Lu Weijun a look that said, "May the best of luck to you," and then dragged the confused porcelain doll away. Lu Chuanying also found it funny. She sent Chang and his father to the village entrance, and then reminded them, "Come to the school to get to know the school when you have time. The school is renovating the old building recently, you can come to help, I will pay you, and you won't work for nothing." In fact, the second half of the sentence is the key point. Chang understood it immediately. Just now when they were having dinner, Lu Chuanying heard that Chang had no job, no income, and rented a house, but she didn't say this sentence to Chang until they were parting, saving enough face for Chang. It can be seen that he is really kind and considerate of others. Chang gratefully bowed to Lu Chuanying to thank him. He appreciated her kindness, but he would never work for others. He would never work for others again in his life. He would be his own boss. Seeing Chang's firm attitude, Lu Chuanying thought it was just a male chauvinist who wanted to save face. Although she didn't take it seriously and even had a little bit of regret, she couldn't persuade him anymore. How could a man not save face? She decided to try to persuade him indirectly or find another way to help Chang solve his life problems later. But it would be a bad idea to ask Chang what skills he had now. "I guess you haven't been to our Yangshilan primary school. You must come once to get to know the school. I will take you to visit the school. Parents will be allowed to enter the school when the school starts," Lu Chuanying emphasized. "Okay, I will go after I finish the things on hand," Chang said affirmatively. Wait, Yangshilan primary school? If Chang didn't react at first, but as Lu Chuanying emphasized it several times, he suddenly remembered that Yangshilan primary school in later generations was on the news and caused a sensation. Yangshilan Primary School is the only public primary school for migrant workers in Wuzhou City. Of course, it is not called the Migrant Workers Primary School, but in fact, 2/3 of the students in Yangshilan Primary School are children of migrant workers, and the remaining third are children of migrant workers. 1/10 of the students are from villages in the city and other marginal children in the city. The source of students can be said to be the worst among all the public primary schools in the city. Poor student source, poor environment, poor hardware conditions, and great teacher mobility. Yangshilan Primary School simply cannot find any advantages. And until 2019, before Chang traveled through time, when Yangshilan was closed and all students were diverted to other primary schools, it still cannot find any advantages. It has always been a migrant worker primary school. But this primary school was on the news because of the principal of this primary school. Chang still vaguely remembered what was said in the news. Principal Lu of this primary school had been providing education for migrant workers and other marginal children in the city for 20 years, until Principal Lu died of cancer. Subsequently, Yangshilan Primary School was closed, and the few students were diverted to other primary schools. The breaking point of the news is that at the last moment of Principal Lu's life, thousands of people went to the hospital to visit her. All of these people were the children who were cared for and educated by her at Yangshilan Primary School, as well as some of their family members. For a time, the hospital was overcrowded, and a team of police officers was specially sent to maintain law and order. In the news of later generations, it was just a short paragraph, and the hotspot was only for a short period of time. Chang didn't care too much at all, and just sighed for a while. However, now, the living Principal Lu was standing in front of him. Chang was shocked. In 2019, the reason why Yangshulan Primary School was on the news was that the critically ill Principal Lu was visited by thousands of former students. Not many people cared about how much Principal Lu had paid, and no one cared about how many children had changed their fate under the care of Principal Lu, and had more kindness and love for society and others, because those were things that were too far away from the lives of ordinary people. However, at this moment, Chang suddenly realized this power, because he personally experienced Lu Chuanying's love for the porcelain doll, and the future Principal Lu will spread this selfless love to at least thousands of children in the next 20 years. It is a blessing to entrust your child to such a teacher. Why are you looking at me like that? Weird. Lu Chuanying frowned, looking at Chang with some vigilance and confusion. After all, Chang's face was too ferocious, and he was strong and healthy. He was like a vicious tiger. A weak woman would inevitably feel a little scared. It's nothing, I just think that it is our blessing to have a teacher like you. By the way, I think you can be the principal, Chang said seriously. Besides, if I become the principal, what will the current principal do? Lu Chuanying wanted to say something, but suddenly he remembered something, and his expression changed immediately. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have something to do and I'm leaving first. After that, Lu Chuanying left in a hurry. Porcelain doll waved goodbye to Lu Chuanying, and then hugged Chang's thigh directly. Wang Wang, I want a hug. Chang asked curiously, you were so well behaved just now. You walked all the way by yourself. Why do you suddenly want a hug? Porcelain doll pouted, because Teacher Lu was here just now. Chang was speechless. So that's how it is. I've always heard that teachers' words are often more effective than parents' words, especially for children who have just started school. Now it seems that the porcelain doll is probably the same. But it's not bad. The future Principal Lu is a hero worthy of respect. Bending down and picking up the porcelain doll, Chang wondered in his heart, should I urge Professor Bai in a few days? Hurry up and wash the money and send it to him. The child needs money urgently for school. However, what Chang didn't know was that after closing the door, Lu Weijun didn't even bother to clean up the mess on the table. He sat next to Lu Chuanfu and whispered about his discovery. Are you sure? Chang has a life on his hands? Lu Chuanfu was shocked. He was busy teasing the porcelain doll and didn't pay attention to Chang at all, so he was really shocked now. Dad, although I don't join clubs, I have a lot of contact with people in the clubs. The kind of ruthless people who have killed people on their hands are definitely different from ordinary club brothers. I can't be wrong about this, Lu Weijun said. Lu Chuanfu hesitated for a while, then sighed, you should find a chance to test it, be careful, don't get caught. He used to be the private bodyguard of the Lu family for 7 years. Maybe he did some dirty work for the Lu family. Forget it, I'll use my connections to investigate him. If he really did something wrong, then our family will have to keep a distance from him in the future. As he said that, Lu Chuanfu lowered his voice and said sternly, this is a red line that must not be crossed. Lu Weijun rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Dad, you look down on me, don't you? Look, I've been in the sand and gravel business for so many years, and I usually come into contact with so many gang brothers. Have I ever been involved in one? Your son is not stupid. Lu Chuanfu slapped his son on the back of the head and said angrily, you are not stupid? Then why don't you give me a beautiful, cute and sensible granddaughter? I'm so annoyed by giving birth to a naughty grandson. Go and clean the table. Lu Weijun suddenly felt like crying, so it wasn't you who set off firecrackers when you heard that a grandson was born? As a grandfather, you can't just think like that. Can you put the grandson back and recreate him? Chang crossed the road holding the porcelain doll. His steps were steady, with almost no ups and downs. The porcelain doll lay obediently in Chang's arms, with its chin resting on Chang's shoulder, looking relaxed and comfortable. It was not until they entered the community and walked downstairs that Chang felt something was wrong. The porcelain doll didn't move at all. Wasn't it too relaxed? So Chang turned his head and glanced carefully, and found that the porcelain doll had actually fallen asleep. It was only a few minutes. But think about it. At noon today, the porcelain doll sang and danced for the old man to perform a self-written and directed song and dance show. When he and Lu Weijun came back from buying vegetables, the porcelain doll was still singing and dancing, without stopping for a moment. The physical and mental consumption was really not small. After eating so much for lunch, it was normal for her to fall asleep quickly because she felt tired. After traveling here to take care of the children for the past few days, Chang combined the memories of the original owner, who was a fool, and summed up some experience. For example, when the porcelain doll starts to rub her eyes, it often means that she is sleepy. And often the more sleepy she is, the more she will make a fuss, and it often takes a long time for her to fall asleep. With the physical strength of the original owner's humanoid beast, even she would feel tired, so you can imagine how terrible the porcelain doll's sleepiness is. Chang doesn't know if this problem of the porcelain doll is the same for all children? Or is it just the porcelain doll? After all, he only inherited the memories of the original owner, who was a fool, and he certainly has no experience in this area. Recently, because of Xiao Meiyu's company, the porcelain doll seems to have a better relationship with Xiao Meiyu, and they are getting closer and closer. She doesn't even make a fuss at night. It seems to be the same at noon today? Old Man Lu was beaming with joy today, and his excitement was no less than that of porcelain doll. Chang even noticed that when the old man was eating, he had trouble holding the chopsticks, as if his hands were swollen from clapping for porcelain doll. It was obvious how much fun the old and the young were having. Chang was surprised here. He didn't expect that in just one afternoon, porcelain doll and old man Lu had become so close. Porcelain doll was actually very wary. She had long had doubts about Chang's behavior that was obviously different from the past. Chang perfunctorily evaded the question, saying that porcelain doll was a child after all, and she was too dependent on Chang, so it was easy for her to fool him. But it was different for other people. They were really wary. But this was not a bad thing. Chang wished that porcelain doll could have more people close to her. The more people there were, the better it would be for porcelain doll. The more you love, whether it is Xiao Meiyu or the 3 people from the Lu family, they are all people with good character. Porcelain doll is close to them, and Chang is relieved. While thinking about his worries, he walked up the stairs steadily. Just when he reached the 3rd floor, he saw Ren Shanshan pushing the door out. When she saw Chang at first glance, Ren Shanshan was immediately frightened. She covered her chest and her face changed a little. "What's wrong with you?" Chang laughed softly. A face suddenly appeared in the corridor. "Anyone would be scared, right?" Ren Shanshan said unhappily. After saying that, I realized that I didn't seem to have met Chang a few times, nor did I say a few words. Why do I feel like I am quite familiar with this guy? This feeling is a bit strange. Just as Ren Shanshan was about to explain, Chang hushed her. "Keep your voice down, my little princess is asleep." Hearing the name Little Princess and seeing the porcelain doll's relaxed and comfortable sleeping posture. The key is that Chang, a guy with a fierce face, has a doting and caring expression on his face. TSK, Chang himself doesn't know that at this moment, his attraction to women is no less than that of the domineering CEO in a romance movie. Ren Shanshan immediately felt jealous. Who isn't a little princess? Since I was a child, why didn't I have a father like Chang, who is doting, caring, and protecting? I can't stand it. I really want a father like Chang with a fierce face. I'll go upstairs with you. Don't wake the child up by yourself, Ren Shanshan said, and naturally stretched out her hand. Where's the key? In the original owner's iron-headed memory, he had long been accustomed to taking care of the porcelain doll by himself, because no one in the Lu family would help him, so now Chang didn't think he needed help. But before he could say anything polite and then refuse, Ren Shanshan's hand went straight into his trouser pocket. Chang was stunned for a moment, and all the hairs on his body stood up. Holy! I thought this hand was going to take the key I handed over. How come it suddenly reached into my trouser pocket? In an instant, Chang's thigh muscles tensed up. Isn't this girl too bold? So nervous. However, what Chang didn't know was that Ren Shanshan was actually more nervous and embarrassed than him, because her words and pocket-searching movements were completely subconscious, without her thinking at all. When her hand reached into Chang's trouser pocket, she suddenly reacted, "Holy! What did I do?" However, at this time, it would definitely not work to pull your hand back, so it was really awkward. How could we meet again in the future? It left a psychological shadow and a thorn in my heart. So Ren Shanshan resisted the urge to pull her hand back, and then she gritted her teeth, reached out again, and dug her pocket. I must get the key out today. The deeper her hand reached, the more Ren Shanshan felt that Chang's thigh muscles were like iron blocks, and her face became redder. Then, Ren Shanshan didn't get the key. Then, Ren Shanshan was stunned. What do you want to do? There's no key in this pocket, why didn't you say so earlier? Just as she was about to complain, Ren Shanshan saw Chang's nervous expression, and he seemed to hold his breath. She suddenly thought about it and reacted. Well, it seemed that she was the one who suddenly attacked, and Chang was probably stunned now. Realizing that Chang might be more nervous than her, Ren Shanshan was suddenly not nervous anymore, but felt it was quite exciting and fun. When Ren Shanshan blushed and took out the key from Chang's other trouser pocket, Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his whole body. He felt sweat all over his forehead, pouring down. Shame on you. Ren Shanshan walked ahead with a smug look on her face and helped Chang open the door. In fact, She herself couldn't figure it out. What was she so proud of? Why did she feel like she was the one who took advantage? Is this my illusion? Ren Shanshan ran away in a panic. Chang didn't chase her. His strong strength made it easy for him to put the porcelain doll on the bed steadily, take off the porcelain doll's little leather shoes, and then cover the porcelain doll's belly with a thin blanket. He went to the bathroom to get a wet towel and gently wiped the sweat off the porcelain doll's face and neck. The door suddenly opened again, and Xiao Meiyu came in breathlessly, looking at Chang with a strange look on her face. Seeing Chang gently wiping the sweat off the porcelain doll, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she bumped into Rin Shanshan at the door. Especially because of her panic look, she almost thought that Rin Shanshan had cheated on Chang. Now she was relieved that it was not the case. After all, Rin Shanshan's eyes were notoriously high, and she had a bad temper. No matter how she thought about it, she would never like Chang, a guy with a fierce face. But it was also very suspicious. The time and place were all very suspicious. Xiao Meiyu decided that she must hint to Yan Shueshi in a roundabout way and make him take care of his girlfriend. Chang was already reserved by her. Want a food from the tiger's mouth? Humph, do you think I can't lift a knife? Chang was a little wary when he heard the footsteps, but he was relieved when he saw that it was Xiao Meiyu. In fact, with the hearing of a humanoid beast, such heavy and chaotic footsteps, as well as panting breathing, could be heard as an ordinary person, and it was almost impossible for him to be a dangerous person. However, Chang still waited until he saw Xiao Meiyu in person before he felt relieved. After all, too many things had happened recently, and even a careless person like him could not bear it. After making a gesture to Xiao Meiyu, Chang quietly closed the door and came out, then said, I asked old man Lu, this matter was Zhang Peng behind the scenes, are you familiar with this person? Zhang Peng? Xiao Meiyu was surprised and angry, I didn't expect it was him. Before Niu-san was captured by my cousin, I suspected that he was the one behind it, but I didn't expect this person to be so shameless. He resorted to such despicable means when his pursuit failed. After Xiao Meiyu finished cursing, she suddenly realized that Zhang Peng and Niu Lao-san were both pursuing her. Chang probably knew it a long time ago, but it was always inappropriate to say these things in front of a man. After all, she just confessed her heart to Chang last night, which was almost a confession. So Xiao Meiyu decisively made amends. I have long felt that Zhang Peng is a person of bad character. I have never agreed to his pursuit, and I have never been alone with him. As she said this, Xiao Meiyu suddenly realized that this was not good. If she mentioned Zhang Peng but not Niu Lao-san, wouldn't it make her look guilty? Xiao Meiyu had no choice but to bite the bullet and further added, well, Niu Lao-san likes me, you should know that, right? In fact, he is a good person, loyal and grateful, but he is in a gang. I don't want to be with gang members, and I don't like his so-called brothers. As she spoke, Xiao Meiyu's complaints came out. So Xiao Meiyu couldn't help but continue to complain. After the third brother got into trouble, all his so-called brothers disappeared. Such people are worthy of being called brothers? I don't think they are even drinking buddies. At least drinking buddies can't help, but they won't implicate him. But his so-called brothers actually committed a crime and implicated him. One of them was a murderer who was on the run from another province 6 years ago. What do you think of this? Chang was dumbfounded and wanted to laugh. Did Zhang Peng do anything meritorious? When I went to visit him, I gave him some daily necessities and some money. With the money, he could live better in there. Xiao Meiyu said with some tiredness, I may be the only one who went to visit him. He is one of them. After all, he has taken good care of my small business. Although we didn't become lovers in the end, we are still friends for many years. It is only right for me to visit him. You really can't get involved with any of the gang members. These people are poisonous, Xiao Meiyu continued to complain. You don't know, when I met Niu Lao-san, he actually asked me to help him pass a message to his so-called brothers, telling them not to think about saving him and to run away. They had already run as far away as they could. He was already in jail, but he was still worried about others. He must have been poisoned by the Brotherhood of the Underworld. Chang looked at Xiao Meiyu's angry expression and found it a little funny. Can this complaining be addictive? Why does it feel like this young lady can't stop? However, because he didn't have any thoughts about Xiao Meiyu in that regard, Chang calmly stood on a neutral position and looked at Xiao Meiyu's complaints more objectively. Then Chang felt that Xiao Meiyu and that Niu Lao-san had a close relationship. Otherwise, there is no need for people to lose their temper for people who have nothing to do with them. For ordinary people, what does the life and death of others have to do with themselves? Does it affect my eating ribs? If it doesn't affect, then it has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter. Why should I care? Please stay away, thank you. So, although Xiao Meiyu was denying it, her complaints and anger were enough to explain a lot of things. After realizing this, Chang was actually a little jealous. Yes, Chang knew very well that he and Xiao Meiyu were not suitable, and he didn't want to confirm his girlfriend now. He wanted to spend a few more years. But he was jealous. Ha, man. After Xiao Meiyu finished complaining, she looked at Chang a little nervously. She also found that she not only said too much, but also went a little far. It was true that the more she talked, the more mistakes she made. It was indeed because of too much psychological pressure. The key point was that she didn't have many friends in Wuzhou, so she couldn't stop complaining. Now it was too late to regret. Chang coughed dryly and forced to change the subject. By the way, how much do you know about Zhengpeng? And about this matter, what are your psychological expectations? Xiao Meiyu was a little dazed. I just know that Zhengpeng is from Wuzhou University. It seems that someone in his family is an official and his family is relatively wealthy. I don't know anything else. By the way, what psychological expectations did you say? Chang said helplessly, isn't your breakfast stall closed? What are your plans? Xiao Meiyu suddenly realized and quickly followed Chang's topic. I went to the city at noon. At the other end of Nakamura, we looked at the shops. It was the pedestrian street near the city. There were 2 snack bars that were being transferred. The flow of people there was okay, but the rent was a bit expensive. I would like to look somewhere else. Xiao Meiyu explained. Hey, this girl is getting stronger and stronger. However, Xiao Meiyu is a divorced woman from another place. She can survive in a place like Wuzhou. There is absolutely no problem with her psychological quality and personal ability. This is actually normal. Chang said, opening a store is beautiful, but it may not be affordable. The landlord takes the bulk of the profit. I don't think you can make as much as running a food stall. Of course, I don't understand this business. I'm just talking nonsense. Don't let me disturb you. Make your own decision. Xiao Meiyu's mood finally returned to normal and she said, you are right. In the catering industry, a fly restaurant of our size really doesn't make as much as a food stall. The main reason is that we save on rent. I will reapply for the business license, then have a physical examination, and take care of all the formalities and hygiene. What needs to be shed has to be shed. Who told me that I don't have any other skills? I don't have any academic qualifications. I can only make snacks. Xiao Meiyu sighed softly, feeling helpless. Chang was silent for a while, and said, Zhengpeng is still fine, I guess your business is not so easy to do. Xiao Meiyu's mood suddenly became bad, and she forced a smile and said, it's okay, as long as I do it well myself, I'm not afraid of others coming to check. Chang was silent. An 18-year-old soul like him would not be so naive. It seems that Zhengpeng must be dealt with first in this matter. Besides, who else can we find if not him? If it doesn't work, just humph. When the humanoid beast comes online, who can find any clues? Now we have to wait for the information from Old Man Lu. No! Chang suddenly thought, if it really comes to the last step, how could Old Man Lu not know? Because the information about Zhengpeng was given to him by Old Man Lu. Then, wouldn't he be handing his handle to Old Man Lu? This is not Chang's style. It seems that we really have to act around the Lu family. Do it as soon as you think of it. Time waits for no one. Chang said, I'm going out to buy decoration materials. You help me look after the children. Xiao Meiyu nervously grabbed Chang's arm. Chang, don't do anything stupid. Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you thinking about? I have a child, and I have to raise her to adulthood and put on a wedding dress for her myself. I won't do anything stupid even if you do it. Xiao Meiyu was still a little worried. She stood on the balcony and looked out. When she saw Chang leave the community, he did not go to the bus station, but went to the urban village. She was a little flustered and almost wanted to chase him and persuade Chang to come back. In fact, Xiao Meiyu was not completely ignorant of Zhengpeng's background. On the contrary, she basically knew Zhengpeng's family background from Niu Laosan and some other people. The reason why she didn't tell Chang was that she didn't want Chang to think too much, and she didn't want to stimulate Chang to have a rebellious mentality. Didn't you say that Zhengpeng is not easy to mess with? Then I just want to mess with him. So Xiao Meiyu was really afraid that Chang would do something stupid in a moment of impulse. If he really beat Zhengpeng up, then Zhengpeng would definitely be able to make Chang never get out of prison in his life. When power is used downward, it is the most lethal, and the greater the gap in levels, the greater the lethality. Xiao Meiyu didn't understand any great truth, but she knew a simple traditional truth, that is, the people should not fight against the officials. However, what Xiao Meiyu didn't know was that she, like many people, was misled by Chang's appearance. Even though she had a little understanding of Chang, every time she saw Chang's ferocious face, she would subconsciously think that this guy was a muscular, simple-minded, impulsive and vulgar man. But Chang was really not. After entering the village in the city, Chang went directly to Lu Weijun's house. Lu Weijun went to the gravel factory to do something, and only Lu Chuanfu and a middle-aged woman who looked pretty good were at home. "Old man Lu, I saw a motorcycle in your house at noon. Lend it to me," Chang said loudly, pushed the door open, and saw the middle-aged woman who was drying clothes. He immediately made a look of surprise and panic. "Oh, did I come at a bad time? You little, can't a dog spit out ivory? The motorcycle is running out of gasoline. Go and fill it up yourself." Lu Chuanfu was helpless. He was already an old man, but was still called old man by a young man. But he didn't mind Sean calling him that, which was quite strange. Chang said with a grin, "Sister, how should I call you? Don't say it, if it was. Others, if they smile so frivolously, might look rather vulgar and greasy, but Chang has a fierce face, and with such a smile, he unexpectedly gives people a down-to-earth affinity." The middle-aged woman was not affected by Chang's face, and smiled generously. "You can call me aunt, or call me auntie, but don't call me sister. I'm 50 years old, not those little girls anymore." 50 years old? Chang's eyes widened immediately, and he flattered him with admiration. "You're 50? Oh, I really can't tell. You look like you're in your early 30s, just a little older than my daughter. If you want me to call you auntie, I really can't say it. At most, I can call you sister. Is that okay with you?" The middle-aged woman smiled so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. The look she gave Chang suddenly became kinder and closer. Everyone likes to hear nice words, this is human nature, otherwise why is there an idiom called honest words are unpleasant to the ears? Why use the word? It means that telling the truth is a great rebellion. Chang has a deep understanding of this. He is the kind of high-level compound talent who can be a steely straight man, or a sweet-mouthed pretty boy, and can be both sweet and salty. Unfortunately, he traveled through time to this fierce-looking warrior, so he can only meet people as a steely straight man. Well, today I tried my hand at it, and sure enough, my old man is still as good as ever. Lu Chuanfu, who was pretending to be dead on the recliner, couldn't pretend anymore. Ha-tu-way. He couldn't listen anymore. "Stinky boy, I haven't realized that you are so slick. You only know how to tell lies and empty words to fool old women," Lu Chuanfu said angrily. The middle-aged woman's pretty face with a smile like a flower gradually faded. However, Lu Chuanfu didn't notice it yet. He waved the palm leaf fan in his hand, like shooing away flies, and signaled Chang to get out quickly. He would never let this ugly man with a slick tongue enter the house again. It was simply a disgrace to the family. The middle-aged woman's face began to darken. Chang smiled and said, "Old man, you don't understand, right? What is there to say to an old and ugly guy like you? I don't even bother to pay attention to you. Only when I meet a young, beautiful and charming girl like sister, I can't help but tell a few truths." "You call this telling the truth? This is the truth?" Lu Chuanfu's gray beard was about to fly up with anger. At this moment, the middle-aged woman slammed the crumpled bed sheet in her hand into the wash basin with a bang. The huge noise scared Lu Chuanfu. Then he noticed the gloomy face of the middle-aged woman and the sound of her teeth clenching. If the young man can talk, he should say more. If he can't talk, he should say less. Lu Chuanfu was already old, and he still had this basic quality of observing people's words and expressions. So he immediately threw Chang aside and began to flatter the middle-aged woman. "Listen to the sound of teeth clenching, so crisp. You are already 50 years old, but your teeth are still so good, awesome. I admire you the most, Xiaofeng. You can't tell that you are already 50 years old. You are so young and beautiful." Chang turned around and left. He couldn't stand it anymore. If he didn't leave, he would burst out laughing. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face of sister? However, Chang knew what the old version of the steel straight man was. He was really straight. Straight and straight. Well, that's great. The middle-aged woman took a few deep breaths with a dark face, and suddenly went into the house and took out a men's handbag. Chang happened to push a motorcycle out of the side room. The middle-aged woman came up and took out all the cash in her handbag and stuffed it into Chang. "Sister, what are you doing?" Chang was immediately shocked. Good guy, when he just walked in, he suspected that this old woman had an affair with old man Lu, but he didn't expect that there really was one. "Didn't the old man just say that the motorcycle is running out of gas? I'll give you some money to fill it up." "Don't worry, I can still make the decision with this little money." The middle-aged woman stuffed a stack of red 100 yuan bills into Chang's pocket. It looked like there were at least 3,000 yuan. While stuffing money into Chang's pocket, she squinted at Lu Chuanfu. Lu Chuanfu's eyelids twitched. 3,000 yuan is more than enough to fill up a long-distance truck with diesel. You're using it to fill up a motorcycle with gasoline? You can't fill it up until the motorcycle is scrapped. However, knowing this, Lu Chuanfu didn't dare to say a word. Instead, he looked at Chang with gritted teeth and forced a smile. You dared to take one and see. Chang smiled at Lu Chuanfu and then took out the money. Sister glared at Lu Chuanfu, who changed his expression instantly, grinning at Sister. Then Sister turned around and was about to say something, but Chang waved his hand and said seriously, Sister, I really can't take this money. It's not that I'm afraid that this old man will be angry with me. You can definitely see that. In fact, I have a pretty good relationship with this old man, but he is not my father. Why should I ask for his money for no reason? It doesn't make sense. Besides, friends should help each other in emergencies rather than in poverty. When I have money in the future, I will not give money directly to my poor friends, which will hurt feelings. Besides, I have hands, feet, and talents. Although I can't make a lot of money, it's still no problem to make a little money to support my family. So sister, I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't take this money. It's not appropriate. In these words, he laid everything out in the open, and did not hide his temporary poverty. He showed no inferiority or flattery at all. He seemed to be a completely different person from his previous slick attitude. Jia and Lu Chuanfu nodded repeatedly, and looked at Chang with more appreciation. Chang pushed his motorcycle to the gate of the yard, and Lu Chuanfu suddenly said, Wait a minute, little brat, put on your helmet. Chang waved his hand without turning his head. My skills are good, don't worry, old man. Lu Chuanfu said unhappily, I thought you were a smart person just now, but now you are confused. Didn't Xiao Meiyu tell you how Niu Lao Sen got in? Ha? There is an inside story? Upon hearing this, Chang stopped and asked for advice humbly. Seeing Chang's attitude, Lu Chuanfu nodded with satisfaction and said, You are a sensible boy, so I will reluctantly teach you a lesson. You may think that Zheng Peng is deliberately torturing Xiao Meiyu, wanting her to beg him, and then he took the opportunity to make demands. You think Zheng Peng is targeting Xiao Meiyu, not you, but if you think so, you will be caught red-handed if you are not careful. Chang? Well, I'm not kidding. I didn't even think that Zheng Peng wanted Xiao Meiyu to beg him, okay? Could this be the reason why Zhang Pan used that pen to instigate his cousin to close down Xiao Meiyu's food stall? Did he actually want to use this pen to threaten Xiao Meiyu to agree to his request? Sure enough, these old Jianghu masters are very powerful. Although they are not good at fighting, their brains are really good. It seems that I should come to the old Jianghu masters often to seek experience in the future. Putting his mind aside, Chang pretended that he had seen through Zhang Peng's words. The mind of the pen, but his attitude became more and more correct. Lu Chuanfu slurped and drank a sip of tea, then put the shisha pot in his hand on the coffee table, and suddenly stopped talking. Chang? What are you doing, old man? Don't say half of the words, are you in a hurry? Seeing Chang's puzzled expression, Lu Chuanfu rolled his eyes unhappily, then coughed dryly, and still said nothing. Chang? No, what do you mean, old man? Are you teasing me on purpose? At this time, sister came over, and she didn't know when there was a kettle in her hand. She refilled Lu Chuanfu's shisha pot with hot water, and then spat. If you want to say it quickly, don't do those tricks. Xiao is a real person, don't use your messy little thoughts on me. Chang's eyes widened immediately. Oh my god. Did the old man have any thoughts about me just now? I didn't feel it. There must be. What is it? Seeing Chang's confused expression, Lu Chuanfu's stinky face suddenly looked much better, and then he laughed out loud, pointing at Chang and shouting, I thought you were a stinky boy. Ha ha. Unexpectedly. Ha ha. Chang was also angry. You are not done yet, right? Arrange. Without making a sound, Chang pinched his hand on the corner of the coffee table. He instantly switched modes and the humanoid beast came online. With a click, Lu Chuanfu's smile froze on his old face. Sister also widened her eyes in surprise, looking at the corner of the coffee table in Chang's hand that was broken by his bare hands. That was a 1 centimeter thick solid wood coffee table. Solid wood. Bare hands. Chang threw away the small triangular wooden block in his hand and said casually, Oh, I didn't sleep well last night. I was not careful just now and didn't control my strength well. Old man, I see that your muscles are a little tight. Let me help you loosen your bones. Alas, time is tight after all. This pen is not so round, it's a bit rough, it's not good enough. Forget it, it's temporarily like this, and I'll continue to assemble it perfectly next time. Lu Chuanfu and sister looked at each other, their faces full of incredible shock. Lu Chuanfu smiled bitterly. His son Lu Weijun told him before that Chang was a kung fu master, and there was an 80% chance that he had killed someone. To be honest, he didn't completely believe it. But now, he believes it. If this is not a kung fu master, then what is a kung fu master? This is the master among masters, okay. Okay, knowing that you are a master, don't show off. Sit down and don't come over. Let's talk about business. Lu Chuanfu coughed dryly and changed the subject instantly. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry to go to the decoration city to buy materials, and I want to go to the furniture city by the way. Chang said unhappily, I feel embarrassed to live in Xiao Meiyu's house all the time. Sister looked at Chang a little worriedly, and when she saw that Chang had no intention of using violence, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lu Chuanfu had seen the world, and he immediately calmed down and said, I just hinted to you to refill my tea as a sign of respect, but you didn't understand. You are indeed inexperienced. Forget it, since you don't understand, let's get rid of it and talk about business. Chang suddenly realized that this was the case. Forget it, let's talk about business, don't pay attention to these details. Niu Laosan was asked to be questioned at the police station because of illegal driving, and then he was implicated because of other people's affairs. This time, Lu Chuanfu did not deliberately tease Chang's appetite, and directly revealed the answer. Illegal driving? Chang's eyes widened immediately. He was driving without a seatbelt and was talking on the phone, and he almost hit someone. Lu Chuanfu said calmly, of course, the person who was almost hit was never found. But I guess he himself probably doesn't know why he was in jail, and he still thinks he is taking the blame for his brothers. When Lu Chuanfu said this, Chang understood it instantly. It's just fishing. This is consistent with Xiao Meiyu's words. Niu Laosan is probably a man who really puts loyalty first, and then he was killed by his own brother. I just don't know if Xiao Meiyu noticed something wrong. However, Zhang Peng's pen is really an old silver coin. With this design, there is no problem with my cousin's operation. At least there is no problem in the program. It is definitely not related to fishing. It's perfect. When Chang thought that he almost went out without a helmet just now, he felt a little nauseous. Lu Chuanfu's reminder was really timely. If he was careless, he could only pray that Zhang Peng didn't send someone to watch him, otherwise the same design as Niu Laosan would definitely put him in. But he is not afraid to go in. These days, Chang has scanned the memory of the original owner more than once. Although his profession is a private bodyguard, the original owner's iron-headed man has never done anything illegal. He has never left any evidence. Chang is very sure of this. Just look at how the humanoid beast killed the man who was following it in the alley. It's obvious that the humanoid beast will never leave any evidence. So, even if Zhang Peng lures him in, what can he do to him? Wait, the Lu family. Originally, Chang was a little dismissive of Zhang Peng's possible plan. After all, he was not Niu Laosan, who had a full criminal record and could always make trouble for no reason. Chang was very sure that he did not leave any handle, so even if his cousin took him away, it would be in vain. But Chang thought of the Lu family. As Chang's former employer, they must have a lot of information about Chang, including relatively private information, because after all, Chang was a private bodyguard. If the employer did not know a bodyguard well enough and had not conducted an in-depth investigation of his background and character, would the Lu family dare to hire Chang? What's the difference between that and inviting a wolf into the house? So Zhang Peng's plan, if taken alone, was indeed nothing. It was a sure thing to design a gang member like Niu Laosan, but it was meaningless to deal with Chang. But if there was cooperation from the Lu family, the nature would be completely different. If the Lu family wanted to deal with him, there would be too many things they could do. Chang suddenly became alert. When Niu Laosan was taken away by the police, he must have thought that he was fine, everything was just a small problem, or a misunderstanding, or the police simply didn't like him, or even wanted to take advantage of him. As a result, Niu Laosan was in trouble. Because Zhang Peng had already dealt with one of his brothers who had committed a crime and dragged him into the water. He was in trouble. So now if Chang thinks that he is fine, blindly optimistic, and doesn't take it seriously, he might follow in Niu Laosan's footsteps and be in trouble. Maybe Zhang Peng has reached a tacit understanding with the Lu family in the past 2 days, and now he is waiting for Chang to take the bait. Led someone into the trap. This is a very clever conspiracy. I didn't expect that Zhang Peng, this old silver coin, is so insidious. I'm afraid there must be a master behind him, right? Chang felt that he had to check carefully to see if Zhang Peng really ambushed someone to follow him. This is not difficult for a human-shaped beast. Chang's face suddenly became solemn. Lu Chuanfu observed Chang's expression and knew that he took it seriously, so he smiled and said, whether someone is watching you or not, you should be more stable at ordinary times. I'm not asking you to be overly cautious, but reminding you not to make unnecessary low-level mistakes and give your opponents the opportunity to mess with you. Okay, as long as you take it seriously, it will be difficult for others to get the chance to mess with you. Chang nodded slightly, a little hesitant in his heart, wondering whether he should tell Old Man Lu about this. A moment? This old fox is experienced and can definitely see some problems that I can't see. Lu Chuanfu was indeed a wise old man. Seeing Chang hesitated and hesitated, he immediately understood and said directly, "If you trust me, an old man, then tell me. Even if I can't help you, I can at least give you some advice and analysis. This is actually not a secret. As long as you want to find out, you can probably find out." Chang pondered for a while and felt that it was meaningless to hide it. At a certain level, a lot of information is not secret, but it is just that the lower levels cannot access it. After briefly talking about the grievances between himself and the Lu family, Chang expressed his concerns. However, Lu Chuanfu shook his head and said in denial, "The Lu family is not a big family, but it is definitely not a small role. It is also a big family with history and background. What they lack is just an opportunity. Let's talk about these later. What I want to say is, if the Lu family wants to deal with you, does it need Zhang Peng's cooperation? I don't know whether the Lu family will deal with you in the future, but at least there is no need now. They can handle things on their own, but they actually need the cooperation of an outsider." Is this a slap in their own face? Or is the Lu family no longer capable? Lu Chuanfu shook his head and said, "A family with background will not send such a wrong signal to the outside world. So don't say that the Lu family cooperated with Zheng Peng to do things. Even if Zheng Peng came to ask for cooperation, the Lu family would not agree, at least under normal circumstances." Lu Chuanfu said meaningfully, "The Zhang family has considerable power, but compared with the Lu family, it is not enough. Don't think that everyone must give Zheng Peng face. He can't represent the Zhang family yet. In fact, as long as you handle it properly, even if you cause Zheng Peng to suffer a great loss, the Zheng family will not settle accounts with you." Chang was stunned. What the hell, there are so many tricks and details? Well, it seems that if they really don't want it, the Lu family can do it all by themselves. There is really no need to ask Zheng Peng to cooperate. Then, Chang himself was also stunned. He still regarded the Lu family as an enemy these days, but in fact, the Lu family did not regard him as an enemy? Otherwise, they would just frame him and kill him. Why give him a chance to let the tiger go back to the mountain? There is no need to raise a tiger to cause trouble. According to the original owner's iron-headed memory, Chang felt that there were at least two tasks. The Lu family had an opportunity to would do something to cheat him. However, the Lu family did nothing. Yes, the old man of the Lu family did not keep his promise and embezzled 1 million from him, but there was indeed no other additional action, just driving him out of the house, that's all. The Lu family did not even force him and the porcelain doll out of Wuzhou. Well, although Chang was very reluctant to admit it, now that he was awakened by Lu Chuanfu, he suddenly realized that the Lu family really did not regard him as an enemy. Or, they did not regard him as a dish, it was purely his own persecution delusion. I don't know whether it is worth being happy or unfortunate. Anyway, Chang felt a little hurt. Hurting self-esteem. Lu Chuanfu smiled and patted Chang on the shoulder, and said, "Okay, don't be so sullen. When I was your age, I was still holding a machete and following the big gangsters on the street." Chang immediately became interested when he heard it. "Oh my god, old man Lu, you have also been in a gang." Lu Chuanfu's face suddenly turned unhappy, and he said unhappily, "Nonsense, if my disciples were not clean, do you think I could be pressed into the position of village chief for 20 years? Since we get along well, and we have come to this point, then the old man will tell you a heartfelt word." After a pause, Lu Chuanfu said seriously, "Never join a society. Always keep a distance from society members." Chang also promised with a serious face, "Don't worry, old man, I have never joined a society in this life or the previous life. At most, I have some friends in the society, but I also keep a distance from them." Lu Chuanfu nodded, then waved his hand and told Chang to get out quickly. He has been a light bulb for a long time, and he is still hanging here, looking for a beating? Chang smiled, said hello to sister, and left quickly. Sister poured another pot of tea for Lu Chuanfu and asked curiously, "You think he is a good person?" Lu Chuanfu said dimly, "He came to me to borrow a motorcycle and dragged it for so long. I thought he was going to do something big and establish an alibi with me." Sister's eyes widened and she suddenly felt a little cold on her back. Lu Chuanfu comforted her, "Don't worry, I have said everything I should say. That guy will not continue to carry out the original plan. At least he must make sure there are no nails around him first." However, Lu Chuanfu still underestimated Chang. This guy was really brave. Since Lu Chuanfu has made it so clear, Chang will naturally not ride a motorcycle again, because he does not have a driver's license. You read that right, you need a driver's license to ride a motorcycle. Even if riding a motorcycle is so simple that you can ride a motorcycle as long as you can ride a bicycle, you still need to take a driver's license, otherwise it is driving without a license. It's okay if no one reports it, but if there is really someone watching Chang in the dark, it will really be a rhythm of trouble. When Zhang Peng was pitting Niu Laosan, he still needed to find a reason to get Niu Laosan in jail first, and then use his loyal character to let him take the blame for the so-called brother. That's because although Niu Laosan has a lot of criminal records, they are not big enough, otherwise there would be no need to go through so much trouble. And if Chang drove without a license, he could be detained directly, without having to be so reluctant as arresting Niu Laosan. And there is too much room for operation from the arrest to the detention. Of course, Zhang Peng might not dare to kill Chang directly in the detention center, and even if he dared, others might not dare to accept the money. But if he didn't kill him, what if he disabled him? Or a smaller one, 3 beatings a day, making people suffer enough, it is still easy to do. Chang is not afraid of fighting, but fighting in prison is a crime, it is simply giving people a handle. Besides, there are other more sinister means, such as hitting someone, such as hit and run, such as drunk driving. As long as you are willing to spend money, there are too many things that can be operated. And by then you will be in prison and lose your freedom, and others outside can certainly do whatever they want to you. Of course, drunk driving is a 10-year criminal offense, but Chang doesn't want to test Zhang Peng's bottom line. The key is to put yourself in danger, which is too stupid. So Chang swaggered and pushed the motorcycle away, and then pushed the motorcycle to the bus stop, locked it, and got on a bus into the city. That's right, Chang was pushing his motorcycle to go fishing, and it was an open conspiracy. Even if you feel something is wrong, isn't your job to keep an eye on me? Now I'm leaving, are you really not going to follow me? Someone was secretly watching Chang. A gray-haired young man was walking more than 20 meters behind Chang, with a miniature camera hidden in his handbag under his armpit. He was very careful to keep his distance, but the whole process was only filmed with Chang pushing his motorcycle. Not to mention riding, he didn't even sit on it. This guy is so cautious. The gray-haired young man was also speechless. Hey, black man, I think you look fierce and don't seem like a good person, but why are you so cowardly? Why don't you ride it? Why don't I film it if you don't ride it? However, Chang just didn't ride it, and he had no choice but to follow the bus depressed. On this way, Chang has switched to the human-shaped beast mode dozens of times. On the road, he didn't feel that he was being followed, but on the bus, he turned his back to the white-headed rat and the others, and finally felt the malicious attention very clearly. It was a feeling of a little heat and discomfort on his back. Chang could even feel that there were 2 people on the other side. Chang's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect that there was really someone following him, and it was so easy to find him. He also tested the distance of his 6th sense of danger warning. The general length of a bus is 10 to 13 meters. When he walked to the back of the bus, he could still sense that someone at the front of the bus was staring at him with malicious intent. So the distance predicted by the 6th sense of danger finally had a clear reference for the first time. After entering the city, Chang changed cars again and came to the temporary residence of the stalker. Then he pretended to look around and walked around a few times before entering the rental house of the stalker. Without switching to the human-shaped beast mode, Chang's anti-tracking technology was really ordinary in the eyes of professionals. The only thing that can be praised is that he was relatively cautious. At least the location was very good, and he also avoided the camera when walking, which was in line with the highest ability of an amateur. The gray-haired young man's eyes were shining and his face was full of excitement. He felt that he seemed to have caught a big fish. After so many circles, this ugly man must have something wrong. TSK, it is said that this ugly man was kicked out of the Lu family without a penny. Now it seems that it is probably not the case. But it is also true. Maybe the Lu family said that Chang was kicked out because they were afraid of exposing the family's shame. But in fact, the Lu family must have paid a large sum of money, at least enough hush money. After all, even if Chang is just a bodyguard and his marriage with Lu Ainan is just a sham, it is still a real marriage, and it has legal validity. He must know a lot about the inside story of the Lu family. Such people should either be silenced or fed with hush money. There is absolutely no other way. In an instant, the gray-haired young man was so excited that he walked with his hands and feet trembling. However, what he could not have imagined was that Chang really did not receive the hush money, not even the 1 million yuan reward promised by Mr. Lu before, or even Chang's 7 years of salary. He did not receive a penny. It's simply too much. The key is that there is a prenuptial agreement, and the original owner, who was a fool, signed it very neatly. So after Chang traveled through time and got divorced, he really left the house with nothing, without getting a penny. It would be strange if Chang could swallow this breath. However, Chang was not in a hurry to cause trouble for the Liu family. He would live his life well and build his career first. If he yelled everywhere before doing anything, he would not be a man who would do big things. After Chang entered the room, he suddenly stuck his head out to observe. After finding nothing unusual, he carefully closed the door. After making sure that Chang had closed the door, the gray-haired young man poked his head out of the corridor with excitement and observed the environment in front of Chang's door. Stupid, do you think you are very careful? In fact, when you suddenly opened the door, I knew which household you were from. The gray-haired young man muttered to himself while sending a WeChat message to his subordinates. After typing and sending the WeChat message, the gray-haired young man put away his phone, looked up, and was so scared that he stepped back and sat on the ground. It turned out that during the 10 seconds when the gray-haired young man was typing on his phone, Chang opened the door without knowing when, and walked in front of him quietly, and he didn't even send a message. The gray-haired young man was so frightened that his scalp was numb. While typing, he had been looking at the direction of the door with the corner of his eye. He didn't relax his vigilance, but he didn't notice when Chang came. Unless this person is very fast, so fast that he has no time to react and no time to notice the change. Chang knocked the man unconscious with a palm knife, then carried him into the room like a chicken and locked the door. He found a rope to tie the man up tightly, then carried him to the bathroom, gagged him and fixed him. Then Chang switched modes and took out the man's phone to check the messages. This was a big eye-opener for Chang, who finally understood what this guy did. A private detective. Chang played with the BlueBerry phone in his hand, feeling a little like a lifetime ago. During the 9/11 attacks, BlueBerry phones became popular, and the U.S. Congress gave every member of Congress a BlueBerry phone as standard equipment. President Obama was a super loyal fan of BlueBerry phones. When he moved into the White House in 2008, he even asked the U.S. National Security Agency to customize a BlueBerry phone for him. That was the last highlight of BlueBerry phones. Chang knew the BlueBerry brand, not because he once had a BlueBerry phone and it was the most classic 9900, nor because it was a second-hand phone given by his brother to pay off a debt, and he didn't ask for a penny, but because the full keyboard is really useful, and it is a magical tool for sending text messages to girls. But the BlueBerry in my hand now is not as good looking as the 9900, and it looks a bit rough. If I really want to use the 9900, I'm afraid I have to wait a few years. Chang took out his Noah phone. It had a rustic appearance and a heavy feel. The plastic shell had been polished to a shiny finish. The letters on the keyboard were gone. As soon as he turned on the screen, the phone made a beeping alarm sound and then automatically shut down. Broken battery. Chang was speechless. Didn't he just forget to charge it for 3 days? Is that so serious? If my buddy had something urgent to do, wouldn't you have screwed him over? He skillfully took out the battery and replaced it with a new one. The Noah phone was revived immediately. Chang nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's time to buy himself a full keyboard BlueBerry phone, and then wait for smartphones to come out before changing phones. At this time, the gray-haired young man also woke up. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. His first reaction was to lower his head and not look at Chang. He wanted to say something, but found that his mouth was blocked and his hands and feet were tied tightly. The technique was very professional. He whimpered a few times unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to give up helplessly. Chang said nothing, and skillfully clicked on a video from his BlueBerry phone and played it. The sound quickly reached the ears of the gray-haired young man. He looked at Chang and knew that this black-faced man already knew his identity. After all, there were still more than a dozen short videos in his phone that had not been exported, as well as text message chat records that had not been deleted. Anyone with a little social experience could easily judge his occupation. So if you want to pretend to be an innocent passerby, forget it, it's impossible. Let's chat while I'm not ready to kill you. Let's see what valuable things you can provide me. Is the information worth your life? Chang said calmly, I don't have that much patience. After I take the rag out of your mouth, I hope to hear valuable information immediately. Remember, you only have one chance. After saying that, Chang pulled the rag out of the other person's mouth, but did not throw it aside. Instead, he walked to the sink, ran water, and then soaked the rag and several other towels in the sink. In an instant, the white-haired young man's hair stood up. Wet towel? Brother, are you going to smother me to death? The white-haired young man raised his head tremblingly, and was met with Chang's emotionless eyes. Looking at him, it was like looking at a piece of rotten meat. The white-haired young man was suddenly shocked. He had seen this look before. That person was a cold-blooded murderer. In an instant, he gave up all his luck. Life is important. He absolutely dared not bet that Chang would not dare to kill him, because that look was really too scary. And then there was regret. He was so regretful now. Why did he take this job in the first place? Are you tired of living? He completely forgot that when he took the job, he still thought that this was a good job with less work and more money. Once he had completely admitted defeat, he immediately showed his utmost sincerity and began to talk incessantly. And Chang finally knew who this person was. He was actually a well-known figure in the underworld, White-Headed Rat. White-Headed Rat was his nickname when he debuted, because he had premature gray hair, and few people know his real name now. When White-Headed Rat was young, his academic performance was actually quite good, but after he came into contact with some bad boys outside of school, he soon lost interest in studying. His mind was full of fantasies of hacking people for money to become a big brother, taking shortcuts from then on, reaching the pinnacle of life, and marrying a beautiful and rich woman. As a result, he spent a few years in the society, but because of his weak physique, poor fighting skills, stingy personality, and a somewhat wretched appearance, he never did well in the society, and his brothers didn't like him very much. Unwilling to give up his dream of becoming the big brother, White-Headed Rat soon left the society and went to Shanghai to be a paparazzi. Unexpectedly, he was quite talented in this area and gradually became very successful. Later, he secretly photographed a female celebrity who was famous for her innocent image and cheated on her. He wanted to bypass the big brother and talk to her directly. In fact, he just wanted to embezzle the benefits, but he angered some people and wanted to kill him. When White-Headed Rat heard the news, he decisively cut off a finger to apologize, and then after spending all his wealth, he finally bought a way out. He fled the Magic City overnight and returned to Wuzhou to lie dormant. China does not recognize private detectives, but you can still play the edgeball, in the gray area. Many wealthy wives who are old and ugly are worried that their husbands are messing around outside, and they are even more worried that their husbands have left illegitimate children outside, and they will come back to rob the family property in the future. So the private detective industry is also a rigid demand. White-Headed Rat has a criminal record, he can't wash it clean, and he is used to making money in the side door, and he doesn't want to work or do business properly anymore. So he opened a private detective agency and went back to his old business, but this time the target is not a star, but the husband of a rich wife. But this time he didn't mix with the society again, but carefully walked on the edge of the society, just like this, walking in the gray area, but mixed up in a prosperous way. Not only is he quite famous in the circle of rich wives, but some other people will also hire him to do some work that is not to be talked about. This time he accepted a commission from a big client to follow Chang around the clock. As long as he could capture Chang's illegal activities and report them to the police, he would be considered to have completed the task. It was a simple deal, but the commission was very generous, so he came here excitedly with his men. However, he hit a wall just after following him. "Brother, believe me, I really don't know who the client is. Sister Yuan introduced him to me, and she also gave me the deposit." The White-Headed Rat explained tremblingly, "In our line of work, most of the jobs we take are half shady and half white, so it is important to abide by the rules. I wouldn't dare to ask if Sister Yuan didn't say it. Anyway, I just want to get to know you. So you talked for so long just to let me know about you?" Chang said apologetically, "I'm not interested in you, so." Before Chang finished speaking, the White-Headed Rat's hair stood up again, and he continued with a speed as fast as a machine gun. "Brother, listen to me, although I don't know who the client is, I can find out. I didn't ask before because I wanted to abide by the rules and avoid trouble, but now I can find out right away. I'm confident that I can get the client's information." This speaking speed is no worse than Hua Xiao's good tongue. Chang suppressed his laughter and said calmly, "Why do you have such confidence?" The White-Headed Rat almost patted his chest and swore, "Because that Sister Yuan and I are having an affair. Brother, believe me, I am not bragging, I am very strong in that aspect. Sister Yuan is very satisfied with me." Chang. "Sister Yuan, who is this job for?" "I don't want to ask, I'm just a little bit unsure, this person may not be simple." "As expected of you, Sister Yuan, I really found something, so I asked you about the employer. You also know that I am timid. Money is a good thing, but I dare not get involved in trouble. After all, I have to spend money as well as earn it, right? Sister Yuan, it's not convenient to talk about it on the phone, and I think it's best for you not to get too involved in this matter. If it's convenient for us to meet, that would be the best. If it's not convenient, just tell me directly, does the employer's name start with S or Z?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and Chang could even clearly hear the slightly heavy breathing and the slight sound of walking from the handset of the mobile phone. Then, Sister Yuan gently uttered a letter, Z, then the call was decisively cut off. The White-Headed Rat collapsed on the dirty floor of the bathroom, looking at Chang with expectant and pleading eyes. He had done everything he could, and now it depended on whether Chang would let him go. If there was any other way, the white-headed rat would not put all his hopes on Chang's character. He was like a piece of meat on the chopping board. How to cut it all depended on Chang's will. It was really Chang's emotionless eyes that scared him, so he couldn't think of resisting at all. Only those who have really come into contact with darkness know how terrible darkness is. So the white-headed rat was really scared. If possible, he hoped that he had not taken this business and had not come into contact with Chang. Chang had already scared people and got the answer he wanted, so he switched the humanoid beast. After all, he was not a murderer, and the white-headed rat was not his mortal enemy, so he naturally would not kill people casually. Don't worry, I mean what I say. You help me do one more thing, and then we will pretend that we have never met. Chang said lightly. Brother, are you really going to let me go? The white-headed rat was so crazy, right? He looked at Chang as if he was looking at his own father. Chang frowned slightly, and the white-headed rat immediately realized his stupidity. This gentleman was not impatient, but people's patience is used to kill people and do great things. How dare a small person like him waste people's patience? He must be really tired of living. So the white-headed rat immediately said, Brother, if you have anything to do, just tell me. I will go through fire and water without frowning. Chang nodded slightly and said, Remember my number and notify me in time if there is any news about me in the future. Do you want me to be your eyes and ears for the rest of my life? The white-headed rat's scalp suddenly went numb, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. I finally escaped with my life, but in the end I can't get away for the rest of my life? But now I am at the mercy of others. Does the white-headed rat dare to say no? He doesn't dare. So the white-headed rat could only say with tears in his eyes, choking, Thank you, brother. Since you think highly of me, I will follow you with my humble life. From now on, I will do whatever you say, absolutely without hesitation. Woo woo woo. Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you crying? The white-headed rat choked and said, I'm happy. Chang almost laughed out loud. Come on, you're crying like this and you're still happy? Chang's soul had also been in the gang for a few days, so he naturally understood that villains like the white-headed rat were afraid of power but not virtue, and knew small courtesy but not great righteousness, so he had to use both kindness and force. How many people in gangs now put loyalty first? Isn't it for the sake of profit? Guys like Nyo Lao San who value loyalty are already giant pandas. Simply put, give a small date after a blow, don't give a good face. So Chang said directly, Listen carefully, my patience is limited, I will only explain it to you once, next time you hide something, I will cut off another finger of yours. The white-headed rat immediately became intimidated and nodded obediently. Chang said lightly, You are not qualified to be my little brother, and I am not interested in protecting you, so we are in a cooperative relationship. If you know any information related to me, just notify me, and you can ask me for help when you encounter trouble, but don't bother me with trivial matters, that's it. Cooperative relationship? I'm not working for nothing? You are not trying to blackmail me for money? The white-headed rat's mind suddenly became active. Doesn't this mean that he got a super master for nothing? Can't he walk sideways on the road in the future? Brother, since you started it, then I will certainly listen to you, but there are some things I still need to clarify. What do you mean by trouble? The white-headed rat asked tentatively. Is there anyone you want to kill? Chang said lightly, I promise you that I can help you 3 times. Think it over carefully. The white-headed rat swallowed his saliva and felt his heartbeat quickening. Suddenly, he felt as if a bad thing had turned into a good thing, and a disaster had turned into luck. This was a blessing in disguise for him. 10 minutes later, the white-headed rat rubbed his wrist, stood at the door, and watched Chang clean up all the traces in the house in an orderly manner. At first, the white-headed rat was just watching the fun, but then his face slowly changed. Why does this method feel so creepy? If I die here today, after being cleaned up by Chang, won't even the police be able to find any clues? The white-headed rat swallowed his saliva and realized once again that the cooperation with Chang was not like any of his previous cooperation. This could cost him his life. After a while, Chang cleaned up, walked out of the room backwards, and said, For the first cooperation, ask your people to keep an eye on this place and see if anyone enters or leaves this room. Just take a picture of the face and give it to me. You don't need to do anything else. Of course, it would be even better if more clues could be found. The white-headed rat asked cautiously, Brother, this place is? Chang said lightly, It's the temporary resting place of a person who followed me. I accidentally killed him, and I haven't asked him where he is. The white-headed rat was speechless. Holy! The white-headed rat felt a layer of white sweat on his back, and he felt a little lucky in his heart that he really escaped with his life just now. He must go to Hansan Temple to burn incense later. Let's go, take care of yourself. Chang nodded slightly to the white-headed rat, threw his mobile phone back to him, and then turned and left. Brother, I haven't told you where I live yet. The white-headed rat hurriedly followed and asked. Don't worry, if something really happens, I can find you, but you can just contact by phone at other times. Chang waved his hand and left without looking back, leaving the white-headed rat with a livid face standing there, almost crying. In fact, Chang had no idea where the white-headed rat lived. It was just a pen, but it scared the white-headed rat terribly. After all, he had experienced big scenes, and he was a ruthless man who could decisively cut off one of his fingers to survive. After Chang left, without mental suppression, the white-headed rat quickly regained his composure. First, call 2 younger brothers to come over. Since Chang said this place, they must squat for a long time. But it doesn't matter. This is also their old business. It's enough to pay enough money. The key is to let a fierce man like Chang take action 3 times, then he will make a big profit. Think about it, if there was a fierce man like Chang to help him kill the boss at that time when he was in the Magic City, the white-headed rat felt that he would probably be able to take advantage of the chaos and set up his own business, and then establish his own name in the Magic City. That would be a completely different life from now. One is shooting gossip about big stars in the Magic City, rich and famous. The other is opening an investigation company in Wuzhou, specializing in serving local rich ladies. Everyone understands the difference between them. Even if you don't understand, you should understand the gap between Wuzhou and Shanghai. One is a world-renowned international metropolis, and the other is a first-tier city in the country. Not only is the level of prestige much different, but the benefits are also at least an order of magnitude different. It would be strange if the white-headed rat was willing to accept this. But it's not too late now. Chang is willing to take action. As long as the timing is right, he may not have no chance to fish in troubled waters. If he can't set up a brand in Shanghai, it's not bad to set up a brand in Wuzhou. In the future, he can use Wuzhou as a base to develop towards Shanghai. So he must make Chang owe him a favor. After pacing back and forth for a while, the white-headed rat finally sorted out his thoughts and made up his mind to go directly to Sister Yuan's residence. He felt that he needed to have a face-to-face talk with Sister Yuan. This time he prepared 2 small blue pills and risked it. He must get it out of Sister Yuan's mouth. Who is this Z? And he also needs to check who the guy starting with S is? He must do things beautifully. Come on. The world belongs to everyone, and it also belongs to me, but in the end it still belongs to me. Chang didn't know that the white-headed rat was so bold that he was already plotting against him. His promise was actually a lie. If the white-headed rat really got into trouble, he wouldn't care. Why would he help him kill people? What are you thinking? It's not happening. After shopping in the furniture store, Circle, Chang, who had more money, ordered indoor laminate flooring, ordered some simple furniture, bought a gas stove and a gas water heater, and then bought 10 bags of cement. This thing is the key. After finishing all these, most of the afternoon passed. Chang took the bus back home leisurely. It was time to get off work, and he happened to meet Yang Shueshi riding an electric bike with Rin Shanshan. Getting off work? Rin Shanshan greeted Chang with a smile. There is no such thing as going to get off work. I am still unemployed. I went to the furniture store to order some furniture and other things. I will settle my home as soon as possible. Chang smiled. It's good. It's not convenient to always live in someone else's house. The weather is getting hotter day by day. Rin Shanshan said. That's right. Chang replied casually. Yang Shueshi locked the electric bike next to him and looked at Chang, who was like a black iron tower, in a puzzled manner. He didn't understand when his girlfriend and this fierce-looking black man became so familiar with each other. I've never seen them interact. After looking up at Chang twice, Yang Shueshi felt a strong sense of oppression. He lowered his eyes unnaturally to avoid looking at Chang, but he was a little worried. Chang chatted a few words and wanted to go upstairs. Although Rin Shanshan was very beautiful and dressed very fashionably, even if he was looking at her from the aesthetic point of view of a straight man in 2019, 16 years later, Rin Shanshan's dress could be considered fashionable. But after all, she was someone's girlfriend, and her boyfriend was standing next to her, so he was embarrassed to look at her and talk too much. At this time, Rin Shanshan suddenly said, "Brother Chang, can you do me a favor?" Chang didn't pretend, and said casually, "You say." Rin Shanshan turned her head to look at Yang Shueshi, who immediately had a bad premonition, as if he realized something. Just when he was about to stop her, Rin Shanshan had already pointed at him and said, "There are several colleagues in his company who always bully him. Brother Chang, can you help scare them?" "Just scare them, no need to use your hands." Yang Shueshi's face flushed with embarrassment. A man, being bullied by a colleague, actually asked his girlfriend to help him out. What's even more humiliating is that it wasn't his girlfriend who did it directly, but she asked for help from another man in front of him. No need. I can handle it myself. Yang Shueshue met Rin Shanshan's expression, and Xiao Shueshue no. You can't. Rin Shanshan glared at Yang Shueshue and spat unhappily. If you can solve it yourself, you would have solved it 2 months ago. Now you are being bullied by others, and you still say you can solve it? Where is your face? Yang Shueshue wanted to defend himself and say that he was shameless, but seeing his girlfriend's pretty face flushed with anger, he knew his girlfriend and wisely stopped talking. Well, he silently said in his heart, I am shameless. I said I can solve it myself. I will let them bully me. I will exhaust them to death. I guess Rin Shanshan would be so angry that she would go into menopause if she really heard her boyfriend's voice. When Chang heard about this, he was relieved immediately. It's just a scare, a piece of cake. The key is that he did this job in his previous life and was very skilled in the business. It's just that his main customers at that time were elementary school students. But don't worry about those details, the principle is the same. This is easy, call me when you go to work tomorrow, and we will go together. Chang patted Yang Shueshue on the shoulder. Hey! Yang Shueshue's shoulders suddenly tilted, and his facial muscles twitched a little. Chang's expression also twitched a little. Brother, I really didn't use much force, it was just a normal pat, you can't be so fragile, right? Yang Shueshue hurriedly said, don't blame you, I didn't pay attention. Although he said this, the expression on Yang Shueshue's face still betrayed him. It was indeed a little distorted, it seemed that he was hurt by the pat. Chang had a headache. Brother, your physical fitness is too poor, isn't it? With your physique and salary level, it's a bit difficult to keep such a beautiful girlfriend. But that's not something Chang needs to worry about. He won't do anything like a third party interfering. Well, unless he doesn't know about it in advance. So Chang bent down, picked up the electric car battery at Yang Shueshue's feet, and said, well, it was my carelessness. I'm sorry. I'll help you carry the battery. You take a rest. Well, if it doesn't work, I'll get some safflower oil to rub on you at night. I guarantee you'll feel comfortable. Yang Shueshue avoided Rin Shanshan's eyes and whispered, no, I'm fine. Chang had already gone upstairs and said, then it's settled. Yang Shueshue. What the hell, why do you two have the same problem? Don't you both listen to others? When they got home and closed the door, Rin Shanshan grabbed Yang Shueshue's ear and turned her 180 degrees on the spot. Ah! Yang Shueshue fell to her knees after a scream. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Please be merciful. My shoulder still hurts. Tell me the truth, were you pretending just now? Rin Shanshan gritted her teeth and whispered. Really not. Yang Shueshue whispered aggrievedly, then opened his collar a little to reveal his shoulders. Rin Shanshan turned on the flashlight on her mobile phone and leaned in to see. Well, it seems to be a little red. Rin Shanshan was immediately unhappy, stood up, opened the door, and was about to leave aggressively. Yang Shueshi grabbed Rin Shanshan and said, where are you going? Rin Shanshan said unhappily, of course I'm going to reason with him. I'm just asking him for a small favor. Why are you bullying me? He slapped your shoulder until it's red. Yang Shueshi's face was a little distorted, and he said quickly, no, he really didn't use much strength. I can feel it. He was also startled at that time. It definitely wasn't intentional. Ren Shanshan looked at Yang Shueshi with suspicion. Then you mean, your body is so fragile? You got hurt by a light slap? Yang Shueshi held Ren Shanshan tightly. It's not that I'm fragile, I'm really not that fragile, but he didn't mean it. If he can control his expression so well, he might as well be an actor. Ren Shanshan was stunned, and said thoughtfully, that means that it's because our neighbor is too strong, so he accidentally didn't control his strength and hurt you. Suddenly noticing Yang Shueshue's constantly distorted face, Ren Shanshan asked curiously, what's wrong with your face? Is it my eyes playing tricks on me or? Why do I feel like your face is about to cramp? It's really nothing, I'm just a little thirsty, it will be fine in a while. Yang Shueshue said with a distorted expression. Ren Shanshan carefully observed her boyfriend's expression, then suddenly reached out, twisted his ear again, and rotated 180 degrees on the spot. What's the matter? Tell me. No. It's really nothing. Tell me or not. Okay, I'll tell you, I just think you care about me a lot, I'm happy. I want to laugh. Ren Shanshan was stunned. What does this mean? Are you so happy that you want to laugh because you care about you? I have been with you since college, when have I not thought about you? Gradually, Ren Shanshan's eyes turned red, and she choked up and said, have I never cared about you all these years? Have you ever thought about it? Yang Shueshue was shocked. Oh my god. Why is she crying? Wait, when was the last time she shed tears? Forget it, I'd better coax my girlfriend first, otherwise she will definitely sleep on the sofa tonight. Yang Shueshue hurried to the bathroom to get a hot towel, carefully wiped Rin Shanshan's face, and said attentively, when you shed tears, wipe your face with a hot towel. It is the most comfortable and the best for the skin. Rin Shanshan moved the towel away little by little, gritted her teeth and said, then where is my makeup? Yang Shueshue was confused. Aren't you back home? You always remove your makeup when you get home. Ren Shanshan was so angry that she threw the towel directly on Yang Shueshue's face. Family rules. Yang Shueshue shuddered and ran to kneel on the keyboard obediently, but he still didn't understand what he did wrong. Forget it, it must be that his girlfriend cried just now and was in a bad mood. Women are always so inexplicable, just get used to it. After a while, there was a knock on the door, followed by a childish voice, open the door. Open the door quickly. Rin Shanshan ran over to open the door, and saw Chang, who looked ferocious and like an iron tower, standing at the door, holding a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll in his arms. It was Lu Shiyu. Auntie, my dad is here to apply medicine to your boyfriend. The porcelain doll said loudly. Ah, please come in. Ren Shanshan hurriedly let the father and daughter in. Where's Xiao Yang? I brought safflower oil. Chang was halfway through his words. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Yang Shueshue kneeling obediently on the keyboard in the corner of the living room, with his hands raised above his head, holding a bowl of water. Oh my god! Chang was stunned. Is this buddy treated so badly? It seems that a beautiful wife is not easy to serve. This is actually a mechanical keyboard. So cruel. The porcelain doll's big eyes suddenly widened, and she shouted in surprise, Uncle, what are you doing kneeling on the ground? Ren Shanshan's pretty face turned a little red. She glanced at Chang secretly and whispered, why don't you get up quickly? Yang Shueshi just got busy and said with a smile, well, I practice martial arts every day when I go home. The porcelain doll was immediately deceived and asked in surprise, is it Shaolin Boys Kung Fu? Or the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt? I often hear my father say that this Kung Fu was very powerful. Yang Shueshi said nonsense seriously, neither, my uncle practices iron knee Kung Fu. Practicing martial arts? Iron knee Kung Fu? The corners of Chang and Rin Shanshan's mouths twitched a little, but finally, Yang Shueshue's imaginative deception finally put an end to Porcelain Doll's strong curiosity on the grounds that it was a top secret of the sect and could not be passed on to others. Otherwise, Chang would not know how to tell Porcelain Doll, and Rin Shanshan blushed and didn't know what to say. Soon, Yang Shueshue took Chang to the bedroom, took off his shirt, revealing a white upper body without any muscle lines, and thanked Chang. Chang took a breath calmly, it smells so good. It smells different from Xiao Meiyu's room. Oh, what is that half-black thing under the pillow? It seems to be. Oh. Forget it, don't look at it. It belongs to someone else if you look at it again, it's sad. On the surface, Chang seemed calm and composed as if he hadn't noticed anything. He poured some safflower oil on his palms, and then began to rub Yang Shueshue's shoulders, saying, what happened between you two? How come I feel you've changed a little bit in just a short while? Yang Shueshue endured Chang's massage with a grin, and said, nothing, I just suddenly became a little more confident. Although he said this, Yang Shueshue still admired Chang in his heart. He thought, although this guy looks rough, his observation ability is really extraordinary. He can actually feel that I have changed. Of course there is a change. When they met Chang downstairs, Ren Shanshan acted quite close to him and asked Chang to help Yang Shueshue. As a man with a narrow mind, Yang Shueshue felt uncomfortable in his heart, and he was already secretly wondering if his beautiful girlfriend was suddenly interested in this muscle. However, when his girlfriend found that his shoulder was red from being patted by Chang, she immediately went to Chang angrily to argue. This made Yang Shueshue feel very comfortable, and he instantly realized that his shrewish girlfriend cared about him. The man's self-confidence instantly exploded. His confidence returned, his mentality changed, and he dared to look Chang in the eye. It was that simple. Chang didn't know the reason. Suddenly, he felt that the man who didn't dare to look at him before dared to look at him in the eye in a few minutes, and even talked and laughed. Chang immediately became curious about Yang Shueshue. Was this guy pretending just now? I'll wait for you downstairs tomorrow. I'll go meet your colleagues. Don't worry, I'm familiar with this business. It's free, Chang said, and he suddenly looked forward to it. I wonder if Yang Shueshue will have the courage to look those colleagues who often bully him tomorrow. Chang skillfully squeezed a little safflower oil into his palms, rubbed his palms together to warm them up. Then he suddenly hesitated. Just now when he was downstairs, he patted Yang Shueshue's shoulder to show his closeness. He really didn't use much force, and Yang Shueshue really didn't try to scam him, but the result was that he now ran over to rub safflower oil on him. So now, when he rubbed it down, could he really hurt Yang Shueshue? If it was an accidental injury just now, it would be hard to explain now. Suddenly thinking of this, Chang immediately regretted it a little. I was careless, really careless. I should have thought of this a long time ago. Why did I run over when my brain was hot? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Chan really wanted to knock on his forehead. He was still too young. The drill bit doesn't care about the... Yang Shueshi had his back to Chang, so he didn't notice Chang's tangled hesitation. He reluctantly took off his shirt and the round-neck sweatshirt inside, and tidied up the clothes he took off and put them on the bed, revealing his upper body with clear ribs. Chang suddenly felt that his eyes were full of white, and then he looked down at the wheat-colored skin on his arms, and Chang exclaimed! This guy is a grown man, but his skin is even whiter than most women. It's really unfair. Yang Shueshi looked back at Chang in surprise and timidity, and felt that the face of this black guy seemed even more ferocious. What is he scolding this rough guy for? Is he dissatisfied with my slowness? Forget it, I'd better hurry up and not argue with this rough guy with a head full of muscles. No, I have taken off my shirt. Do you want me to continue taking it off? Yang Shueshue's tightened immediately, and he carefully kept his head down, subconsciously glancing at Chan's waistband. Chang had already changed his clothes, and now he was wearing black loose overalls with many pockets on the front, back, left and right. Yang Shueshue could not see any abnormal bulges, so he felt relieved. However, at such a close distance, the strong smell of male sweat rushed straight into his nostrils. Fortunately, it was not smelly, and it was obvious that this rough man was still very careful about personal hygiene. In a short moment, Yang Shueshue's eyes secretly observed a lot, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, Chang just said, "Well, I'm sorry, I'm a rough man, there is no question, I just said." Yang Shueshue was immediately surprised. "This rough man," he actually said. "Apologize. Consider you a polite rough man, I forgive you." Yang Shueshue forced a smile and said, "It's okay, well, can we start?" Chang curled his lips.